By the beginning of the 22nd century, an era of technological advancement came to the world. Now modern people have become able to enjoy only virtual reality. The reason was simple. Virtual technology had begun to read the tiny electrical impulses sent by the brain so well that it would feel as if you were actually moving. Soon, there was nerve simulation to enhance the experience. In the new fifth generation, the speed of simulation increased 100-fold. It went far beyond simple physical sensations, encompassing all of a person's senses and thoughts. A guy in a homemade green t-shirt was lying on the bed with his hands in the air. He was wearing a virtual reality helmet over his eyes. He laughed and waved his hands in the air contentedly. Lee Ho-yeon realized that he was already addicted to games, but he couldn't resist. The boy devoted every free moment to virtual reality. In fact, he wanted to quit gaming. However, on the 10th anniversary of the fourth conquest of Labyrinth City that swept the world, the developers presented the fifth-generation virtual reality, Labyrinth World. Lee Ho-yeon. He was one of the 300 million players of this game. In reality, he was better known as Rodrigo El Dirgo, a character who had reached the 97th rank. Like many players, he's wanted to quit virtual reality for a long time. However, the guy couldn't resist. The developers begged him to return to the game and even sent him free fifth-generation virtual reality glasses. That night, the hero was plugging away at a new game for the first time in his life. A few minutes after the boy put on his glasses, the system notified him that a new walkthrough was starting. Once user identification was completed, the rankings and achievement points from Maze City were transferred to the new account. Looking at the new world, Ho-yeon remembered that the new server was supposed to be 100 times bigger. Admiring the picturesque city in front of him, the guy realized that everything around him already looked different. Then the system suddenly informed him that for every 10,000 points of achievement in the previous game, the player would receive 1 experience point. Such a drastic reduction in the number of points threw the boy into a stupor. The guy got very upset at the sight of this news. He thought that the developers' attitude to their best players was too biased. Immediately, the system alerted to the fact that Ho-yeon didn't have any characters. It then showed some possible character starter sheets. The hero thought that this time the developers had somehow made things more complicated. That's when he decided that the server moderators probably wanted him to make a mistake and create a lame character. However, remembering that the amount of his experience equaled 197,500 units, the hero without a second thought chose the extended premium list. Seeing the low cost of this option, the boy excitedly rejoiced that he had earned so much experience in the last game. Immediately, the game highlighted basic character information. Looking contentedly at his stats, Ho-yeon realized it was about time he picked a much cooler name. After some thought, he decided that his character's name would be Wilhelm Meyer. The hero started spending all the experience earned in the last game. Ho-yeon wasn't an ordinary ranker. For someone who entered the top rankings, the guy's synchronization speed was incredibly slow. In this situation, normal character control was out of the question, so he had to brave a different path. Such pioneers were called unconventional players. In Ho-yeon's mind, a great plan was born. He decided to show the new game his amazing secret. After distributing all the experience and completing the synchronization, the hero found himself in the city of Bram. The streets of the medieval settlement were packed to the brim with people. The morning sun illuminated the picturesque neighborhoods. Life inside the city was boiling. The bays were jammed with goods and shoppers eager to buy them. But the measured calm was disturbed by the appearance of a strange man. The people around him looked at his unusual appearance in bewilderment. A dark hood covered his head. He had a distinctive scar on his face, cutting his mouth in half. The unknown man was clad in expensive, shiny armor that emitted a strong aura. The people around him looked away in fear. Suddenly, the strange man's gaze fell on a girl standing nearby, squeezing anxiously nearby. The bully growled angrily and grabbed the beauty by the arm. The girl cried and asked him to let her go. The type in armor ordered the victim to answer where the guild was located. Trying to calm down, the girl said that she would take the stranger. Meanwhile, behind the creepy, bulky man's back stood Hu Young nervously. A few players were observing the situation a little further away. They were surprisingly discussing the situation, claiming that the newcomers were no longer the same. Others said that the tall, strange-looking man had a very threatening appearance. The creature's name was Caesar. Turning around, he answered the guy that he recognized where the guild was. The players standing behind him mockingly called out to the tall type, asking why he needed such a weak subordinate. Many outside viewers had the question, who is this odd couple? Meanwhile, the sun had gradually entered its zenith. The calm, bright shopping districts have been replaced by grim gray slums. There were drunks and drug addicts hanging around. The atmosphere was getting depressing. The unusual company sees Caesar, Hoyan, and a crying girl enter a neighborhood called the Brahma Slum. Looking at one of the street drunks, the bulky man in shiny armor asked what the man was staring at. At that moment, the hero thought he'd screwed up big time. With a shudder as he looked at his minion, the boy thought it was a creature similar to the final boss of the Demon World Lord. But in fact, it was the boy's slave, the one he had spent all his experience on. An hour ago, while creating his character, Hoyeon had been looking at the resulting configuration. He decided that even though he'd spent all his experience, he'd made a good man. The satisfied hero marveled at the fact that he had gained not only rare skills, but even rarer talents, such as the genius talent. He also had enough experience and money to equip his minion with unique weapons and rare armor. With this set, his minion should have been mistaken for a very experienced player. Admiring his plan, the hero thought that he himself does not reach even a third-rate gamer, but he found a way to reach the top of the rankings. You just need to create a competent subordinate and develop him. Let the unconventional game begin, shouted Hu Young as he saw the notification that the minion creation had begun. The image of his new servant gradually began to dawn on the boy's face. Imagining the grandiose accomplishments to come, the hero realized that so far only one great man had succeeded in such a dizzying coup, and that was him. Soon the system notified that character creation was complete, and a new NPC named Caesar was born. Having looked into the eyes of his subordinate sparkling with intelligence, the guy realized that he hadn't invested extra points in intelligence for nothing. Looking at the slave's massive body with pleasure, Hu Young thought that even though this guy was a bit creepy, he was now a subordinate and would obey him unconditionally. That's when the boy fairly realized that he hadn't killed so much time on customization for nothing. But suddenly the system showed a new notification. It said that in this game, the subordinates now have a loyalty scale. If the value falls to a certain level, they will refuse to follow the hero's orders. At the same second, Hoyaeon looked into his slave's eyes in horror. No one had warned him about this new feature beforehand. The system added that in a worst-case scenario, the subordinate would stop thinking of the hero as the master and might even leave. This innovation came as a complete surprise to the boy. As he looked at his slave, he thought for a second that this type of man did not look like an obedient minion. Closing his eyes, the boy thought in horror that the worst outcome could come from the slightest misstep. Immediately, he imagined his subordinate plunging his huge sword into his back without blinking an eye. Excitedly speculating about possible outcomes, the hero didn't hear a suspicious rustle behind him. Suddenly, a quick stomping sound came from behind him. He turned around and saw a boy approaching. The kid suddenly ran up to the hero and pushed him, grabbing something from his pockets. Frightened, Hu Young shouted out that with his characteristics, he wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack. The next instant, he fell backwards face down into the ground. A second later, the hero felt a strong puff of wind coming from behind him. He felt the gaze of his henchman on his back. In the same instant, the creature was in front of the guy's face. After standing for a while, it reached out its hand toward him. It was then that the boy decided that the worst possible outcome had come. But suddenly, the minion reached out to the boss and asked the man if he was okay. This outcome threw Ho Yan into a stupor. He still couldn't guess what was on the slave's mind. However, deciding that he was still in control, the hero replied that he wasn't okay. Lifting himself off his feet, the guy saw a notification from the system. It said that the subordinate was ready for use. Reaching out to his henchman, the hero saw the information that a normal relationship had now been established between him and Caesar. Trailing off, Hoyeon learned that his relationship with his subordinate would be adjusted over time. The system added that now that a relationship has been established, Caesar considers the hero a charismatic boss. The henchman thinks his master must be up to something incredible. The game claimed that the subordinates feel the waves of impending success coming from the hero. However, if the guy doesn't meet the slave's expectations, a variant of the story with a worse outcome will be launched. The last bit of information had shattered the boy's confidence a bit in the fact that things were now getting better. Realizing that the mechanics of interacting with the slave had expanded considerably, Hoyan decided that he was now even more screwed. Once the hero was back on his feet, the game launched a new mission that required catching a pickpocket in an alley. In the event that a player fails within 10 minutes, they will forfeit all of their starting gold. Remembering the moment with the purse snatching, the boy thought that if the task was not accomplished, the worst outcome would occur. As the hero was trying to figure out what to do, a voice of reason visited his head. With not a second to spare, Ho-yeon ordered a henchman to catch the pickpocket. A satisfied Caesar flashed his eyes and said that he would fulfill any request of his master. The game notified that the subordinate now felt the energy of a great man from the hero. In the blink of an eye, the character burst from his seat. It was as if he had just vanished. After seeing Caesar running away, Ho-young thought that even though it was his subordinate, he still looked creepy. At that moment, a heavy sigh sounded behind the guy's back. Turning around, the boy saw a girl who could barely hold back from crying. Feeling some guilt towards his accidental captive, the hero tried to calm her down. However, the girl turned her head sharply and looked at the boy with an embittered look. Ho-yeon found himself in a stupor. He couldn't understand why this girl was looking at him like he was trash. It seemed as if she was looking at Caesar differently. Angry at this injustice, Ho-young leaned over to the stranger and said that his subordinate was even more competent than he seemed. With an angry glare, he ordered the girl to behave if she cared about her life. In response, the slave girl apologized to the boy in fear. The hero still hovered over the girl in a similarly terrifying manner. The boy added that he despised those who could only talk. In response, the crier, with trembling hands, held out a single gold coin to the Barinya. Ho-yeon looked at the one kupar that glittered in the girl's hand. He thought it was enough for a bite of apple. Calmly, the boy waved the girl away, refusing to take the coin. And just seconds later, the game sent a notification that Caesar had caught a pickpocket. Satisfied, Ho-young thought that this subordinate would do an excellent job in any of his assignments. However, at the same moment, the girl cried out in horror, not realizing what was even going on in this game. Surprised at the beauty's incomprehensible reaction, the guy looked ahead. At the same moment, goosebumps ran through his body. Caesar walked toward him with heavy steps. He also had a pickpocket with him, hanging upside down and holding back tears, trying not to cry. Caesar notified the boss of his return. In his right hand, he held a sword, to the blade of which was tied a pickpocket hanging upside down. While Ho-yeon looked on in horror at what was happening, the system notified that in the 5th generation of the game, after catching a pickpocket, the player is given a choice. You can either take back all the stolen money or establish a relationship and start a chain of quests. Throwing his sword behind his back, Caesar muttered that this wretched thief had dared to take what belonged to the boss and knocked him down. So the subordinate decided to teach this boy a lesson. Ho-yeon seemed unable to believe what was happening. He couldn't understand how he had managed to create such a monster. Unleashing the pickpocket, Caesar looked at the trembling boss and asked if there was any problem. However, neither the hero nor the girl behind him could still return to normal. Looking at the menacing face of his slave, the guy thought that if he gave a slack and showed himself not as the boss, his henchmen would stop obeying him. With a confident look from the servant's eyes, the boy asked Caesar seriously if he thought anyone decided matters like that. This reaction from the master put the subordinate in a stupor. Realizing that the boss was not pleased, Caesar assured his master that there were no witnesses, and if he was worried that the boy would talk, he could be silenced now. Ho-yeon asked his henchman what benefit he would get from the death of this pickpocket. Caesar pondered the logic of this choice. It was only a couple seconds later that he realized what his master was getting at. Pointing at the pickpocket, he decided that his boss most likely wanted to know where this boy lived, so he could strip him of everything. Minion was certain that his boss would not be satisfied with a lesser outcome. Grabbing the pickpocket by the head, he bowed and apologized to his host for not immediately understanding his intentions. From the outside, this scene was quite surreal, however. In reality, there was a bit of drama going on here. Turning his head away, the hero thought that what he really wanted was a quest. Immediately, the system notified that the notoriety of the player Wilhelm Meyer had increased by 1 point. A couple seconds later, Caesar received a stash from the pickpocket. The small pouch contained 200 gold coins. Both Ho-yeon and the girl opposite were surprised where the boy had collected so much money from. In response to their questioning looks, the boy replied that there were a lot of rich wimps out today. He said that when a lot of new adventurers come to town, the pickpockets in the slums become more active. The hero realized that this kid was stealing starter gold from everyone he came across, be it player or NPC. Surprised by this skill, Ho-yeon thought that this pickpocket was worth taking a quest from. Leaning over the child, the boy asked if he would ever steal here again. In tears, the boy replied that he would never steal again. But the hero suddenly said he expected a different answer. He demanded that the boy tell him that he needed money for his mother's treatment or that his siblings were starving. The boy demanded that the child make him feel sorry for him, and in that case, Ho-yeon promised to get the boy out of this damned hole and would help him find a proper job, after which he would get the reward he deserved. Some phrase about a reward, Caesar grabbed the pickpocket and menacingly ordered him to share his share with the boss. Looking furiously at the poor child, he shouted that from that day forward, he would give his master 90% of all profits. The boy folded his shaking arms across his chest and through his tears said that he would never steal again in his life. Caesar muttered in fury that this little pickpocket only knew how to steal. He drew his sword, swung it at the child, and asked him hatefully how he dared to ask for forgiveness after he had tried to steal from his master. At the same time, the slave menacingly muttered that they did not want a pickpocket who did not want to steal. At the sight of the blade, the boy cried out in horror and screamed. Just then he bowed to the creepy type in the cloak and shouted that he would do anything and steal again as long as he wasn't killed. Satisfied with that answer? Caesar put his sword behind his back again. Ho-yeon stood behind the henchman's back, terrified and unsure of what to say. There was only one question swirling around in his head. What had just happened? At this second, the system notified about the discovery of a new characteristic, charisma. The game noted that the pickpocket is broken physically and mentally, and now he will give the player a part of his earnings. Looking at the next messages, the hero thought he didn't need that kind of charisma. As they moved out of the alley, Caesar noted that the boss was incredible. He wondered how the boss had realized the boys had so much money and marveled that they now had over 200 gold coins. Tired of the emotional swings, the hero didn't realize what his subordinate was carrying. Looking at his slave, Ho-yeon replied that half the money would be his, for which Caesar thanked his master. Moving further and further down the alleys behind the girl, the hero was surprised that the minion's loyalty hadn't increased one bit. Though he expected the minion to at least say that he didn't expect anything less from the boss. After a while, the frightened girl announced that they had come. Ho-yeon and his slave looked questioningly at the strange structure in front of them. Opposite, instead of a guild building, they saw the entrance to an obscure building covered in cobwebs. As the girl walked towards the exit, the hero thought that the Adventurers Guild should be located in a luxurious building right in the center. The stranger box opened the doors. The guy was still trying to figure out why such a large city had no funds to support a guild. At that moment, the sound of a knife hitting the table was heard inside the room. Inside the room, which resembled a saloon in appearance, sat a number of people of dubious appearance. All of these strange individuals were more like bandits than any adventurers. As soon as the unknown visitors entered the room, all life around seemed to stop. Finding that almost all the visitors were looking at him, Caesar asked what they were staring at, and were they all bored with life? This arrangement greatly frightened the protagonist. Turning back to his companion, Ho-yeon asked fearfully where she had led them. The girl replied with a serious look that it was the Outlaws Guild. Realizing that now they were finally in trouble, the boy screamed at the top of his voice. Looking at the bartender, the boy thought there was nothing to be surprised about. Suddenly, the one-eyed man greeted the new visitors menacingly and asked what they desired. It turned out that this shabby-looking building was called Brahma's Bar. Caesar looked at his boss in bewilderment, nervously clutching his head. Bowing his head, the minion said that the master was meticulous as always. Smiling, he noted that now they had everything they wanted, so they could safely get rid of this useless wench. The boy looked at his henchman in bewilderment. At that moment, he was greatly horrified by the cruelty of his subordinate. The boy remembered, however, that he was not allowed to show weakness to his slave. He made a serious face and called Caesar threateningly. With his hands crossed behind his back, the hero mouthed that that pickpocket was a criminal, and if they got rid of him, they'd get nothing for it. But the situation was different now. If they attacked civilian authorities, they wouldn't get away with it. With a confident look at his subordinate, Ho-yeon asked if he should chew him out. Otherwise, they would have unnecessary problems. With a menacing glance at the girl, Caesar replied that he understood. Suddenly, his face contorted with rage. The henchman shouted at the girl to get away and never be seen again. Overflowing with tears, the young lady quickly ran out of the bar. Glancing from behind the door in the direction of the girl, Ho-yeon thought that the poor guy was not to be envied. Looking after the fleeing beauty, the guy thought that he had only felt sorry for one woman before. He'd met her in the game then, but the world was many times bigger now, so it was unlikely they'd run into each other here again. Suddenly, the type with the eye patch once again called out to the visitors and asked if they wanted to join the guild. At the same instant, Caesar, unexpectedly to the hero, replied that this was exactly what they had come here for. Immediately, the boy hurried after his henchman, who moved toward the bar. The bandits watching from the side were talking among themselves. Some of them concluded that the alleyways were about to get even calmer. The bartender replied to the approaching guests that the entrance fee was 5 gold pieces. He added, looking at the pale thug, that since they had just arrived, they probably didn't have a dime. The one-eyed man then advised the couple to return when they had some money. But no sooner had the bartender uttered this than Caesar immediately threw a handful of gold coins on the table in front of him. The one-eyed man was greatly surprised at such boldness and speed, but did not utter a word. He then took out a wooden token from his pocket. Pointing to the object in his hand, the one-eyed man muttered that it was proof that one was a member of the guild. At the same moment, Caesar angrily slammed the table and asked if this guy wanted to say that this piece of wood was worth 5 gold pieces. The henchman looked his opponent in the eye and asked if he was trying to deceive his boss. Hearing the last phrase, many in the audience wondered who this strange bulky man was talking about. Looking at the boy next to the pale type, some of the bandits wondered why this boogeyman would obey such a brat. Some laughed, saying that the boy must have some dirt on the big man. Another said that if that were the case, the big man wouldn't have left the dead man alive. Some of the visitors were looking at the kid with a smile, making theories as to whether this kid was walking around in rags to pass as a newcomer. After several such laughs, Caesar's patience broke. He approached one of the laughing visitors menacingly. The type in the green shirt felt a hard stare from behind him and turned around. Just then he asked the strange verger what he wanted. Instead of answering, Caesar slapped the scoundrel with a savory slap. It seemed that a blow of such force could easily break a man's neck. The bandit slumped off his chair and fell to the floor. He struggled to get up and immediately grabbed his face with his free hand. His mouth was bleeding nonstop. Caesar raised his hand and shouted, "How dare this impertinent man throw mud at the boss right behind his back?" He exclaimed indignantly that he was fed up with this viper. With hatred, after looking around at those present, the slave stated that it looked like he would have to kill them all. Caesar reached for his sword behind his back. All the people around him rose from their seats in suspense. However, at the same second, his henchman was called out by Hoyan. Seriously looking at his subordinate, the hero stated that slums have their own laws. A formidable look in Caesar's eyes, the guy stated that the local rules should be respected by anyone who came here. The slave turned and looked nervously at his master. Still, after a few seconds, he let go of the sword and obeyed his master's will. Only then did the terrified visitors rush to help their partner, who was lying in a pool of his own blood. In an atmosphere of absolute silence, Caesar approached the bar again. Just then, the minion asked the one-eyed man if there were any tasks for them. Hoyan supported, and added that since they were here, they would like to get to work. After pondering the appropriateness of accepting such dangerous people into the guild, the bartender still pounded on the table. At the same moment, several information panels with possible assignments opened up in front of the partners. The hero and his subordinate viewed the proposed errands skeptically. Hoyan grudgingly thought that the rewards were so-so, and the quests weren't the fastest either. And yet the hero's gaze fell on one of the proposed quests. It offered to extort money from a defaulter. The guy decided that this job was just for them. Just then, he announced to the one-eyed man that he was going to collect his debts and asked where to find the junk shop. The guild representative said that they were being escorted out and called out to his subordinate Hans. Suddenly, the voice of a bandit was heard behind him. He claimed that he only worked for money. Upon returning, the hero saw the very same Hans. This debtor of the guild stated that the first rule of their organization is that nothing is free. The boy looked dejectedly at the new noble guide. They had just joined the guild and already they were so disappointed. Outside, evening was gradually approaching. The sun was already nearing its setting over the horizon. Chance fairly drove his traveling companions, leading them to the slum market. At one point, Caesar suddenly grinned and muttered that the boss, as always, had chosen the most profitable case. He added that he could not believe that the boss had decided to confiscate and sell all the goods of this debtor. This sudden abruptness of the henchman once again startled the hero. Just then the guy thought that if he suddenly left his brainchild somewhere around here, Caesar was bound to do some damage. After thinking about the answer, Young explained that this time, he needed to behave more respectfully and not make any hasty decisions. Even so, however, he could not escape the steady, smiling gaze of his ward. As they approached one of the structures, the Gans fairly shouted that now they were finally in place. After waiting for his traveling companions, the fat man entered the room. The hero and his henchmen followed the guide. And they were surprised to find that there were too many expensive goods for a junk shop. Looking over the assortment, The guy thought that this was obviously not a very ordinary store. There was a dark-skinned man sitting on a pile of goods in front. He grudgingly asked who had brought him again. This suspicious stranger's name was Bill. As he rose to his feet, he explained that he doubted that the visitors had brought anything to sell, and they must have been sent by the guild. Unexpectedly, the hands of this junk man were in some kind of mud. Hans recoiled in disgust and asked not to be touched. Just then he noted that Bill never washed his hands before the guild people visited. At the same second, Caesar asked all the visitors to disperse and walked towards the junk dealer. The henchman whispered that he would do as the boss asked. But at the hero's questioning look, he explained that he would only follow the local laws. After explaining his intentions, Caesar walked on. A surprised Hans asked the guy what the guy had just called him. Hoyeon asked the guy to shut his mouth. Bill extended his grubby hand to Caesar, saying that he was very glad to meet him. The strange man was silent in response. At the same moment, he, unexpectedly to everyone present, calmly shook hands with the junk man. The handshake was quite long, and Bill felt uneasy for a moment. The stranger wasn't going to let go of his hand, but squeezed it tighter and tighter. At some point, the pain became unbearable, and the junk man screamed. Caesar asked angrily if the man was really happy to see them. But a moment later, Bill's entire body pulsed with electrical impulses. After a while, the junk man, unable to stay on his feet, collapsed to his knees. And in the next second, the entire huge body of the dark-skinned type completely collapsed to the ground. At the same moment, he stopped breathing and showing signs of life. And the system announced that Bill, the junk dealer who owed a lot of money to the guild, was dead. Such a turn of events over the hero in an incredible shock. He could not believe that he had created a monster that could kill people with a single handshake. The next instant, the game announced that the player had received 350 gold as interest. After a while, Caesar threw another pile of coins on the table in front of the bartender. The one-eyed man crossed his arms over his chest and looked skeptically at the delivered gold. However, there was no limit to his surprise. The unusual newcomers had gone quite a bit overboard in completing the task. Hoyeon mumbled that they hadn't touched anything in the store, and the guild would handle it from there. One-eyed replied that he had nothing more to say to the newcomers. The system notified about the completion of the tax collection quest. Unexpectedly, the game notified that a guild employee is very wary of the protagonist. This news alarmed Hoyeon more than a little. He was surprised that the bartender was staring at them so intently. And yet, turning his gaze to his subordinate, the boy thought that the one-eyed man could be understood. He had given them a simple task, and they had killed the debtor and taken all his money. After looking over Caesar, the bartender said they could at least be sent into the maze now, and they'd still have no problem getting through there. He then asked the logical question, why waste such power? Besides, it would only cause trouble here. Caesar replied that it's all because the boss wants it that way, and he doesn't need any other reasons. Hans, who was standing behind him, asked the hero if he could take another assignment and leave the dusty work to those who still had a family to feed. Hoyeon replied that he didn't like the other tasks. Hearing that, the bartender sighed heavily. Realizing that further excuses were useless, the one-eyed man said that since the newcomers had a lot of money, he could raise it. Looking into the eyes of the protagonist's henchman, he mouthed that 10 gold pieces for 2 would settle the matter. Without a word, Caesar immediately threw another dozen gold coins on the table. Glimpsing at the gold in front of him, the guild employee was surprised that these types didn't even count their coins. In response, he tossed the new recruits the badges worn by official guild members. Pointing to the medallion, the one-eyed man explained that they were enchanted so that they could recognize other faction members. Also, the guild skills could be developed with these badges. With a glance at Hoyeon, he added that the guild deposits were spent on them and it was best to hide them, lest some vigilant citizen accidentally stumble upon them. The hero thanked the one-eyed man and held out his hand to take the medallion, but he immediately took the badge for himself. The bartender replied that he was merely showing the newcomers what the official guild symbols looked like. The guy was perplexed as to why they had to be bullied like that. But at that moment, the guild officer uttered that the bearers' names had to be put on them before they could be given the medallions. Looking at the infuriated new boy, the one-eyed man asked if he couldn't just have a joke. Not hearing a reply, he offered to tell him where the guild members could live. But no sooner had he begun to speak than Caesar reached out his hand and grabbed the faction representative by his shirt. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "How dare the man make such a joke?" Without answering the monster's question, the faction representative stated that newcomers to the guild could live in the rooms for free. Caesar, however, was still not satisfied. The henchman replied that he did not care, for the man had made fun of his master. Hoyeon, afraid to utter a single sound, thought he was interested in hearing about free housing in general. Looking ruthlessly at his victim, Caesar ordered the one-eyed man to apologize to his master. Just then, he ordered the bartender to never joke around again if he suddenly wanted to live any longer. However, the guild officer didn't say a word. There was a tense silence in the room. After a few seconds, the one-eyed man asked his opponent if he thought it was overkill. This question drove the monster into an indescribable rage. In the blink of an eye, he snatched his sword from behind his back and struck a warning blow with it. The blade sliced the bar in half with a swift stroke. The whole place was covered in dust. The patrons, who had hitherto been quietly observing the situation, now rushed for the exit. The frightened bartender could hardly say anything. However, when he pulled himself together, he apologized and admitted that he had been too rude. But in the same instant, Caesar shouted for the one-eyed man to apologize not to him, but to his boss. Shaking his head, the guild staff member apologized to Hoyeon. But even that answer did not satisfy the monster. He pulled his victim to him and asked him where there was any sincerity in his words. Seeing no other way out, the guild officer took out a coin purse from behind the bar. He handed it to Caesar and said that he realized that there wasn't much here, but that gold was more precious than sincerity. The system has notified you that you have received additional coins. At that moment, the hero unexpectedly liked the apology, which is profitable for him. Smirking, he thought that if everyone apologized to him like that, he would be rich very soon. Turning around, Caesar looked at the smirking host. Pulling the bartender's shirt once again, he shouted in anger that his boss was in a bad mood right now, and he was pissed off by the one-eyed man's insincerity. Clutching his head, the boy wished this would all be over soon. Morally tired of the incessant abuse and shivering with all his body, the bartender offered another option to solve the problem. At the same second, he pulled out a crushing palish from behind the bar. This magical weapon had increased cutting power due to the materials used to create it. After examining the weapon in his hands, the hero realized that it was a pretty good sword. It is perfectly sharpened and enchanted. Most likely, this weapon can cut even what it can't reach. After examining the characteristics of the blade, the guy thought that surely this sword cuts a few centimeters beyond the point. Thus, this weapon is excellent for close combat. Staring at the hilt of the sword, the boy didn't utter a word. His silence and different facial expressions were beginning to piss Caesar off. Considering that his master never remained satisfied, the monster seemed to lose its temper. Grabbing his sword from behind his back, he swung it at the bartender and asked if he was really thinking of paying them off with some crappy sword. Hoyeon, who was no longer able to understand his subordinate, clutched his head with his hands and thought that he was fine with it as it was. Meanwhile, Caesar looked at the bastard with hatred. At the same moment, he muttered that it was time to teach this insolent bastard a lesson for not knowing his place. At the same moment, the hero saw his henchman swing his sword and realized that tragedy could not be avoided. However, suddenly the monster's strike was parried by a blade that came out of nowhere. Such a sudden interruption of the strike had even Caesar in a stupor. It turned out that all this time, there was a trapdoor in the ceiling above the bar. An unknown girl crawled out of it and covered her partner from impending death. Wondering what was going on here, she tossed Caesar's blade aside in a flash. Looking at the unexpected opponent, the subordinate player ordered the wench to get out of the way. In response, the beauty noted that calling her a wench was rude. When she saw a rather strong character in front of her, the stranger marveled at the fact that the guild had a real psycho and asked what his name was. The monster replied that his name was Caesar and asked the wench what her name was. The pretty girl put her hand to her heart and replied that her name was Lena. At the same moment, there was a rather prolonged silence in the room. Hoyeon was horrified at how this stranger could speak so calmly to Caesar. The henchman once again ordered the wench out of the way. In response, Lena grabbed her head and laughed, wondering why Caesar would ask her name if he was calling her names anyway. Such audacity surprised the protagonist even more. His minion had already warned the stranger twice. Still, judging by Caesar's skills, he's been through a lot and should be able to identify a strong opponent at a glance. From the looks of it, if his monster is bagging, this stranger isn't that simple. Perhaps she is also stronger and more experienced than his henchman. In that case, if his hunch is correct, they're very much in trouble. But suddenly a terrible thought came to the boy. Only one person could be stronger than Caesar in this room. Most likely, Lena was from the top of the guild. Remembering the way she easily parried his ward's blow, the hero tried to imagine how much agility this girl had. Caesar has 20 points of strength and 10 points of agility. For that kind of strength, he moves pretty fast and he's not exactly slow. The moment Lena jumped out of the hatch, the guy thought that agility was responsible not only for speed, but also for dynamic visual acuity and reflexes. And even if the heroes move at the same speed, the advantage will be with the one who has higher agility. It will be easier for him to hit lifelong important aim M, as well as to dodge attacks. After realizing the difficulty of the situation, Hu Jung was concerned that he had to risk fighting against such an opponent at the very beginning of the game. However, if he is willing to back down, Caesar's loyalty will surely plummet. Sensing the inevitable approaching, the boy beckoned to the girl. However, he couldn't immediately remember her name because he was so nervous. Remembering the name of the guild employee, the hero asked, "When a vendor makes a mistake, is he or the store to blame?" Rolling her eyes, Lena asked, "Did the stranger really want to complicate things?" The hero responded that if an employee was wrongdoing, the customer could complain about it and, of course, expect an apology. Just then he asked the girl, "Was he wrong?" Lena thought for a moment. However, in the next instant, she had already deftly picked up the badge lying on the table with great speed. While the medallion was still in the air, the girl caught it in her hand. Showing it to the guys with a smile, she asked if they had said anything about the badges. In response to the silence, Lena said that it turns out the guys were members of the guild. Clutching the badge in her hand, she asked, "What's the point of talking about customers then?" Looking at the new recruits, the girl said that they had not been officially hired yet and were on probation. So they were not clients, but just part-time workers who would only be trusted to clean the floors and windows. Both heroes remained silent, unable to make any counter-arguments. My impeccable logic, Lena hurt Hoyeon's pride, which made him very angry. Displaying a bag of money, the hero asked the girl where she had ever seen a janitor with 500 gold pieces in his pocket. Such a picture made even Lena speechless. Surprised to see a fortune in one boy's hands, she said that it was enough even for her own store. And why bother with part-time jobs at all? In response, the boy muttered quietly that every major store had its secrets. Flashing his money, he said that these secrets, experience, knowledge, gained wisdom could not be bought with money. Lena looked greedily at the glowing purse. Just then she mouthed that this was exactly what she needed, all of it. The girl said happily that she liked the boy. Then she asked if the boy was the big guy's boss and what was his name. Hoyeon replied that his name was Wilhelm Meyer. But before he could continue, Lena shouted that his name was cool too. The pretty girl glowed. She covered her mouth with her hand and said that she liked the guy more and more. Pointing her blade in Caesar's direction, she replied that she would not interfere. The one-eyed man shouted fearfully that Lena was refusing to fulfill her duties as a guild protector. The girl answered in the affirmative. At the same moment, she jumped back into the hatch. The bartender said she couldn't get away with it. Lena said she didn't care. Sitting on the top floor and looking down, the girl shouted to the one-eyed man that she was smart and talented, and he was worthless. That's why the manager likes her better. In the same instant, the hatch slammed shut. The one-eyed man looked fearfully after the girl who had fled. There was nothing more he could do. Caesar drew his sword and cut off the one-eyed man's head with a single blow. The system then sent a notification that Caesar's notoriety had increased by 10 units. Looking at the flying blood splatters, the guy noticed that his notoriety had also increased by 20 units. At that moment, the hero tried to make sense of everything that had happened, but he could not bring his thoughts together. Caesar put his sword behind his back and told his master that now he could calm his anger. Not long before, Lena was lying drunk in the attic of a bar. It was just another boring day. All those worthless idiots drinking, gambling, and making vulgar jokes as usual. And even when someone was getting into a fight, Lena couldn't believe she'd have to wait here to protect them if anything happened. And day in and day out, you just had to die of boredom here. If it wasn't for that fucking guild contribution, the girl would never have agreed to this. But suddenly she heard a rumble on the first floor that was unlike any sound she had ever heard before. Perhaps this was just the chance Lena needed to unwind. Peeking out through the gap, the girl noticed the long-awaited scuffle. However, to her surprise, some of the drunken bandits were just lying on the floor and almost crying like babies. Others, in an unprecedented panic, tried to get the hell out of the bar as quickly as possible. Next to the bar, however, stood a creature of incredible power. The eyes of this unusual monster were incredibly bloodthirsty. He was no match for the scum of the earth. At one point, the bulky man shouted at the bartender to apologize to his boss. Such an unexpected discovery alarmed the girl. Did even this monster have its own bosses? At this point, the one-eyed man turned to his left and started apologizing to some guy. Lena was surprised that such an exhausted boy could be the boss of such a powerful creature, especially since he was wearing rags. Suddenly, she saw the one-eyed man give the guy his stash. The girl was greatly surprised that the bartender would give them a whole 100 gold coins as an apology. But the reaction of the so-called boss was beyond her expectations. To the girl's surprise, the guy didn't seem to be happy. His face was distorted by some strange grimace. The huge monster shouted to the one-eyed man that his master was in a bad mood. The guild officer pulled out a pretty good sword as well. Lena had expected a completely different reaction. The boy's oddly goofy look told him that there was no way the bartender was going to pay him off with some crappy sword. And in the next instant, the monster drew his sword from behind his back and swung it, wanting to kill the one-eyed man. The girl was scared that this crazy man had decided to kill a criminal guild worker. After all, in this town, that's tantamount to suicide. So immediately she stuck her head out and parried the creature's blow. A little later, Lena became completely confused when she saw this boy cough up 500 gold coins. However, after the strange-looking guy said that secrets, experience, knowledge, and wisdom could not be bought for money, the girl realized everything. It wasn't the wallet she was considering at that moment at all. Lena realized how wrong she'd been about this boy, and she decided not to interfere in their affairs. She was sure that this Wilhelm Meyer with his tired eyes had great potential. The thing is, this guy had a bad look precisely because of poor synchronization. However, Caesar's recklessness now led to unpredictable events. Now, a criminal guild employee who was a non-player character is dead. If the guild members decide to avenge him, Caesar won't be able to deal with them. Therefore, you can't even dream of playing a normal game. Though it's probably because initially the whole game went abnormal. Hoyeon stared intently at his ward. He noted that Caesar was always doing what he wanted to do. When asked if the henchman realized what he had just done, the monster replied that surely the bastard's death wouldn't be enough to appease the boss's anger. It was probably necessary to torture him, find his family, and kill them all. Deciding that he realized his mistake, Caesar apologized to his host and explained that it wouldn't happen again. Ho Yan was angry and thought his subordinate understood the need to apologize again, but he turned the rest of it upside down again. Suddenly, Lena peeked out of the hatch again and shouted to Caesar that his boss was a real monster. She added that it was the first time she'd ever seen someone so tough. The boy looked surprised, but eyed the newly shown girl and wondered what she wanted with them. Caesar asked the wench why she was repeating obvious things. Then he added that the boss was the greatest man, and very soon he would create a dark organization and destroy this world. Ho Yeon grabbed his head with his hands again and thought that if his slave didn't shut up, he would soon be considered an idiot by everyone. The pretty girl smirked and replied that it was just wonderful. Suddenly, she tumbled out of the hatch and landed lightly on one foot. Pointing to herself with her hand, Lena replied that she was 16. She specializes in security and assassinations, and she has connections in the criminal guild. She also noted that she was an assassin who would grow up to be an incredible beauty. The girl then asked Caesar if he thought his boss needed a nugget like her. At those words, the guy snickered and decided that this nutjob just had inflated self-esteem. The hero asked the girl if she herself could hear what she was saying, to which Lena replied that she understood everything perfectly. Pointing her finger at Caesar, she said that now she might understand why this bloodthirsty maniac was following the boy. Hoyeon put his palm to his face and thought that these two would definitely drive him to his grave. Lena excitedly asks the hero if the thug is really telling the truth about the guy creating a dark organization to destroy the whole world. Without even listening to the answer, the girl raised her sword up and said that if that was the case, then their organization was 100 times better than some rundown guild. Summarizing, she looked into the guy's eyes and said that she, Lin's assassin, was willing to work for him. Plus, the crazy girl added that she has a flat rate. The hero, irritated, replied to Lena that she would get nothing, and that it was better for her to achieve everything on her own. In his heart, he thought he had enough of Caesar. However, the girl, as if she hadn't heard a single word, shouted that she didn't expect anything less, and from now on, she was the guy's second subordinate. At the same moment, the game announced that Lin's assassin had become Hoyan's subordinate. In addition, the game noted that despite the current characteristics, the player managed to recruit an assassin, thanks to which he gains 3 units to charisma. In this, Caesar's loyalty increased by 1 point. Already completely confused, the hero didn't understand why this girl was cheering after he said she wasn't getting anything from him. His team now included a deranged maniac and a murderer. Looking at the crazy beauty, Hu Young thought it was a natural Caesar in a skirt. Just then, the system sent a new notification. According to it, in the new world, NPCs can voluntarily join the player. If you reward them well, they can become even more loyal than your own subordinates. Meanwhile, the hero and his henchmen found themselves in Bram Square. Caesar asked the slumped boss if the wench could really handle it. Just then, the guy remembered how the girl had yelled to him about how she remembered him 100% and would have no problem finding him. So he told the henchman not to worry. In response, the subordinates humbly apologized. Hoyeon thought that he hadn't done anything special, but he was already exhausted. The guy couldn't get his slave's behavior out of his head. Given the way Caesar behaved in the Outlaws Guild, he would likely swing a sword in the Adventurers Guild as well. However, even there, such blunders are not forgiven. If something goes wrong, they're finished. In that case, his character would also disappear, and all relationships with Caesar would come to an end. Moreover, the 300 million in-game currency earned in the 4th generation would also disappear forever. The hero has decided that he can't just watch his subordinate, on whom he's spent everything he's earned in 10 years, turn into an incredible NPC. Seeing the boss's interest, Caesar asked why the boss was staring at him like that. However, the frightened fellow only turned his head. Suddenly, he saw a crying girl not far away from him. The child poured in with tears and called desperately for his mom. It was then that Hoyeon had an idea. He turned to Caesar and asked him if he could see the girl crying. And the henchman's affirmative answer, the hero asked what he wanted to do looking at this girl. The monster thought for a moment. He silently settled on the baby, who wouldn't stop calling for his mom. For a moment, the boy thought his plan had worked. At the same instant, the henchman waved his hand. Immediately, he furiously muttered that the boss must be trying to make this little girl beg. Excitedly, he looked at his master and said that he was truly cruel. Hoyeon slammed his hand on his face and realized that this type was just evil in the flesh. The hero clarified to his subordinate in a last hope that he was not asking what he wanted, but what Caesar himself wanted. Then the monster finally thought about how he would act in such a situation. At the same moment, the henchman moved towards the child. The girl looked with tearful eyes at the tall man who came out in her direction. Caesar's face was, as always, unwavering and stern. But despite Hoyeon's hopes, his subordinate passed. A little later, he said that he wouldn't waste his time on it. The hero replied that at least that answer was fine with him. After a while, the partners reached a colossal whitewashed building. The monumental structure, which was a likeness of Greek pantheons, was the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild. The mint of people gathered around was already much more decent than in the back alleys. People were discussing orders and their fulfillment. Hoyeon walked through the vaguely familiar corridors and noted that things had changed a lot after all. Caesar grudgingly muttered that the line gathered in front was too long. In response, the hero ordered his henchmen to stand silently and not utter a word. Although the boy was still timid in giving such orders, his servant obeyed unquestioningly. Immediately afterward, Caesar calmly fell into line. Hoyeon thought that he was most likely beginning to understand how to deal with him. Naturally, the people around immediately began to discuss the unusual couple. Many people were surprised that the kid in the starter's clothes was ordering something to that huge big guy with the fierce look. Indeed, it was Caesar who looked the strangest in the room. Soon, the turn came to Hoyeon as well. The girl at the front desk said that the registration fee was 1 gold. After paying, the cashier handed out adventurer badges. She then explained that they could be used in the labyrinthine city of Brame. The hero twirled the medallion in his hands and asked the girl how to use them. The hero twirled the medallion in his hands and asked the girl how to use them. Pointing to the amulets, the cashier said to drop blood here and then return it to her. After that, the medallion will show a window with information about the characteristic, and the system counts them, as well as talents and skills. And already based on this data, the game will offer the player the optimal class. At the same instant, Caesar turned around and shouted across the square for the people to get ready, for now they would find out what his boss was capable of. Clenching his teeth, he muttered that none of them worthless humans had ever seen anything like this. Hoyeon shamefully ordered Caesar to shut up again. Just then, he muttered that he wasn't going to waste a drop of blood on such nonsense, though, truth be told, the hero himself was wondering what he was capable of according to the system. Meanwhile, an awkward silence hung in the air, as if everyone around them was afraid of them at that second. The guy pulled out a dagger and prepared to pierce his finger. He was probably afraid of Caesar because of his 4 enhanced characteristics that ordinary people can't afford. However, Young possessed a far more important thing: charisma. At that moment, it seemed to him that he himself was afraid of his own potential. Even the mere fact that Caesar himself obeyed him was already proof enough of his incredible power. Dropping a drop of blood into the amulet, the guy decided to see what classes were suitable for him. Just then, he slipped the medallion to the girl behind the counter. The cashier opened the system and began analyzing the hero's blood. However, the result obtained made Hoyeon shudder in shame. The game offered him 3 classes to choose from: con man, con artist, or robber. Such a result was as shameful as possible. The guy could not understand why it was so. After all, he has been one of the strongest players in the series for several years. More than anything else, however, such a result infuriated Caesar. The monster slowly approached the class selection window. He took a long and thoughtful look at the results. But at the same time, the hero looked fearfully at his henchman. Hoyeon felt that such a class list would definitely undermine his authority in front of Caesar. However, the class list is also given out depending on what the person has been doing in the game all this time. The guy, on the other hand, has threatened civilians, killed a criminal, and killed an NPC elder during that time. And although the direct perpetrator of all these crimes was Caesar, everything turned out so precisely because of the irresponsibility of the hero. However, to Hoyeon's great surprise, his underling laughed and mouthed that what he was seeing on the screen really looked like his boss. The boy turned around and stunned. As it turned out, while he hadn't been looking at the screen, the classes had somehow changed in the meantime. While Caesar was rejoicing that his master was really great, the guy asked the cashier why the specs had changed. The girl replied that the system uses very limited information to generate the class list. However, if instead of basic characteristics it does the calculation based on extended characteristics, it may take more time. Thus, Hoyeon was faced with a new list of 3 possible roles: boss, assassination organizer, and assassin. Caesar was still at it. While insisting that the subordinate must match the greatness of the boss, he remarked that he was the only slave, which meant that his contribution would be the most significant. The hero tried to shut the minion up, to which the monster replied that he understood that there was no need to say something so obvious. And yet Caesar could not calm down and constantly laughed at the fact that his master was once again the greatest. In the end, Hoyeon chose the boss class. Classifications emphasize the development of charisma. The stronger the members of the organization, the stronger the boss. Going about his further business, the lad asked his henchman what class he was. Caesar replied that he was the most common marauder. Hoyeon replied that it was the most appropriate class, though he wasn't really surprised. The satisfied subordinate thanked his master for the praise, though it was not a compliment. There were quite a few people crowded in the waiting room of the Adventurer Guild. Suddenly, someone shouted menacingly, calling everyone present as lowlifes. Caesar sat opposite the main group of people waiting. He placed his sword beside him and contemplated the weaklings across from him, saying that they had been very lucky today. Out of fear of the huge creepy type, one of those present suddenly thanked him for the honor. The protagonist could not understand why this type suddenly decided to say thank you. Caesar, meanwhile, was still not satisfied. As he looked at the people in front of him, he said that those who had good reasons to get out of here would be spared. Hoyeon looked at the servant questioningly. This monster was still acting like a lunatic. Just then, the guy gathered his strength and shouted at Caesar. He said he had already asked repeatedly to respect others. The subordinate looked at the boss. He repeated the demands for respect for outsiders and apologized to the boss. However, the monster added at the end that he needed to put it differently in that case. He said he would keep his promise and let everyone leave alive. Such extreme ferocity coupled with incredible stupidity both greatly annoyed and frightened the hero. At that moment, the guy thought again that if they did something weird here, the strongest adventurers would come after them. Young suddenly wondered, is this jerk acting like this because of his class? In this game, the looters are getting stronger with each new kill. The hero thought that his subordinate's bloodlust was a bit much. Suddenly the boy thought, has his minion decided to start killing right now? He suddenly remembered his servant's phrase that he would not let everyone out alive. When he looked into Caesar's eyes, Hoyeon saw absolute rage in them. At this point, one of the adventurers picked up a bag of coins and shouted that he had completely forgotten to put money in his account. When asked by Caesar how much money there was, the frightened boy replied that there was only 1 silver and 30 bronze. The enraged monster asked the brat if he really thought a deposit would help keep his savings intact. Just then, he accumulated energy in his right hand and angrily muttered that it was better for the guy to provide this money to him. The terrified adventurer looked at the fearsome creature in horror. Not expecting such an outcome of events, the hero was surprised that his subordinate was going to rob people. The lad clasped the bag of gained goods and shouted that he would never give it to anyone. But no sooner had the boy run any significant distance than a dagger flew into his back. An exasperated Caesar muttered that he wasn't going to run after anyone and beg them to give him the money. He told the boy who had fallen to the ground that he would spare him. Hoyeon, who was sitting next to him, was shocked by what he saw. What was happening before his eyes now was not at all like mercy. The rest of the adventurers fell silent in horror. Some shrank back and tried not to utter a word, and some, on the contrary, cried and called for their mother. That's when the protagonist realized that now they have hit the point of no return. Because if anyone here gets out of here unharmed, they will report it to the guards. If the legionaries learn of all Caesar's misdeeds, they will be in trouble. In that case, they would no longer be allowed into the Adventurers Guild. And the further this situation continues, the more problems will arise. The boy carefully considered the possible courses of action. However, most likely there was still only one way, but suddenly it hit him. You didn't have to kill everyone, you could just intimidate them. At the same time, it was necessary not only to bring people to a state of terror, but to make it so that they, fearing for their lives, would never report what happened here. At this moment, the hero activated a special charisma skill. At the same time, his face once again took on a silly look. Strangely enough, Caesar noticed it. Jumping to his feet and grabbing his sword, he shouted to the men that his master was bored. Pointing his blade at the adventurers, the monster called them pathetic lowlifes and said he was giving them a chance to cheer up their boss. And those who fail in this task, Caesar promised to chop into small pieces. The players looked on in horror and bewilderment at this surreal sight. The two guys sitting next to each other looked at each other. Suddenly, the only sure plan emerged in their heads. The blonde asked his colleague what his name was. The man dressed as a magician answered that his name was Melpi. The guy in armor asked his interlocutor what he thought Nostradamus said before he died. Other people stared in amazement at this strange dialogue. The main character was also staring in amazement at what these two had come up with. Just think, I'm gonna die! The blonde man in armor concluded his anecdote loudly. There was dead silence in the waiting room. The only sounds that came out were the groans of the guy lying on the ground with a dagger in his back. The silence was broken by Caesar's roar. He called the guy in the armor a pathetic imbecile and asked if he really wanted to make the boss laugh with such a bullshit joke. The blonde shouted that he didn't know any better. In response, the monster said that the boy had missed his only chance. With a wave of his huge sword, he said that he had humiliated the boss with his idiotic joke. Caesar then shouted for the type in armor to prepare to die, but suddenly the main character laughed at the top of his voice. He wiped away his drool and thought to himself that, though he hated to admit it, the joke was really funny. A surprised Caesar looked at his boss in bewilderment. Hoyeon looked into his ward's eyes. Judging by the look in his eyes, he didn't have much faith in the sincerity of the guy's laughter. Closing his mouth, the hero thought that it looked like he was not allowed to laugh in this sad world. At the same moment, he once again made a semblance of a charismatic face. Just then, he muttered in a strange voice that the joke wasn't funny at all. But if he didn't laugh, his subordinate would finish those bastards off. Then Hoyeon portrayed the most unnatural laugh of his life. It was so disgusting and embarrassing that all the people sitting around covered their ears to avoid hearing this nightmare. From the look on Caesar's face as he watched from the side, one would think that he too was shocked at what was happening. However, at the same instant, the servant smiled big and thought that he had never heard the boss laugh like that. Immediately, he praised the boys and said that they were great jokers. With a wave of his long sword, the monster mouthed that surely all the people around him understood everything. Glaring angrily at those present, he informed them that their lives were now on the line, and nothing should be impossible for them. The adventurers sitting across the table looked tearfully at their executioner. The protagonist listened in horror, as his minion said that if they wanted something, they had to earn it. And those good-for-nothing scum who don't prove themselves will not get out of here alive. It was just past noon, and inside, the game had just begun. The Adventurers Guild waiting room suddenly turned into a prison cell. The suburban Brahm tract was blown around by a strong fall wind. A girl wrapped in an orange cloak was walking along the forest path. That traveler was Lena. The professional assassin from the Outlaw Guild was shivering from the cold. Suddenly, she looked up into the sky and wondered what the boss and his swordsmen were doing up there right now. The wind seemed to blow even stronger after that thought. Suddenly, the girl's eyes sparkled, and she thought her boss must be doing something incredible. Meanwhile, several sharply sharpened blades were flying in the waiting room. One of the adventurers was deftly juggling his knives, the protagonist and his subordinate. They watched the action without making a sound. Suddenly, the kid staggered, and one of the blades was not in his hand at the right moment. The knives that remained in the air came at him, slicing through flesh and digging into his body. At the sight of this picture, Hoyeon and Caesar started laughing uncontrollably. At the same time, Lena couldn't stop thinking about her boss. The girl remembered with rapture his strange look. It was a man who surely didn't care about any danger. The assassin was very curious to know what lay behind that intangible, unimaginable charisma that could not be fathomed. Just then, she remembered Caesar's words about his boss creating a dark organization that would destroy everyone in the world. But suddenly it dawned on the girl what organization we were talking about. In ancient urban legends, it was said that only the chosen one would be given the opportunity to create a dark organization beyond the control of any guild that would destroy the entire world. That person was to be the Demon Lord. Immediately, her boss's face popped up in Lena's mind. The girl remembered the look in his eyes that denied everything human. Surely Wilhelm Meyer is going to destroy the world. Meanwhile, Hoyeon and Caesar still continued to watch the troublemakers in the same way. The girl dressed as a knight grabbed her head and shouted that she couldn't take it anymore. She should earn money to pay for her mom's treatment, not be here. The hero scrunched his nose after hearing these words and pondered over the words of the unfortunate woman. Waving his hand, he suddenly muttered that it was all mortal boredom, and he didn't believe a word the girl said. Meanwhile, Lena continued to think about her boss. The assassin concluded that her new boss was the quintessence of all evil. Immediately, the girl's face sparkled with joy. She thought that her boss would surely be able to handle whatever he had in mind. Lena then happily imagined that she was now her boss's second subordinate. Immediately, however, the situation that had happened a little earlier came to her mind. Alas, she had failed at even the simplest of tasks. The assassin was upset that she had failed the first mission. Because of this, the criminal guild will surely decide to pursue the boss. And even though the boss is too powerful, he will have a hard time. But then a great idea popped into the girl's head. After coming up with a great plan, she decided that her new master probably couldn't manage without her help. With those words, the young assassin snapped out of her seat and raced away. Meanwhile, in the labyrinth city of Brame, night gradually fell. The cozy cobblestone neighborhoods gradually emptied out. However, there was a couple standing under one of the dimly lit street lamps. Caesar asked the boss what he wanted to say. Hoyeon, rubbing his shaking shoulders, replied that the wind was freezing cold. He then asked his subordinate how he was feeling. Caesar, without changing his expression, replied that he felt fine, as a warrior is not afraid of cold or heat. These words seriously alarmed the player. He looked at his minion's back. Just then, the boy thought, "You can't admit to being cold in a case like this." Suddenly, Caesar turned around and told his boss that he was incredible. Such unexpected praise made the boy a little embarrassed. He asked his henchman why he thought so. Minion replied that his master's clothes were so shabby, but he didn't seem to mind the cold. He smiled and looked at Hoyeon admiringly and said that he expected nothing less from his great boss. As he sucked in a protruding sniffle, the hero wondered if the oaf couldn't see how cold he was. Looking at his ward frustratedly, he thought he might have known to give him a cloak. However, Hoyeon didn't dare to say it out loud. When he followed Caesar, he thought that he had no energy to talk now. Glaring angrily at his minion's back, the guy thought that he had invested a huge amount of points into this equipment, and this rascal can't even share his cloak. The unmitigated stupidity of the subordinate pissed the hero off greatly. Suddenly, passing by one of the garbage cans, the guy thought that he hadn't seen Lena for a long time. He wondered where his new companion was. A sudden rush of rage came over Hoyeon, and he kicked the trash can with all his might. The container flipped on its side, causing the lid on top to come off. To the hero's incredible surprise, Lena fell out of the tank, holding her bruised head. Hoyeon and Caesar loomed menacingly over the girl. The boy incredulously asked his new companion what she was doing here. Sticking out her tongue, the beauty smiled sweetly and thought that now she was definitely finished. There was a long, awkward pause that left all three characters staring intently at each other. Collapsing onto her side, the girl replied with unexpected calmness that it was cold outside, and she had already searched for her new boss and even looked around the Adventurers Guild. She added that she was tired of waiting and decided to hide here. Surprised by this answer, the boy looked seriously at his companion. He asked incredulously why she couldn't wait for them at the guild. Suddenly, the girl tapped herself on her arm contentedly and looked up into Hoyeon's eyes. Just then, she asked confusedly if the boss and his assistant had been in the guild building all this time. The guy gave an affirmative answer. Killer called her boss a scoundrel and said frustratedly that she had been waiting for him in a cold, stinky trash can all along. The kid mockingly added that they had meanwhile had a pretty good time sitting in the comfortable waiting room. The girl was surprised by such a fact. She marveled that her boss had guts, since some members of the crime guild were also part of the adventurers. This information disturbed the hero very much. Then Lena added that if they ran into the criminals, there would surely be an uproar. But at the same moment, the boy guessed what the girl was talking about. It seemed that the essence of this information had reached Caesar as well. Hoyeon looked fearfully at his companion and wondered if she had managed to cover her tracks at the bar. Lena twirled her finger near her temple and said she was definitely screwed now. At the same moment, a heavy but very tense pause hung in the alley. It turned out that the criminal guild now knew who Hoyeon was. This state of affairs both frightened and made the hero very angry. The guy glared furiously at the girl and ordered Caesar to put the trash back where it belonged. The henchman agreed and decided to carry out the order immediately. Minion walked over to the trash can and flipped it upright. At that moment, Lena shouted that her whole body was stiff and she couldn't move as it was. There was no way she could match Caesar physically and was immediately sent back to the container. However, that obviously wouldn't be enough. In the same second, Caesar materialized a large rock on top of the trash can lid. Stepping back a little, he surveyed the results of his work. The girl clearly wouldn't have had the strength to get out of here on her own. After traveling away from the place, the hero replied to Caesar that he felt much better now. The surprised henchman replied that he was glad to have tried before the great boss. However, the guy was still tensed by his bloodthirstiness. Perhaps he was gradually beginning to become like his subordinate. Meanwhile, it was midnight outside. The girl somehow managed to free herself from the container and had already caught up with her companions. Lena began to say that as soon as they left the bar, she immediately collected everything valuable. Of course, if you carried everything with you, you could get into trouble. However, she found a subspace bag in the manager's office and put all her things in it. After talking, the heroes leisurely came to the entertainment quarter of Bram. The guy then asked the girl what happened next. Lena excitedly said that she wanted to make the mercenary guild look guilty. However, in order to do that, they needed to work on the corpse. But unfortunately, it was at that moment that the manager and his men returned. The girl had no chance to escape, and she surrendered herself at once to detection. Hoyeon asked in surprise if Lena had not only failed to get rid of the evidence, but had also been caught red-handed. The girl replied enthusiastically that she had been caught red-handed. Such an answer, however, dawned on the lad. It turns out that just now his new companion took the blame for what Caesar had done. Turning away, he immediately tried to get rid of the new burden. To do so, he declared that the girl was useless, though he was pleased to meet her. However, he didn't want people who failed their first assignment. Your unexpectedly abrupt and uncompromising answer upset Lena very much. The young assassin cried bitterly and asked why her boss was being so cruel to her. Sobbing, she said that she had gotten caught while doing all the dirty work. Such vivid, unexpected emotions put the guy in a stupor. Closing his eyes, he thought he was powerless before such tears. The hero walked over to Lena and stroked her head. At that moment, Hoyeon said that she was good because she got out in one piece. However, the boy immediately said that surely the girl could have taken the subspace bag for herself and escaped with it. He looked questioningly at Lena and asked why she had stayed. The girl's eyes sparkled after that question. Just then, she abruptly clarified that she didn't want to set up her new boss. Then Lena tried to explain that she just needed a protector or an owl in this life. Such strange talk surprised the hero. He thought that the companion herself was confused in her explanations. Turning around, he replied that none of that mattered since the girl was now on their team. Exhaling, he ordered the assassin to wash up after dinner and go to bed. After a few minutes of leisurely walking, the heroes reached Bram's tavern. Walking up to the bar, the guy tossed a handful of coins in front of the turner and said they wanted to rent 2 rooms. Hoyeon also asked for a room with a bathroom for the girl. However, the tavern keeper said that it was late and all the rooms were occupied. The tavern owner explained that he could offer 2 single rooms. Lena exclaimed upon hearing the news that she would be given a room with a bathroom. She was surprised that the boss cared about his second subordinate, to which the guy replied that the girl stank. The pretty girl grinned and thought it was probably because she'd been in the trash for a long time. Deciding they didn't have an election left, Hoyeon agreed to the host's suggested option. Walking through the second floor, the guy thought that since Lena was a girl, she should sleep separately. However, if he does not want to lose Caesar's loyalty, his henchman must also sleep in his room. So, as frightening as it is, he will have to spend this night with his ward. Oh, pausing, the hero recalled recent events. The scene with the murder of the fence-sitter popped up in his mind. Hoyeon was horrified to think that his henchman had suddenly killed a man with a simple handshake. However, what might happen to him if Caesar suddenly kicked him unexpectedly in the night? While the hero was pondering this, Lena had already entered her room and waved goodbye. The boy called out to Caesar and said that this room would be for him, but the boy himself was ready to find another. The thug looked warily at his master. Yawning, he wondered in surprise if his boss was suggesting killing the tavern owner. His subordinate suggested that perhaps such an action would create too much noise. Thinking that his minion was a complete psychopath, Hu Young still replied that Caesar was indeed right, and his precious sleep wasn't worth such risks. The henchman muttered with interest that this didn't sound like the cruelest boss in the world. He was surprised that his master refused to occupy the room and kill the tavern owner. Just then, Caesar smiled and asked his boss if he was worried about Lena. Hoyeon coughed embarrassedly and turned away and replied that he didn't know what his minion was talking about. Caesar waved his hand and muttered in surprise that this lowlife couldn't even settle things with the criminal guild. However, the boss somehow not only spared her, but also gave her a room with a bathroom. Immediately, however, the slave thought that his master probably wanted to put this wench's vigilance to sleep with his kindness so that he could strangle her in her sleep. Hoyeon stood there like a dumbfounded and didn't understand what his subordinate was saying. Deciding that he should continue to appear confident, the hero replied to his minion that he was stupid and didn't realize that the owner just didn't want to spend the night in that bedbug house. Turning around, he stated that he would rent a room in another, more cozy tavern. At the end, the guy added that the henchman would soon see that Lena was of some use. Then Hoyeon headed off without a sound in search of a new place to live. Meanwhile, Caesar watched his boss with eyes full of madness. Hours later, a new day began in the labyrinthine city of Brame. The hero was sleeping peacefully in a hotel for luxury players. He had a nightmare about asking the minion to stay and not leave his boss. Soon, however, a strange odor from somewhere overhead woke the lad. When he opened his eyes, he saw Caesar standing nearby. He told his master it was time to wake up. Propping himself up on the bed, and surprised that his minion had somehow found him, Hoyeon asked what the minion had forgotten here. Glancing out the window, the hero realized that the sun had just risen, and he probably hadn't slept even 3 hours. However, as he turned toward his subordinate, he saw a horrifying picture. Caesar towered over him and wiped the bloody blade of his sword with a sheet. An ominous silence hung in the deluxe room. The boy sat there, not daring to move. His gaze occasionally ran from his ward's face to his sword. Overcoming the shivers all over his body, he asked the minion in horror if he had killed someone. Caesar mouthed in a satisfied voice that he had finished off 7 of them without leaving a single witness. The boy still couldn't believe what he had heard. At the same time, the subordinate calmly held out the bloody sheet to his master. Hoyeon was horrified, remembering the slave's phrase that the boss probably wanted to put the vigilance off the girl and strangle her in her sleep without witnesses. Looking fearfully at his subordinate, the boy wondered if this psycho had really killed Lena. At this moment, the hero's entire body clenched with anger. Suddenly, however, strange sounds were heard from a hatch in the ceiling. The door rattled open and a girl peeked out. She asked her boss with a mad face how he'd slept last night. Hoyeon looked at his companion in shock. He asked with great surprise how she had gotten upstairs. The assassin replied that her boss was sure to become an important big shot, so she was worried that he might be killed in his sleep. With those thoughts in mind, the girl decided to keep an eye on her boss. At the same time, an angry Caesar began to swat away Lena like an annoying fly. The guy watched in surprise as his 2 subordinates argued amongst themselves. At the same moment, he thought that these 2 were being rather nice. However, after a second, Hu Young looked around at his surroundings. Caesar's footprints are everywhere. Behind Lena's back, a broken jug and a copious pool of blood could also be seen. These 2 have left behind an incredible amount of evidence. And since someone must have spotted them along the way, it will be easy to figure out who the killer is. Puzzled, looking at one and the other subordinate, the guy couldn't believe he had messed with them. Putting on a charismatic expression, he announced menacingly that it was now time for them to scram. Further events unfolded in the main building of the Adventurers Guild. A group of bloodied, beaten, and exhausted players were struggling to get out of the Pantheon. Some carried their battle comrades on their shoulder, others complained of feeling dizzy. The girl with a bandaged arm and a staff behind her back frustratedly remarked that the Labyrinth City used to be 3 times lighter. And even though her reaction and speed had improved noticeably, the monsters had completely unreadable attacks. One of the guys added that they still had to do a full-blown raid on a bunch of small mobs, though. In a rage, a type in green armor yelled out to the developers if they thought the initial dungeons were too difficult. Suddenly, the comrade, who was being carried on his shoulder by the boy, accidentally grazed some thug. The adventurer turned around and looked at the creepy, unknown man in horror. That huge type in the cloak looked terrifying. The boy wondered if it was a newcomer, too. Suddenly, Caesar stared at the wounded boy. Immediately, he asked a casual encounter if the man was settling for a boss. Suddenly, the guy's gaze fell on a boy in a green rookie uniform. A girl walking beside him saw this. She shouted to the hero that this pervert was staring at her and offered to order the thug to kill this knight. At the same second, Caesar grabbed his sword behind his back. The situation was becoming more and more tense. Terrified, the guy in green armor abandoned his comrade and started running away. While his underlings were catching the fun of what was happening, Hoyeon noticed that the system notified that Caesar's notoriety had increased by 1 point. Immediately, the hero tried to calm his wards down, saying that there was no reason for them to waste energy on trifles on such an important day. All because of the fact that today, they would have to take further action. Caesar obeyed his superior unquestioningly. Lena mouthed happily that at last they would act. Exhaling, the guy said they would just head into the maze for now. Dissipating the enthusiasm of his subordinates, he explained that they would have to go through a rookie task first. Caesar wondered why they cared about such trifles. Lena perplexedly supported her partner's position. Hoyeon explained that they needed a record of completing certain tasks, and then they wouldn't have to kill for a show of strength and shout at every corner that they were the strongest. Just then, the hero added that it was some sort of proof or medal. Caesar smiled contentedly and said he understood. However, Lena hesitated and asked why they were going through the rookie assignment specifically. Gromala explained to the silly wench that this is to finally break those who find them too difficult. Looking at the way the subordinates explained themselves to each other understandably, the guy thought that these two were getting along quite well with each other. Young noticed that his senior subordinate had as many as 20 units of strength. At the same time, the young assassin has an almost infinite inventory thanks to her subspace bag. These two will take down a few hundred monsters at the beginning levels without a problem. And if they also pick up loot, they'll get a lot more experience. The first task was to kill goblins. The difficulty was low, and if the experience is gained by the whole group, the protagonist himself will quickly and effortlessly raise the level. Hoyeon thought it was the perfect plan. You couldn't expect anything less from an X-ranker. Activating the task, the guy ordered the group to move out after him. A few moments later, the squad found themselves in a labyrinthine city. The system of the main section of the game itself wasn't arranged in an intricate way. The entrance to the labyrinth was a large wooden gate. The wall surrounding the small area prevented the monsters from inside from breaking into the city from the outside. Thus, in the heart of the maze, city was the main epicenter of this game's evil. Upon entering the original corridors of the maze, the group came across a passageway strewn with the corpses of players. Caesar looked at the idiots who had died at the very beginning of the dungeon with a laugh. Surprised that so many misfits had died in one place, the minion thought that maybe some powerful monster from the depths of the labyrinth was here. The frightened hero replied that if there were such monsters here, the guild would probably roll to let newcomers in. Caesar replied that this was unfortunate, as he had hoped there would be some chance to show what he could do. Suddenly, Lena called out in surprise and pointed her finger and said that she could see goblins off to the side, stealing corpses. Hearing the extraneous noise, the creatures turned around and looked at the group of unknowns. Young indifferently looked at the first opponents and ordered his subordinates to massacre them. Pulling out his huge sword, Caesar chanted that now these small fish would see his true power. However, at that moment, Lena threw 2 pre-prepared daggers towards the enemies. After killing the hapless mobs in a second, the girl turned to her partner and asked what he had set up here if they were the simplest pieces of meat. Caesar muttered angrily that no woman had the right to steal his prey. Lena yawned and replied that while her partner was dumbstruck, she'd almost fallen asleep. Such insolence enraged Caesar. He swung with his sword and shouted that it looked like it was time to massacre this wench. The young assassin indifferently replied that she was faster anyway. Hoyeon was horrified at the abrupt change in the two's relationship. But no sooner had 2 of the guy's subordinates started to clarify their relationship than crowds of goblins fell on them from all sides. A second's delay resulted in the group being surrounded. The hero looked around and noticed that there wasn't much maneuvering space left. Just then, he remembered the talk of defeated adventurers about the new game's increased difficulty. And at the same second, right in front of Hoyeon, Lena was fending off Caesar's punch. The boy clutched his head in horror. He couldn't understand if these two couldn't find some other place and time to settle their relationship. In the same instant, the girl had already thrown herself at the bulky man. She threw herself at Caesar's feet, killing every goblin in the way. After her opponent dodged the attack, the girl pulled out throwing knives from her pocket. Lena took aim and threw her blades towards Caesar, but he dodged this time too. Still, the knives reached their targets, killing several goblins. The more this confrontation between the two subordinates continued, the less living monsters were left around. The protagonist, meanwhile, hid behind a nearby rock and watched from behind it. Suddenly, the fight stopped, and the system notified that 78 experience points had been gained. Soon, the guy managed to peek out from behind his hiding place and approach his underlings. The difference between him and the other players was that he could use his subordinates and not worry at all. Assessing the result of the work done, the hero praised Lena. The girl pointed her finger wryly in Caesar's direction and muttered that this time the boss had complimented her, and he hadn't. In response, the assassin received an insult from the bulky man. Hoyeon remembered that he still needed to maintain a good relationship with Caesar. So, making a serious face, the guy muttered to Lena that although he was pleased, she needed to learn how to work as a team. The girl agreed with her boss and said she was even embarrassed at how good she was. In response, she offered to let Caesar take the next bugs in her. Minion looked fiercely at his partner and muttered that if she broke her promise, she would die. The hero is specifically sick of this scolding, and he orders his subordinates to stop, as they are just wasting their stamina. Annoyed, Hoyeon explained that if the minions continued in this vein, they wouldn't get any further. The boy added that he wanted to go hunting himself. Lena looked at her master enthusiastically and was surprised that her boss wanted to fight too. In response to the subordinate's look of admiration, the guy replied that it was nothing, and since he was in charge, he could take the lead. Suddenly, however, the hero was horrified to think how things had turned out this way. Caesar bent over and warily asked his boss if he was sure he really wanted to fight. Despite the rather low level of synchronization, Hoyeon replied that he was quite ready. A flustered Caesar tried to say something against it, but then realized that the boss had already made up his mind. Lena enthusiastically raised her fist in the air and shouted that she would finally get to see her boss in action. In the back of his mind, the guy understood where all this could lead to. However, the girl kept shouting that the boss was incredibly strong and might even be a former master. Suddenly, in the darkness of the cave, Lena saw one monster and pointed her finger at it. It was an old goblin. His whole body was shaking, a gray beard covering his chin. The monster used a short cane to steady himself. Immediately, the subordinates sent their boss to deal with this decrepit goblin. The boy was shocked and didn't understand how everything had turned out like this. With other steps, he approached the monster a few paces away. In his hand, the hero clutched the very same shattering palash he had gotten from the one-eyed bartender in the Outlaws Guild. After reflecting on how hard he'd have to fight, Young decided that what was far more important was how cool he looked. Besides, this weakling could hardly do anything to him. So, according to the hero's calculations, only one blow would be enough for him. At that moment, however, the creature's eyes flashed brightly. With one step, he dodged the guy's punch. Then the old man grabbed his cane and swung it around and hit Hoyeon on the head with it. At the same moment, the boy marveled at how fast this decrepit goblin was. Enraged by this injustice, he once again swung his broadsword. But even in this situation, the monster managed to dodge. Guessing the moment, the boy struck again, using his dispel ability. And already this time, Young had surely hit the goblin. At the same time, his stamina had already dropped to a minimum after a few swings. Turning around, the guy hoped to see the monster lying on the ground. However, the creature calmly jumped to the ground. Looking behind him, the old goblin looked fearfully into the kid's eyes. Immediately afterward, he suddenly started running away in the opposite direction. The hero did not expect this outcome of events, because usually all the mobs brought things to an end. Swinging around, the guy threw his sword with all his might towards the fleeing monster. The creature heard the sound of air splitting and turned around to see what was happening. However, against all expectations, the sword fell just a few meters away from Young. The boy realized that his performance was a complete failure. The old weak goblin, who should have been easy prey, was now running away quietly and with near impunity into the depths of the cave. Gathering his thoughts, the boy took a few slow steps forward. Bending down, he picked up a dropped sword from the ground. Then Hoyeon turned around and wandered towards his wards with an oppressive look. As he passed Caesar, he looked his minion in the eye. Surprisingly, the bulky man replied that, truth be told, his boss fought better than he expected, as nothing much could be done with such a decrepit body. Lena suddenly raised her hand and asked for a question. She asked Caesar if he really said that the boss fought better than expected. After an affirmative nod from the bulky man, the girl asked how badly their master had fought. The frustrated protagonist suddenly asked his minions not to talk about it. He lowered his eyes and slowly began to walk away. The girl looked fearfully at her boss and thought he was sick. However, none of the guys ever responded to her assumption. Deciding that by doing so her hypothesis was confirmed, Lena shouted that the boss needed to be cured immediately. A small campfire dimly lit the nearest cave walls. A group of 3 adventurers crowded around the only source of light. In the meantime, absolute silence hung in the air. Lena, meanwhile, was looking at the guys across the table. She was distracted by the silence of her partners. The girl threw her hand up in the air and shouted that she was 16 years old and had a young body. Accordingly, she could not be on duty and needed more sleep. Caesar muttered through gritted teeth for the wench to stop talking nonsense. He asked angrily if their sick boss should stay up all night. Lena shouted furiously for Caesar to stop calling her a wench. At this time, the protagonist whispered for them not to worry about him. Besides, the guy suddenly replied that, for the girl's information, Caesar is only 15 years old. Therefore, Lena should stand guard, since she was older. Not believing what she heard, the young assassin muttered that with that look, the bulky man looked 30 years old at least. An angry Caesar shouted for the girl to stop talking nonsense, as he didn't care about the age of those weaker than him. In response, Lena muttered that the bulky man had nothing but strength. An angry Hoyeon ordered his subordinates to stop swearing. He added that they would have to spend the night here so as not to waste energy. Judgmentally, the hero looked at Lena and said that actually they were in this situation because of her. The guy couldn't even imagine that the killer could somehow get lost. To the girl's surprise, he muttered that assassin was the best subclass of bandit, so she had to learn the basic skills first. Hoyeon irritably asked if the companion hadn't pumped the orienteering ability. Lena enthusiastically said that the boss was saying all the right things, however, she hadn't taught anything like that. The astonished hero asked if the girl had really abandoned this branch of development. The pretty girl asked why an assassin would need the skills of some pathetic bandit. Realizing that her interlocutor didn't know anything about character development, Hoyeon asked what skills she was developing in that case. I cheerfully replied that I was training stealth, infiltration, and the art of assassination. When the guy asked her if she had developed hacking, orienteering, and charm, Lena said she hadn't. Suddenly, Caesar jumped into the conversation. He said that, unlike that useless wench, he had tried to get them out. At that moment, the situation of Caesar smashing one of the walls surfaced in the boy's mind. Thanks to the idiot's overzealousness, some of the passageways were blocked. Lena grinned at the fact that the bulky guy wasn't getting anywhere anyway. When her partner started calling her names again, the girl said that she was his big sister now. Hoyeon once again asked to stop these conversations and said that he had taken 2 days' worth of food just in case. Lena once again marveled at how awesome their boss was. However, she then asked why the boss hadn't taken the dungeon map. Immediately afterward, a nervous silence hung in the air again for a few seconds. At this point, the tired hero couldn't pick up a single word. After a while, the guy was the only one left on duty. In the end, no one helped him guard. To himself, Hoyeon wondered why it was that the boss was on guard. Besides, because of the behavior of his wards last night, he couldn't sleep well. He should get out of the maze as soon as possible. If his skill level starts dropping, it won't do him any good. But suddenly, the hero was attracted to something unusual. Turning around, he saw the empty bedspread behind him. This was where Lena should have been sleeping. But she was gone. Hoyeon angrily guessed that it was the assassin who hid as soon as it was her time to go on duty. But at the same time, the girl jumped up from behind and slapped the guy on the shoulder, asking if he was sleepy. As she gazed at her boss, Lena muttered that he was cool, as he was guarding the camp despite being sick so his subordinates could sleep. Suddenly, she looked at the boy with a loving gaze. Immediately, the girl apologized for the incident on the upper floors and admitted that she overreacted then, as she was worried about the hero. Calmly, he replied that everything was fine and Lena shouldn't worry. The young assassin caustically looked into her boss's eyes and said that since she was very embarrassed, she decided to teach him the skill. Unexpectedly, the system offered the hero to undergo training. If he agreed, he had to pass a mini-quest, during which the player would be able to master a new ability. The guy looked at his subordinate in surprise. It takes a pretty high level of sympathy or loyalty to learn a new skill. This chance is quite rare, especially considering the NPC in front of him right now. Some characters will not share their abilities for any money. After gathering his thoughts, Hoo-young asked his subordinate what skill she wanted to introduce him to. The girl cryptically asked the hero what he thought the most important skill for an assassin was. The boy replied that it was probably the art of killing. Lena replied that he was right, and added that that was the ability she would teach him. Taking her blade, she licked its blade and added that there was just one trick to this ability. Already in the next second, the girl was behind the guy's back. Lena added that the trick was to get to the target quickly and hit only the vital points, so that the enemy died instantly. Pretty Lady added that speed and accuracy are important in this case. The target shouldn't even realize that something has happened. Stepping aside a bit, Lena added that she would now teach the boss all the basics. Turning around, the girl pointed her blade toward the wall. At the same instant, she delivered a stabbing blow with unimaginable speed right in front of her. Pointing to the tiny hole that had formed in the wall, Lena noted that now Hoyan would have to do that 1,000 times. The player looked questioningly at his subordinate. His excuse was that his sword was unlikely to withstand it, but in truth the boy didn't even realize how it happened. Mishka handed the hero her blade and explained that in such a situation you shouldn't hit hard. In this exercise, their main goal was to hone their accuracy. If one keeps a sufficient distance, then the sword probably won't wear out. Then a light, fast lunge should have been made, barely touching the wall with the ball. The guy listened to everything carefully and got into a preparatory stance. However, he then hesitantly asked his companion what would happen if he accidentally miscalculated his power. Lena twirled her hand near his neck and said, "Since you hit the victim too hard, blood spurts fountain and now his weapon is easily identified." Annoyed, Hoyeon wondered why this girl was making fun of him. It was then that he also thought that it was probably not necessary to hit the wall. It was important to stop the sword just before the strike itself. Deciding that all the thinking was only slowing him down, the hero decided to act. Immediately, he tried to strike the wall as easily and swiftly as possible. However, the touch happened, and even the ceiling shook slightly. The system notified that the skill training had been completed. However, Hoyeon was exhausted as if he had run a marathon. Lena looked at her boss in surprise. However, the system popped up the following notification that the progress made was 3%, and the skill could not be learned. The girl patted the boss on his shoulders and said that he had no talent for killing. From this news, the hero could barely contain his emotions. It seemed that in the labyrinth he had lost more than he had gained. At the same second, Caesar woke up behind him. The sleep-deprived big man immediately called out to his boss. Hoyeon turned to the minion and asked what the minion needed. The hero added that if nothing serious had happened, the subordinate could go back to sleep. However, the slave pointed his finger to the other end of the corridor and said that adventurers were passing that way. The travelers crossing the neighboring path suddenly stopped when they saw unknown people across from them. In their eyes, this trio looked like some weird and even creepy bunch of crazies. Already frightened by the complexity of the dungeon, the adventurers flashed in the other direction. Hoyeon tried to stop the escapees, saying that they were just looking for a way out. However, at the same moment, the game highlighted a new task to catch the adventurers. One of the adventurers shouted out that these were the same scumbags that had collapsed the passageways. The hero called out to his henchman. The henchman replied that he had understood everything and the boss wouldn't blink an eye. The guy muttered that this was their only chance to get out of here, and there was no way these two could be missed. In the next second, Caesar crouched on his knee and prepared to run. Then he took off at a tremendous speed. The henchman covered the vast distance with lightning speed. The sound of his footsteps made sand fall from the walls. Hoyeon and Lena remained standing in silence. Even the pretty girl was astonished at the suddenness of it. Immediately, she realized that Caesar was using his power to push off better and increase his speed. Suddenly, the girl asked her boss if he was worried. The guy looked at his companion in bewilderment and said that there was nothing to worry about since it was Caesar, and he would be perfect for the task. However, Lena said that she was referring to both of them. This unexpected framing of the problem confused Hoyeon. The girl explained that Caesar was also poorly oriented after all. The player confirmed this. Then the young assassin asked how the big guy would find his way back to them. This situation left the guy shocked. Indeed, they don't know where these three will run to. It was urgent to catch up with the minion. The hero shouted in rage that if they miss those adventurers, they'll get the assignment to find Caesar already. So unless Lena wants a double job, they need to move now. Encouraging his companion, Hoo-young ran in the direction his henchman had fled to. However, it was 3 minutes later that the hero collapsed and had no strength to get up. The girl looked at her boss in bewilderment and didn't know how to help him. Meanwhile, the guy couldn't catch his breath. The pretty girl excitedly suggested that the boss might have a disease that would cause his heart to explode from overexertion. However, the hero replied that this and nothing to do with the heart. Looking down the hallway, Lena said that in that case they had no options, and they could only hope that this idiot could find them. But suddenly, the system sent another notification that Caesar had managed to catch the adventurers. The character ironically said that in situations where you have to work with your hands rather than your head, his minion has no equal. Then Hoyeon decided that they could take it easy now. His companion replied that if they didn't find Caesar, they were dead. The guy said the adventurers must be well-oriented so they'd help the henchmen get back. The girl marveled at how smart her boss was after all. In response, the hero looked perplexedly at the pink-haired schizophrenic. Changing the subject, Hoyeon asked the girl what she wanted to do when they got out of here. After Lena's question about what her boss meant, the guy said that her eagerness to teach him the skill was very commendable. So when they got out, he'd like to thank her. The girl said that her boss was the best. Lena found herself next to Hoyeon in a blink of an eye. Just then she said that when they got out, she wanted a really good meal. Such a simple wish really put the boy in a stupor. He was very much surprised that a high-level criminal guild assassin only wanted food. The hero replied without hesitation that he would arrange it all. However, he thought inwardly that Lena must have had a very hard life. Immediately, Hoo-young promised the girl that he would buy her lots of goodies. While at the same time, the boy considered himself lucky to come across such a small wish. Turning around, the guy mouthed that it would take Caesar a while to get back, and they should do something in the meantime. However, quite unexpectedly, the system sent a red notification. To great horror, it said that Caesar had killed one of the adventurers. The hero's eyes filled with blood. He thought the bastard had caused some trouble as usual. But suddenly Lena pointed her finger in the direction and said that there were more adventurers out there. Indeed, a group of 3 men were walking in the distance, gazing intently at the strangers. The 3 adventurers identified the guy in rookie clothes as the very person the whole town was looking for. In a moment, all the members of the group were already ready to fight. The knight standing in front of everyone called out to Lena, who was standing next to the stranger, and told her that this type nearby was very dangerous. Hoyeon and his companion looked at the trio perplexed. The armor-clad type standing in front of everyone shouted at the guy how dare he hold the girl hostage. The protagonist sincerely didn't understand what was going on here. After all, these were clearly not criminals, but people from the Adventurers Guild. However, at that moment, one had to think about the fact that his characteristics were decreasing due to lack of sleep. And if nothing is done, Caesar will come and kill everyone. In that case, the Adventurers Guild will hunt them down. Looking around, Hoyeon tried to think of the best thing for them to do. At that moment, his gaze fell on the shaking Lena. However, at this moment, the girl suddenly laughed. Just then, she leaned her whole body against the hero and jokingly shouted that she was a sweet and fragile girl and he was a scary thug. But just before the young assassin could say that, an arrow flew over her head in the same second. The adventurous archer fired a warning shot and demanded that the guy let the girl go. At the same instant, all 3 of them pounced on the protagonist, who was struggling to rouse his subordinate, and demanded that she stop fooling around. At this moment, the adventurer with a bandage on his face hurled several daggers towards the couple. However, Lena immediately pushed Hoo-young aside and the knives flew past. The knight uttered in horror that this was the first time he had ever seen someone dodge Hulan's throw. Immediately, he ordered all the squad members to be on guard, as this type was obviously not easy. At the same moment, the masked type told the squad leader that he should realize that luck had turned against them as soon as they entered the labyrinth. Therefore, they would surely die now. However, Hulan added that he had vowed to be with his partners until his last breath. Therefore, he was now ready to die together with his comrades. After his subordinate's speech, the knight looked at the threatening type across the room. Suddenly, he turned to the archer standing to his right and declared that he had to confess to her that he had fallen in love with her back when he first met her. This unexpected statement made Carly very embarrassed and said that the leader could tell her that after they got out of here alive. Hoyeon and Lena looked at the action with rapt attention. The boy was surprised at the openness of his opponents, thinking that such a denouement was worthy of any movie drama. At this point, the companion said that now she had had enough fun, and it was time to kill these strangers. However, the hero was not satisfied with such a turn of events. He was frantically trying to figure out what the best thing for him to do in this situation was. But before the boy knew it, the system once again sent a notification. To the hero's great dismay, the game reported that Caesar had killed the second adventurer. However, as a member of the group, Hoyeon gained a little extra experience. Nevertheless, it was enough for the game to announce that the player was moving to the next level. This unlocked a new class skill, Boss Spirit. Seeing the new opportunity, the guy smiled and realized that this was what he needed right now. This common skill led to the boss's reputation for commanding the respect of his subordinates and instilling fear in his enemies. Seeing how the chief had transformed, Lena noticed that the hero now had a face as if he was killing 50 people a day. The boy looked at his charge and wondered in bewilderment if he really looked that creepy. Still, right now, he'd really like to look at himself in the mirror. With a twinkle in his eyes, Young decided that now was a good time to try out a new skill. The hero shouted to the advancing enemies to freeze in fear. For a moment, the guy felt that the atmosphere around him seemed to have changed. However, he then looked at his opponents and couldn't believe his eyes. The adventurer didn't seem to care about his new skill. They still continued to press forward. Lena rushed over to her boss and yelled out why he had stopped abruptly. The girl ran around her master and tried to cover him from the blow. However, Hoyeon realized that it was already too late to save him. At this moment, the knight opposite was already delivering a lightning-fast slashing strike with his sword. The protagonist only had time to watch as the blade swiftly approached his neck. Suddenly, however, the blade stopped only a few centimeters from the guy's head. The boy was afraid to take a single breath. He didn't understand what had stopped the big man from killing. Searching for an answer, he glanced at the adventurers across the room. All three were staring unsteadily behind the hero's back. For a moment, Hoyeon thought his ability might have worked. However, it turned out that behind the guy's back stood Caesar. The adventurers were horrified by the monster of incredible size they saw. The thug asked the guy in knight's armor if he had come to the dungeon with some toy sword. The squad leader prepared his blade to repel the possible attack of this monster. With a tremor in his voice, he shouted that there was no way they were going to retreat from here anyway. However, as soon as the boy uttered the phrase, Caesar sliced Jason's weapon in half with one swing of his sword. The henchman glared furiously at the humans who had caused trouble for his boss. At this time, Lena approached her partner from behind and sniffed him. The girl happily noted that the bulky man smelled of blood. She patted Caesar on the shoulder and added that it didn't look like it was his blood. In response, the big man ordered the girl to remove her hands. Assuming that the boss would probably ask questions, Caesar explained that the scumbags he killed turned out to be adventurer killers. Those bastards would wait for groups and then kill and rob them. Clenching his fist, the bulky man said that he had taken care of everything in turn and had even grabbed those rascals' weapons. Such a response put the hero in a stupor for a while. He looked at his henchman incomprehensibly and asked him why, then the two ran away at the sight of them. Caesar replied that it was obvious, for his master has a face as if he were killing 50 men every day. This coincidence of wording surprised the guy. Suddenly, he looked at the adventurers and asked them if they wanted to answer him a question. The adventurers asked what had happened. Young made a very charismatic face and asked those what they thought when they looked at his face. The squad leader looked at the guy's face and said he was screwed. At this point, Caesar once again snatched his sword from behind his back and shouted to the adventurers that they should not think that if they were not killed at once, they would be able to get out of here alive. The thug shouted furiously that there was not a shred of sincerity in what these rascals said about his master's face. Caesar then shouted that he had no reason to let these insolents live any longer. Caesar then shouted that he had no reason to let these impudent men live. At that moment, the guy's attention was drawn to the bloody weapon that hung behind his henchman's back. Having devised a splendid plan, he threw up his hand toward the adventurers and said that for their insincerity, they would have to wash from their blood all the weapons Caesar had brought. At that moment, the three adventurers fell to their knees. Lena clapped her hands and rejoiced that finally the boss had recognized that he was the scariest. Looking up at the ceiling of the cave, the guy wondered why reality was so cruel. A few hours later, a pleasant whistling sound was heard in one of the corridors near the surface. The system notified the player that he was approaching the exit of the labyrinth. Lena, humming a song, noticed that her boss had come up with a great idea for cleaning her weapons. Now her bottomless bag was full. The hero replied that it was impossible to do otherwise, as the weapon had to be given a marketable appearance in order to sell it for more money. Suddenly, Young turned around and asked the bandit behind him what his name was. After answering, the guy thanked Hulan for leading them out of here. However, the adventurer hesitated and said that the guards at the gate are worse than any bandits, and they will probably search the guys and take 10% of the booty. This state of affairs was not to the hero's liking. He remembered that in the fourth version of the game, this was not the case. After thinking it over, the boy asked the guide what would happen if they didn't want to give up the loot. At this point, Caesar interjected and said that they could just kill them all, but the boy shut him up. Suddenly, Lena intervened and said that maybe they could use her beauty. This kind of idiotic talk began to piss off Ho-yeon. He told Hulan that he would enter the city first. The bandit walked in front of the group. Caesar told him in the back that if he screwed up, he would die. Over the conversations, the group of travelers approached a huge gate. A guard was on duty near the entrance. He asked the travelers where they were returning from. Hulan, who came up to talk, said that he had been robbed and urgently needed to go without being searched, so that he could quickly report the incident to the guild. The guards looked incredulously into the kid's face. Nevertheless, they let the bandit pass without any questioning and said they would not examine him. Following him, they let the rest of the group through as well. In this way, all 6 of them calmly made their way out of the labyrinth. The game notified that the player had left the labyrinth. Caesar asked the bandit in bewilderment why he was exaggerating. After all, they passed quietly, and no one was going to steal from them. Lena added, "What about the 10% Hulan was talking about?" Caesar leaned over the guide in a rage and asked if he had told the guards about the assassin adventurers in order to escape to the guild alone and pocket all the experience points. However, the protagonist immediately tried to calm his henchmen down and said that there was no problem with that, and they could just sell all 3 of them into slavery. After realizing what was going on, Carly lashed out at her partner and asked why he was trying to screw someone over, even in a situation like this. Hulan replied that it had just become a habit. Immediately, the system notified that the adventurers were in a panic. Trailing off, the game announced that Caesar had gained a new skill, intimidation. Looking at the adventurers quarreling among themselves, the hero and his henchmen laughed evilly. At the same time, Caesar's notoriety increased by 5 units and Wilhelm Meyer's by 15. In high spirits, Ho-yeon and his subordinates said goodbye to the adventurers and went about their business. The system notified the guild that the guild's task had been completed and credited the reward of 1 silver and 5 coppers. The hero was also surprised that he was given a reward for killing 2 adventurer assassins. Thanks to that, his reputation in the guild grew. After a while, the guy approached the cashier near the 7th window. The girl said happily that it was very good that now the adventurer killers would not bother anyone. However, upon learning that, the player was unhappy that the guards were collecting 10% of the profits. The employee was surprised, because it wasn't that much. At that point, the hero wanted to state that they had no problems. However, the girl beat him to it and said that for his information, the guild was also due their 10% of the loot. This information shocked all 3 of them. Lena said in a stupor that every second person here was a thief in his or her own way. The boy rushed to explain that he had never heard of such a system before. However, the cashier immediately replied that the amount was not large. Immediately, to ward off the guy's thoughts of money, the girl stated that she could be his confidant in the guild. A co-worker stated that her name is Errol, and she believes that all adventurers should help each other. Further events unfolded on a moonlit night on a street in Bram. Suddenly, a bright lightning strike doused the night sky. There were suspicious sounds coming from the town church. A low male voice on the full moon discoursed ominously about the lust for innocent souls. In front of the altar, spreading his arms in front of the cross, stood the priest. He spoke of how he who feeds on the lust of the depraved will be called the End in the future. Raising his hands to heaven, the preacher shouted that the one who would be the End would rule over all living things. At that moment, the doors behind him swung open with a clatter. The Holy Father quickly turned his head and looked to see what had happened. Behind him stood a tall stranger with a fierce look in his eyes. For a few seconds, there was an unsettling silence in the air. The unknown man asked the priest in a demonic voice if he was really a priest. The preacher was at first taken aback. However, after gathering his thoughts, he asked the visitor how he could help him. At this moment, the terrifying type shouted out that his boss was seriously ill. This scene was prompted by a situation that had occurred a few hours earlier in a luxury hotel. At that time, Hu-young suddenly brought his subordinates to this building and told them that they would be staying in luxurious rooms today. Lena jumped with happiness and started shouting that her boss was the best. At the same time, Caesar simply thanked his boss dryly. The girl began to circle around the boss, reminding him of how he had left them alone in the tavern and gone to sleep here. Lena wondered if the boss had gotten some money. The hero thought to himself that he wasn't going to stop there. A recent situation popped into his mind. The girl at the cash register, named Errol, had said that since this was the first time they were working together, she would underestimate the squad's income. Ho-yeon thought admiringly that at this rate, the guild wouldn't get a kupar from him. This system was a great idea after all. He also thought that his luck was probably due to his charisma or the skill he had learned in the labyrinth. Looking at her boss, Lena said that sometimes he turned into a real freak. Caesar replied that he realized it himself. Just then, Hoyeon turned to his subordinates and told them that they had come here for more than just sleeping. He invited his companions to start drinking and resting, remarking that they should consider it a reward for going to the labyrinth. Suddenly, however, the hero muttered that he had a condition that concerned both of his subordinates. The boy took a deep breath before saying that. Gathering his thoughts, he told his followers that it was their duty to behave themselves. The next moment, the partners looked among themselves in bewilderment. Just then, Caesar angrily clarified to the girl that the master was referring to her. In response, Lena hissed that all the problems were only because of that psychopath. The concierge standing nearby tried to stop the rampaging adventurers. At the same time, Hoyeon clutched his face and thought that the two of them were guilty in their own way. After waiting for the subordinates to stop raging, the player went with them to the hotel restaurant. Already at the table, they clinked mugs filled with hot drinks. In honor of a great raid, the hero ordered a table full of expensive food. Taking a sip from her mug, Lena said that now she understood how adults clink glasses. The surprised player asked if she had never done it before. Thinking to himself that it had been a long time since he'd had a drink in a game, Hoyeon sipped from his mug. Wiping his lips, the guy mouthed that it was a great drink. Caesar looked at all this with great amazement. Then the hero asked his henchman how much he usually drank. However, Caesar gently reminded his master that he and the assassin were still underage. The girl added that they were not allowed to drink alcohol yet. Indeed, Ho Young had forgotten that his subordinates didn't look their age at all. Translating the theme, the hero noted that in the future they would not be able to explore the labyrinth unless they navigated it. Looking at the young assassin, the guy asked if she could learn a special skill for this. However, the girl replied that it was out of the question, as such a thing was not cool at all. Exhaling, Hu Young said that he had expected that answer. He added that he should now look for a bandit in the group or just buy a map. The boy looked at the mug of beer and sighed heavily. Sipping from the mug, he thought that no matter how much good you do his subordinates, they still don't listen to him. Suddenly, Caesar's face poured with incredible rage. After a moment, he jumped up sharply from his seat and shouted to his boss that he wasn't allowed to drink more than one sip of beer. But he'd already had a whole mug. Such a strange reaction drove the player into a stupor. Caesar kept cringing. He didn't understand why the Lord was forcing himself to celebrate with them when his illness was progressing daily. The system notified that the hero's condition was rated at 10 out of 10. Looking at that score, Hoyeon didn't understand what his slave was carrying. Searching for an answer to the question, the boy looked at Lena with hope in his eyes. However, to his surprise, the girl was already in tears. Sobbing, she asked her boss if he had decided to make a party out of the pain. Immediately, the girl threw her fists at Caesar and told him not to stand idly by and do something. The thug clenched his fists and said he would bring the priest. Instantly donning his cloak, he dashed at breakneck speed toward the nearest church. Hoyeon, who found himself in Lena's arms, extended a trembling hand toward the fleeing henchman. Eventually, Caesar managed to find a priest in the outskirts of the city. The priest said hello and, introducing himself as Loverick, said he was from the witnesses of the End clan. At the same moment, there was silence in the suite. Hoyeon and Lena looked questioningly at the man in the cassock. The boy replied that he was very pleased. In the back of his mind, however, he wondered what kind of witnesses to the end were. Looking at the scripture the Holy Father was clutching, the lad thought that in the Labyrinth City, the priests could be counted on the fingers and were usually in hiding. That's when Hoyeon decided that since he hadn't heard of these in the last game, it must have been an innovation. Gathering his thoughts, he asked the priest what his clan preached. The priest looked at the guy gloomily and said that their sacred writings stated that the end of the world was imminent. Such an answer bothered the player greatly. Unevenly looking at Loverick, Hu Young thought that this type must be from some dark sect. At the same instant, a powerful bolt of lightning suddenly struck outside the window. Deciding it was time to move closer to the case, the boy asked the priest if he could cure him. Loverick replied that he could do anything, but that he would have to cut off the infected body part to finally cure the sufferer. With a crazed look, he looked into the boy's eyes and said that you can't avoid the end with some pathetic disease. Hoyeon looked at the Holy Father perplexed. He muttered that the whole thing didn't sound very safe. However, the player thought to himself that this guy just wanted to kill him. However, the priest insisted. He said that something had to be done anyway, because he had been informed that the boy was on the verge of death because the alcohol had poisoned his blood. Hoyeon replied in a tired voice that he had only had a mug of beer and that his subordinates had exaggerated everything again. He then apologized to the priest for having to travel such a long way at such a late hour. However, the priest suddenly said that he couldn't just go back empty-handed. Deciding that this madman had to be removed from here by any means necessary, the boy held out a coin purse to the priest. The Holy Father took the pouch with trembling hands and examined it, not believing his eyes. Thinking that the preacher was not satisfied with this amount, Hoyeon asked if it was too little. At the same instant, however, the priest exclaimed, turning to his gods. He was triumphant that for the first time he had been paid to carry the word of the church. The priest looked at the boy with tearful eyes and said that he didn't even know how to thank him. And yet, he could not leave this place for nothing. Suddenly, the priest opened a book and began to read a long sermon about innocent souls and someone who feeds on lust. Hoyeon was horrified and didn't realize what this lunatic was doing. The priest looked at the boy with mad eyes and shouted that right here and now he would perform the end-of-life ritual. The pages in Luvric's book began to turn frantically. Raising his right hand in the air, he called himself a servant of the end and ordered the disease to retreat. The priest pointed his finger out the window, and the space around him erupted in bright flames. Suddenly, the sky behind the guy's back changed color. The hero thought that now he was definitely dead. "Let the end come!" the preacher shouted exasperatedly, pointing his finger at the player. Suddenly, dozens of lightning flashed simultaneously in the city sky. A bright flash illuminated the hotel room. However, after a few seconds, it was suddenly over. Everyone around them was alive, and the priest was still standing in the same stupid pose. Hoyeon looked down at his hands and realized that not only was he alive, but he didn't feel any effect. Caesar ran up to the priest and muttered in an angry voice that his spell wasn't working at all. However, the startled preacher said that everyone present should look out the window. Trinity immediately ran over to see what was going on. On the street, passers-by crowded around a man lying on the ground. Steam was coming out of the body of the unknown man. An ominous silence hung in the hotel room. Not believing that such a thing was possible, the hero asked the priest what he had done to the man. However, the priest, without answering the question, ordered everyone to disperse to the side. Immediately after these words, he approached the window with one leap. The next instant, the preacher shattered the glass with his weight and flew downward. However, unexpectedly to everyone watching, the priest landed on his feet without much consequence. Just then, he looked over the body lying on the ground. When he approached the victim, the preacher immediately tried to feel for a pulse, but he failed to do so. At the same second, he raised his head enthusiastically and pronounced that the man was definitely dead. The people standing around exclaimed in horror. Hoyeon looked at the priest fearfully. He still couldn't believe that this seemingly ordinary man could do such a thing. The boy thought that this guy was a real nutcase. Why did he have to say such things while looking at him? Suddenly, the hero was called out from behind by his henchmen. Walking over to the window, Caesar asked his boss to let him handle it himself. However, without even listening to the boy's opinion on the matter, the thug immediately jumped through the window, drawing his sword on the fly. Partially destroying the window opening, Caesar rushed down. Like the priest, he landed on the ground without consequence, ending up behind the priest's back. At the same moment, the bully said angrily that the preacher's sorcery was as good as shouting. However, the situation did not in any way resemble a healing. The Holy Father looked over his potential opponent with hatred. Caesar drew his sword, pointing its blade at the priest's head. Then he asked what the ritual was for. Clenching his fist, the priest pronounced that this spell reduces the life force until the disease finally dies. The thug mouthed that the preacher had made too much noise, and now the boss was likely to be in big trouble. Looking at the priest's back, Caesar added that even though the priest had tried to cure his master, it was impossible to get rid of such a severe illness with some ritual. Hoyeon, who heard all this, thought that he would surely die from such a healing. The priest turned to his opponent and asked if he realized that by pointing his sword at him, he was threatening the entire clan. Caesar smiled and asked if that sounded like some kind of threat. Without waiting for a response from his opponent, the bulky man shouted at the priest that he would chop him into small pieces. The frightened hero looked out the window and wondered if the two had decided to fight. The priest took a hard look at his opponent and said that it was a sin to threaten a priest performing a sacred duty. Caesar, however, did not say a word in reply. He swung his sword and leaped at the preacher. However, the sectarian teleported to the bulky man's back. Such speed confused Caesar. Deciding he was still in the dominant position, the bulky man turned around and swung his sword behind his back. But in the same second, the priest activated a protective field that didn't miss the blow. With a frantic glance at his opponent, the priest said that this sphere was capable of absorbing damage proportional to the amount of power a person had been gifted by the god. Hoyeon looked at this in horror. He couldn't believe that some priest had blocked Caesar's punch. Caesar stared at his enemy in bewilderment. He could not imagine that this weakling could parry his attack. The enraged minion began throwing punch after punch. The priest, however, repelled all attacks with a nonchalant look. Caesar couldn't contain his emotions. One moment he jumped high and prepared to strike a powerful blow. The priest quickly realized that he would not be able to fend off this attack so easily. Already in the next instant, the bulky man had unleashed all his power into a single point. From the force of such a blow, the ground beneath his feet opened up and trembled. A moment later, the dust cleared, and Caesar decided to inspect the result of his work. What he saw, however, both angered and shocked him at the same time. His sword blade rested on the empty ground. At the same time, the sectarian was gone. Suddenly, Caesar felt something swiftly approaching him from behind. A second later, 4 streams of unknown energy rushed past his face. Realizing that the preacher wasn't going to give up so quickly, the bulky man turned around. Right behind him stood the priest. He was still holding the open book in his hands. However, his aura was many times stronger now. Annoyed that the surprise effect didn't work, the priest summoned large super-speed shadow spears. At the same instant, several dark energy streams rushed towards Caesar. The directions from which the priest was attacking didn't give the thug much room to maneuver. Still, the minion found a way to fight those tentacles. Turning around, he swung his cloak and disrupted the energy currents. Standing on the balcony, Hu-young was surprised that his slave was able to reflect such a strong skill. Fighting off his opponent's attacks, Caesar lunged toward the priest. At that moment, he assumed that the initiative was now on his side. In addition, the preacher's face took on a rather nervous look. Maddened by his power, Caesar threw himself at the priest with renewed vigor. However, during his first attack, his sword once again struck the preacher's protective barrier. However, it didn't bother the bulky man so much now. He realized that the priest wouldn't be able to maintain that shield for that long. The overjoyed protagonist, watching everything from above, thought that finally the priest was running out of magical powers. But suddenly he saw one small but very important detail. Another energy stream formed behind the strange preacher's back. At the same moment, the hero realized that the priest wanted to give in to let his opponent get closer and hit his weak point with his shadow spear. Meanwhile, the priest himself still continued to dodge all attacks and successfully heal himself. Moreover, Caesar has no magic resistance at all right now, and opponents with strong spells usually appear in the second half of the game. And certainly the guy couldn't imagine that they'd have to fight a priest of the power of evil. Looking at the battle from the window of the room, the boy thought in horror that something had to be done urgently now. And even if he sent Lena into the fight, it wouldn't make a difference because this priest's barrier protects against physical attacks. Plus, there wasn't much time left either, as the shadow spear aimed directly at vital points. The hero thought to do something to disrupt the casting of the spell. Hu-young couldn't think of anything better to do than to shout with all his might that guards were approaching the square. For a moment, the priest turned around and looked in the direction the boy had shouted from. However, at that moment, blood splattered in the small town square. From the side of the balcony, it seemed that the priest's plan had succeeded quite well. However, to his greatest surprise, the spear flew past its target. The preacher stared at his opponent in horror. At the same instant, Caesar's face contorted into a triumphant smile. It appeared that he had managed to dodge the priest's attack after all. The energy stream had traveled away from the henchman. In just a second, Caesar had already grabbed the priest by his robes. Remarkably taking control of the situation, the bulky man lifted the enemy off the ground. He then swung the sectarian's wandless carcass around and felled him to the ground. Despite the force of such a blow, the priest still did not die or even lose consciousness, but remained lying motionless. Immediately after defeating the enemy, Caesar turned victoriously toward the hotel. Looking up, the henchman fairly shouted that he had dealt with the upstart who wanted to harm them. Ho-yeon and Lena looked at this situation with interest. The locals who were around the whole time were absolutely horrified by what they saw. The protagonist noticed it. In the same second, his face changed. However, glancing a little farther away, the lad realized that their passage would now change in the opposite direction. A group of police officers were walking down one of the city blocks toward the square. One of the officers shouted something about assault and damage to public property. His partner pointed his finger at the thug and yelled that the bastard had just almost killed a priest. One of the locals pointed to the balcony of a luxury hotel in fear and said that that boy was also with them. Within seconds, Caesar was already tied up. One of the policemen looked out over the balcony and ordered the accomplices not to resist and to surrender voluntarily. At this moment, Lena muttered that they definitely wouldn't be able to escape with such a bulky man. The hero was surprised that the girl wanted to save her new partner and thought that even he was willing to run away from here for nothing. However, a few hours later, the entire trio somehow ended up at the Bram police station. While the investigator was asking the guy a question about how many criminal records he had, the hero just sat silently. The officer stated that they understood that the guy was giving orders to Caesar, while not being involved in criminal activity himself. Thus, the inquirer summarized that the boy had a completely clean background. The officer stated that he was well aware that it was the priest of the sectarian cult of the Witnesses of the End that the group was fighting. But at that moment, he was more interested in the man who had been struck by lightning. Hans, the investigator, said that, according to his information, it was during the fight that the man was hurt. According to him, even this information is enough to charge all three of them. However, by the time the officer said all of this, the hero already had his own plan for an excuse. After looking at the handcuffs, Young stated that although it didn't look like it, he was very seriously ill. Guy said that was why Caesar had brought the priest to him, not knowing that this preacher was a sectarian. The hero then explained that he had repeatedly asked the strange priest to leave, but he wouldn't even listen to him. The lightning must have been directed at Hoyeon. After finding out more information, the investigator fell silent and did not utter a single word. However, after gathering his thoughts, he stated that they had at least one witness who reported that the boy had actually ordered the priest to kill that man. He looked menacingly at the suspects and said that maybe they were trying to recruit a priest, but things didn't go according to plan, and a scuffle ensued. The boy, however, shrank back and thought that this version actually sounded very plausible. At that moment, Lena sat behind bars crying, asking her boss where their demon army was that would rescue them from captivity. However, the player thought that unless someone could be found to confirm their non-involvement, they would have to take a big pause in the game. With this not-so-good news in mind, the lad fell into reflection. The investigator looked contentedly at his prisoner. He smiled and thought that the brat was about to give up. Immediately afterward, the officer offered to invite a witness to testify against the protagonist. Seeing the interest in the suspect's eyes, he smiled and asked for an eyewitness. Hoyeon went into a complete stupor when he saw Miss Errol enter the room. The hero's eyes at that moment read absolute shock. He could not believe that this good-natured and sweet girl would turn them in to the police. Errol smiled and said hello to Wilhelm Meyer, adding that she was happy to see him. The warehouse of events greatly surprised the investigator. Did the two men really know each other? The girl's caustic gaze was directed into the boy's eyes. Suddenly, the pink-haired beauty turned to the investigator and said it was most likely some kind of miscommunication. At that moment, Young could no longer make logical chains between events and just observed. The confused officer asked the girl if she hadn't said she had heard the priest's words. Errol smiled in response and said that they must have misunderstood each other. The young cashier then replied that this boy had helped the guild deal with the adventurer killers, for which he had received a proper reward. And she had personally written a report about it, so she was completely confident. Looking into the eyes of the confused investigator, the girl asked him if he thought that such a decent boy would be involved with some sectarians. Before the cop could respond, Errol immediately hinted that these investigators probably just wanted to falsely accuse the man to increase the clearance rate. The officer was furious at that wording, but Hoyeon sat there and just stared at his savior. The inquirer coughed into his hand and hesitated. Seeing the confused face of the representative of the authorities, the protagonist thought that now they are definitely lucky. The evening was gradually coming on in the city. The street stood all three travelers and their unexpected savior. The system announced that all charges against Wilhelm Meyer and his group had been dropped. In addition, the game notified that the player received an extra 50 coins for health insurance. Errol looked at her companions with a satisfied look and said that this was the first time she had encountered such a thing during her time in the guild. Nevertheless, she congratulated the adventurers on their release and said she was always happy to help. The smiling hero said he now owes him a debt of gratitude. However, at the same second, the female employee gave the guy a strange look and declared that he would definitely make a great member of the Adventurers Guild. Waving her hand, the young cashier said that she had a lot more to do. After that, the girl ran away. Suddenly, Lena walked up to Hoyeon. She whispered in his ear that this guild employee was strange, but the boy no longer paid attention to the strange talk of his subordinates. Rubbing his eyes, he said that in such confusion, he had not slept well. Yawning, the guy said he was really creepy tired. At the same second, Caesar looked at his master very strangely. Suddenly, he jumped up to his boss and said that surely the man needed to finally get to work on his body. The guy turned and looked fearfully into the henchman's eyes. At that moment, he thought that this psycho could come up with anything. After a few minutes of walking, the group came to one of the local temples. As it turned out, this place was one of the abodes of the Order of Healers. At the moment when the boy was lying on the table, the church members tried to use healing magic on him. However, this magic did not work for some reason. The blonde thought that this was very strange, as usually the severity of the disease was determined according to the expenditure of divine power. Suddenly, the same priest yelled out that maybe this guy had a high-level curse that novice priests couldn't even sense. This formulation of the problem made the hero very tense. When he removed the cloth that covered his eyes, he looked at his saviors in horror. Hoyeon thought that there wasn't even anything to feel there anymore. An episode from a few minutes ago came to his mind. Then, Caesar decided that his master needed urgent help. He grabbed his master in his arms and ran in search of a healer. At that moment, the protagonist shouted exasperatedly that he wasn't sick and just wanted to get a good night's sleep. To this, Caesar replied firmly that he didn't trust the boss right now and they would cure him at any cost. In the end, Hoyeon reluctantly had to pretend to be sick. At some point, the priest who was treating the boy began to breathe heavily. After a few seconds, he said he couldn't believe what was happening. Caesar nervously asked the priest what he had just said and if there were any problems. The healer remained silent. This reaction made Hoyeon very uneasy. A henchman came up to the priest and loomed menacingly over him. He asked irritably what was wrong. When the boy once again remained silent, Caesar muttered that a member of the Order of Healers, who worked without interruption, could not limit himself to mere multitudinous surprise. The startled priest turned to his interlocutor and asked for a little more time to be sure of his guess. But the infuriated thug immediately grabbed the priest by his robes and angrily muttered that extra time was out of the question when a patient with a high-level curse lay before them. Glaring at the poor man, he shouted that they had no time for silly excuses and ordered the high priest to be brought in. To intimidate the boy, the bulky man asked if the young healer had heard about what had happened to the sectarian witnesses of the end. Caesar added that if the priest hesitated, he would also be modeled. Hoyeon was afraid that the fool was complicating things again. Suddenly, an extraneous voice asked if this was the patient with the powerful curse that could not be identified. Caesar angrily asked the unknown man what he was doing here. In response, the blond man motioned for the visitors to disperse to the sides. Then he silently approached the boy lying on his back. The hero looked at the stranger in surprise. After a minute, the man in the white cassock stated that the patient did look terrible and asked if it was really the curse. But just before Hoyeon could be startled, the priest held out his hands to him. At the same moment, a pleasant, warm light began to emanate from the blond guy's palms. But a second later, the blond man's face was also contorted with incomprehension. He whispered that it couldn't be. At the same moment, the priest's hand trembled nervously. He muttered confusedly that it was simply impossible. Caesar, who had observed this action, irritably asked what had happened this time. The guy in the cassock turned around and said his name was Elaine, and he was a mid-level priest. In that instant, Hu-young frightenedly wondered if this type had really discovered something from him. But after a moment, Elaine muttered that the boy's infestation was so severe that even he couldn't feel it. It might be the most powerful curse known. Both subordinates were very frightened by what they heard. Lena, barely holding back tears, asked in a trembling voice if their boss was going to die. In turn, Hu-young was already crying from not being able to sleep for the past day. He wanted the minions to finally hear him. The priests of rank below looked at the patient in horror. They marveled that such a powerful disease had only disfigured the boy's face. One of them said that this case would change their ideas about curses. The hero took them for idiots, as there is nowhere to take such a strong infestation. While Lena was pounding Caesar hysterically and begging him to do something, Elaine asked for the high priest to be summoned. Immediately, the player realized that things were only going to get worse now. Deciding that action had to be taken, Hoyeon summoned a mid-level priest to his side. When Elaine turned around, the guy said he'd like to discuss his illness in private. The priest agreed, and the two of them went to another room in the temple. Elaine brought the sick man to his private library. Standing in front of the patient, the priest asked him to get straight to the point and tell him what had happened. Exhaling, the boy said that it would be concerning his illness. He said that he didn't want to worry the high priest about it. Elaine interrupted the patient and mouthed that being able to study such a rare curse would greatly help his order. Trailing off, he asked the boy not to worry as they would cover any expenses. But suddenly, Hoyeon asked what would happen if the order made things worse. Looking at the bewildered priest, the hero said that everyone in the city knows what kind of reputation his companions have developed. Even the Brahm police can't catch them. They only obeyed Hoyeon. The player told his interlocutor that if he were to die suddenly, it would be the Order's territory that would be the first to suffer chaos and destruction. The room was silent for a few seconds after that statement. Then Elaine coughed thoughtfully. He said fearfully that one entrusted with such a monumental task is disfigured to the extent that he ceases to resemble a normal human being. At the same moment, Hu Young looked at his interlocutor in surprise and thought that he had looked like this since birth. But a moment later, the priest exclaimed. A great idea had occurred to him. He immediately slapped his hands nervously on the table. The priest looked at the patient judgmentally and asked if the patient knew from the beginning what was really happening to him. The hero looked at Elaine in amazement and didn't know what to say to him. At the same moment, the blond man suddenly cried, and in a trembling voice marveled that the boy was enduring a curse that even a high priest could hardly handle, thus condemning himself to a quick death just to hold off those brigands. Raising his hands to him, the priest turned to the god of healing and asked, "Isn't that the chief human virtue, the willingness to self-sacrifice?" Hoyeon thought frustratedly that he was getting tired of all this baseless speculation. Clutching his face, he rose from his chair and mumbled that he had nothing more to say and had to go. But suddenly Elaine stopped the patient. He gave a grandiose shout that no matter how strong the curse was, he could slow its spread. At the same moment, a bright energy sphere began to form in his hand. Vapor began to emanate from Hu Yong's body. He felt a surge of strength, and the system notified him that he had received the inspiration of the Order of Healers. The game then added that all negative effects were removed from the hero. The boy turned around and asked the priest what he had just done. The priest shouted out that he was a servant of the great healing mission. Clutching the cross in his hand, he asked Hoyeon hopefully if he could join the group. This turn of events came as a complete surprise to the guy. Elaine added that he didn't want money or fame. Looking at the patient, he asked enthusiastically if he could follow the hero. At that moment, the system reported that a mid-level priest named Elaine wanted to join the group. Hoyeon thought that any team could use a healer. In a normal situation, one would have to pay a lot of money to hire such a companion. Until Elaine's words about not needing anything from the hero, the guy thought that in the early stages of the game, such a luxury would have been beyond his means. However, this blond man under the special terms of joining could join the squad for free. The boy was shocked that such possibilities were provided by the game. Hoyeon marveled that he had been unsurprisingly lucky to have useful companions in this passage. However, such luck was hard to explain by charisma alone. Given that you've been in the Order for a long time, you'll probably only join a stranger if you're a newcomer looking to gain experience and practice. However, the fact that Elaine was a mid-level priest was unthinkable luck. Thus, Hoyeon could skip several stages at once. The hero thought that it didn't matter how good he was, since this wasn't the first oddity in the game. At that moment, the priest asked him if he wasn't good enough. But at this point, the guy thought that maybe the game had a special treatment for former top runners. Just then, Elaine asked in surprise, wondering if the boy was doubting the Order's abilities. However, the hero at this point thought that such simplicity could be justified by the developers, who would definitely want all the benefits if he became a ranker with their help. After pondering this, Hoyeon turned to the priest. Lade explained that in his group, every member puts his life on the line. Determination alone would not be enough even for simple survival. Some time passed after this conversation. The priests of the lower ranks came to Elaine. They looked at the priest in surprise and asked if he was all right. The blond man was shaking at this point, barely containing his emotions. The protagonist continued on his way with his companions. Lena noted that the boss's face looked much better now and wondered what they were doing with this priest. That very second, Elaine, who was in his library, shouted out that this boy was very unhappy. Turning to his companions, he invited them to pray for the fellow. An hour later, the sun finally left the sky over Bram. After a long and tedious walk, the heroes came to a tavern in one of the alleys. Hoyeon was finally exhausted. For a long time at the table, neither he nor his partners uttered a word. Suddenly, the tense silence was interrupted by Lena. She wondered why the boss's face was so radiant but still so ugly. As they munched on the chicken, Caesar agreed with the wench and asked the master if there was anything he was dissatisfied with. Clutching his head with his hands, the hero replied that, in truth, he didn't want to blame anyone. But still, they stopped doing even the simplest of tasks. Both henchmen seemed to have no idea what their superior was talking about. But suddenly, Caesar jumped on Lena and asked if she had messed up again. The girl retorted that she resented why he was talking about her again. At the same second, the hero shouted, interrupting the growing conflict. Going on, Hoyeon said that none of this makes sense. However, there was a way out of this situation, and he thought about it carefully, and reiterated that he wasn't blaming anyone. At these words, both partners stopped paying attention to each other and stared at the boss. The guy then mouthed what he thought was eloquence. In the game, eloquence allows you to get something out of nothing. This skill grows depending on achievements. Immediately, Lena replied that it sounded like some kind of nonsense. In response, Hoyeon angrily muttered that arrogant bandits like her were required to possess this ability. Realizing that the information does not come quickly to these dull-witted people, the guy decided to demonstrate the skill in practice. Turning toward the bar, he called out to the owner of the establishment. A few seconds later, a big man in a chef's apron appeared in front of him. Looking down at the visitor, he asked what he could do to serve. The boy asked the host to look at their table. Pointing to the abundance of plates, he remarked that their company had ordered quite a bit of food. Upon examining the table, the chef confirmed that this was indeed the case. The hero turned to the owner of the establishment again and said that thanks to them, the tavern had made a nice profit. Young then activated his eloquence skill and asked if they were entitled to any bonus from the establishment. Such an unexpected request surprised his subordinates. However, the old man calmly looked at his visitor and only nodded his head meaningfully. Cam waved his hand and replied that there would be no problem with that. Turning his head toward the bar, the owner of the place shouted that each of the three of them was entitled to a mug of beer on the house. Calling the bartender over, the old man ordered him to bring the drinks to the fourth table. The protagonist confidently said that with this skill, many possibilities opened up, and it was even possible to do without violence. But no sooner had the boy finished speaking than Caesar jumped up from his seat and pounded his hand on the table. The startled owner of the establishment immediately turned back around. He repeated his host's words about eloquence being empowering. Just then his eyes sparkled, and the bulky man said he understood now. Immediately afterward, Caesar called out to his host. Just then the tavern keeper turned around. At that moment, the big man said that the old man must have misunderstood. Caesar noticed that's not what his boss really wanted. The protagonist at this point thought his henchman was a total jerk. For a few moments, a dead tense silence hung in the air. The owner of the establishment said that if the guests became rowdy, he would call the guards. However, Caesar immediately muttered that the old man might not be worried since they had just come from the police station. At looking at the tavern keeper, the bulky man said that his boss had just destroyed half the city, and he was not only let go, but also apologized. Hoyeon was horrified at what he heard, for his henchman was telling absolute untruths. The old man was silent for a moment, then muttered that this was all very strange. Then he asked the hero if they were from some criminal organization he had never heard of before. The boy looked at the tavern keeper in amazement and thought it was all a mistake. However, at the same moment, a smile appeared on the owner's face. He understood that these guys had come here for a reason, because this tavern was important for the existence of other organizations. At the same instant, a hatch on the ceiling opened, and from it emerged a shaven-headed type of ominous appearance. People were pouring out of the kitchen with knives in their hands, one by one. The furious fat man told the boy that now it was time to show him his true colors. After looking over the unusual trio, the owner of the establishment added that he had some suitable treats. The hero thought for a moment that there might be a chance to stop all of this, but Caesar's gaze was already insane. He pulled a sword from behind his back and pointed it toward the group of bandits. Waving his weapon, he shouted that he wanted to take the entire tavern. The boy standing behind him realized that the dumbasses had misunderstood him again. At the same moment, Caesar soared into the air above the bandits. The people across the street were stunned. They had not expected such a leap from such a tall man. With one swing, Caesar slashed several people at once. At the same second, the game announced the start of an unexpected event. In it, you had to show all your abilities to the members of the secret group hiding in the tavern. The owner of the establishment rose to his feet. He looked straight ahead. Turning around, the old man realized that half of his men hadn't even survived the first blow. Immediately, he shouted for his subordinates to spread out, because otherwise, if they stood in a bunch, they would all be killed. However, the owner of the establishment did not notice the girl sneaking up behind him. Lena shouted that the old man had forgotten all about her. Immediately, the tavern keeper began begging the young assassin to spare him. Hoyeon, meanwhile, was surprised to see the mayhem going on in the inn. These people were no longer trying to fight. They were running away from the two scary types. At that second, the game announced that if the partners won, the tavern would belong to the player. Some time had passed after the battle began. The innkeeper had miraculously survived and was standing there trying to catch his breath. Bowing to the strange visitors, the old man said it was his fault. Just then, He added that he didn't immediately realize from the guy's face how cruel these guys were. The hero wondered again why everyone around him was emphasizing his face. Seating the bound captives across the room, the guy said it was too late to regret anything. But then he became interested in one detail. He pointed his finger at Lena, said that she was his subordinate, and asked the innkeeper how he knew her. The old man replied that it was a sin not to know this girl, for she was a member of their organization and was a first-class fighter. At one point, however, she unexpectedly destroyed one of their units, and now she is being searched for all over the city. The girl asked in surprise if she was really being hunted. In that very second, he realized that all this time a secret criminal organization had been following them on their heels. And since that's the case, the people around him think he and Caesar are criminals too. The hero came to the conclusion that they had crossed the line a long time ago. Too many events had originally led them to this point. It turns out that one way or another, there was no turning back. And since there's nothing to change now, it's time to just go with the flow. Hoyeon looked angrily at the innkeeper and asked why they were chasing his subordinate. He also wondered if those guys had been following them all this time. From such a sudden change of mood, the old man was taken aback and could not answer at once. Realizing that the innkeeper wasn't going to answer, the hero explained that in that case these people were witnesses, and there was no need to let them live now. The gang members were horrified by such news. At that moment, the guy thought that if nothing could be changed, then he would act in accordance with his reputation. Turning his back to the captives, the guy ordered Lena to clean up more thoroughly this time. But at that moment, the owner of the place asked her to wait. Out of a last hope, he shouted. Something true would be behind the kid, and they were ready to obey him. The boy stopped in place. For a moment, he seemed to like the suggestion. However, he then sharply and uncompromisingly replied that now these people would do anything to save their miserable lives, and that would not fly with him. However, the innkeeper kept begging him to think about it. He said that it wasn't just that, it was just that things weren't running smoothly in their organization. A satisfied Lena leaned over her captive and asked if things had gone downhill since she left. However, the owner of the establishment sadly stated that as of late, their organization is no longer what it used to be. And it was all about some rookie. He was a strange but bright kid with a snake tongue who managed to gain the trust of the management and propose a new business plan. Before this young man came here, this tavern used to pay for itself all the time. However, soon after implementing the new business plan, their inn fell into disrepair because it stopped making a profit. Barely holding back tears, the old man said that they already appeared in a bad light because of security issues, and now they had lost everything. Realizing what he was being given to say, the innkeeper remarked that this boy used to be a simple pickpocket. Summarizing, he exclaimed that great things awaited them under Hoyong's leadership. Certainly, this would be made possible by the intimidating power the guy's subordinates have. However, the very horrible face of the boss would also strike fear into everyone around him. The old man went on to say that their tavern and the boss's abilities would be able to form an incredible synergy that would help elevate everyone. However, at that moment, Lena ordered the innkeeper to shut up, as the boss had no tolerance for those who could only scratch their tongues. However, at the same second, the boy suddenly ordered his charge to stop. After a brief pause, he stated that he had listened to the old man's suggestion. Turning to the captives, he clenched his fist and said he was willing to accept this contract. Lena shouted angrily that she didn't understand why the boss trusted some criminals. After all, these scoundrels could betray them at any opportunity. However, the hero replied that if the organization found out that these people were unable to stop some innkeepers, so also repaired to them, then all of them would die. Looking at the girl, the guy said that either way these guys are corpses, so they have no choice. Looking at the captives, the hero muttered that if they wanted to prolong their miserable lives even a little longer, they needed to be reborn and swear allegiance to Wilhelm Meyer. At the same moment, Hu-young activated the boss spirit ability, and there was absolute silence all around. At this point, the game announced that the event had been completed. The notification stated that the criminals of the tavern were now subject to the player, and the inn in the alley was the hero's territory. After all the captives were untied, the old man immediately bowed at the guy's feet. Shivering with his whole body, he forced himself to kiss his new master's boots. The game stated that the player could now collect a portion of the profits from his subordinates and charge them for protection. In the next message, the system announced that Wilhelm Meyer now had his 6 subordinates and territory, which meant that all the conditions for becoming an organization had been met. Next, the game offered to choose a name for the new company. The boy loudly announced that from now on his family would be called the Black Mountain Association. However, Lena, as usual, couldn't help herself and stated that the title was very dumb. The game also announced that the player gains additional experience and skill points when creating an organization. And his company is a key element of the game for the boss class. Turning to his subordinates, the ringleader said that the slogan of his organization would also be loyalty or death. An excited Caesar asked his boss what his immediate goals were. The hero replied that the Black Mountain Association's main objective was to conquer the labyrinth. Lena immediately noted that such a goal didn't sound too good for his organization. The boy looked menacingly at his subordinate and said that power and wealth were also important, but he desired much more. The boss stated that the labyrinth was swarming with powerful monsters that no human could match in strength. At the same moment, he laughed and asked, "What was the point of messing around with the little things if you could match up with the strongest?" Waving to his closest subordinates, the hero ordered them to head after him, and the group of bandits were left standing alone in the street. At the same time, serious developments were taking place in the eastern district of Bram. The full moon has come to the city's slums. In one of the passages, a boy was sitting on the ground. A pigeon was wandering near him, which had just brought important information. Reading the message on the paper, the kid marveled that someone had managed to take over an entire tavern in just half a day. Put his feet up, he thought there was some powerful new organization in town. The person next to the child was named Tama. At the same moment, the former pickpocket decided that now it was time for them to intervene. Finally, it was morning in the city. Looking at the walls surrounding the dungeon, Ho-young turned to the all-good ruler of the Labyrinth City and said that no titles interested him. With a twinkle in his eyes, the hero said he wanted to become the best and consequently conquer the maze. The system confirmed that with his words, the player had identified the main goal of the Black Mountain Association. By then, the inn in the alley and its employees who had come under the command of Wilhelm Meyer had previously been part of a criminal organization of some notoriety. Accordingly, the negative points on the account of this tavern added to the notoriety of the Black Mountain Association. As the new day began, one of the bandits ran up to the chief and said that although they had gotten out of one mess, at this rate they could be in another. The innkeeper said he understood that, and the boy was probably out for their soul by now. Just then, he picked up on the rumor that this kid had hired some damn monster to guard him. At the same time, the kid in the yellow sweatshirt was walking around the neighborhood looking for the right place. Looking at the building across the street, he thought he had arrived where he wanted to go. But at the same moment, the boy was spotted by a policeman and ran in his direction. Running up, the officer said that for the kid's information, it is illegal to carry large weapons in the area. The child looked perplexed at the official and asked, "Since when have such bans been introduced here?" Fixing his cap, the policeman said that someone whose notoriety is growing rapidly in the neighborhood. Glancing at the kid's companion, the officer added that the description of this mysterious stranger included a large sword. Continuing, the policeman added that this bandit had already been released without any charges, even when caught red-handed. Furthermore, this unknown person is an official member of the Adventurers Guild, so things are not so clear-cut. Such a set of information made the child think seriously. At the same moment, the officer added that they now had to limit themselves to serious security measures, so he asked the guy's companion to remove his weapon. The bulky man's face changed drastically at that moment. The boy replied without hesitation that he agreed with the proposal. But looking at his guard, the child was horrified. The subordinate's entire body began to emit steam. He seemed to be struggling to hold back a surge of rage. However, before the boy could react, his subordinate soared upward, swinging his huge weapon. Realizing that what he had planned was now inevitable, the guy only managed to shout out that this was not the way to do it. Meanwhile, the notoriety of player Wilhelm Meyer and the Black Mountain Association exceeded the set value of 1,000 units. Any actions of the members of an organization affect its reputation. When this indicator reaches a certain value, the player moves to a higher level in the criminal world. Now, as he walked along the streets, Ho-yeon would often catch glances from passers-by. However, now, the head of the organization could become the target of another company. Realizing this, the hero thought that now everything had changed a lot. Noticing that the people around them were looking at them obliquely, the guy realized that he had never dreamed of this in real life. At that moment, Lena asked, "Why are those idiots staring at them?" Ignoring his subordinate's question, Ho-young thought that he was the focus of the game from the beginning, and now he could quickly develop the organization and bathe in gold. As he looked at his henchmen, the boy realized that the two of them liked the attention. They were both show-offs, If things continued like this, the hero would have no problem controlling these fools, especially if he doesn't want Rodrigo Eldrigo's failure to happen again. Thinking that there was no need to rush things, Hoyan decided to abandon the idea of the maze for the time being and stay in the city. Immediately, however, the boy felt disgusted with himself. He thought it was over the top and he would accomplish everything he couldn't in the last game, and this time he's sure to succeed. Suddenly, a guy shouted out that the Black Mountain Association would conquer the maze. Looking at his subordinates, he went on to say that a one-way road awaited them, and it led to hell. Then Hoyeon turned away and examined the wall again. Turning to his subordinates, he said that only a miracle would save them now. The minions looked at their superior in bewilderment. Turning around, the player clenched his fist and asked if they were ready to go with Wilhelm Meyer and work this miracle. In the same second, there was absolute silence in the square. After a while, the subordinates suddenly replied that they did not agree. At her master's questioning look, Lena replied that this was totally over the top, and surely the boy must have been carried off as soon as he became the big boss. Caesar looked at his master in bewilderment and said that they understood the boss perfectly well, but the game had just begun, and they had nowhere to rush. At that moment, Hoyan wondered why these two had suddenly become so rational. Realizing that he couldn't conjure anything without the minions' consent, the guy agreed with them and said that it looked like the time really hadn't come yet. In that case, he decided they needed to grow their organization first. Lena got excited and said she wanted goodies, but the boy said they needed to buy a maze map first. But before the hero knew it, the system sent a red notification for the first time since the maze. The game has declared an alert mode due to the threat of invasion. Following that, the system alerted that the inn owned by the Black Mountain Association had been attacked. By then, the group's base had already been destroyed. A child in a yellow sweater stood near an old man sitting on the ground. He said they were not easy to get to. Looking at the corpses lying about the room, the boy explained that there had been a little difficulty along the way. Waving his hands, the youngster said that if it weren't for force majeure, they would have stopped by sooner. In turn, the tavern owner had nothing to reply to this. After a few seconds of tense silence, the old man asked the guy why they wanted to come even earlier and where he was in such a hurry. The fat man asked if the child was acting without the organization's permission. Immediately after this question, the boy's face changed. Clutching his head, he muttered that the uncle had turned out to be very bright. The old man grinned and said he didn't expect much more from the kid. Inspecting the ruins, the fat man said that although the inn used to belong to an organization, but now it didn't. He looked angrily at his opponents and said that if these guys would just lure the invaders out and deal with them, it would be solved very simply. But no one thought the kid was going to ruin the place. So the innkeeper assumed that this kid had a personal vendetta against those types. Voicing his guesses, the old man chuckled at the fact that this youngster was also carrying a sinister-looking thug. Looking at the pissed-off kid, the fat guy asked, "Do all flawed people do that?" Examining the defenseless man sitting across from him, the boy turned to Thomas. With fury in his eyes, he pronounced that the man in front of them had betrayed his comrades. In the same second, the bulky man's calm face changed abruptly. Tears suddenly flowed from his eyes. A moment later, however, he snatched up his huge cleaver and swung it around to kill the innkeeper. Before the murder, Thomas still kept crying the same way. The second he did, he called the old man scum. Caesar, however, arrived in time for the execution to begin. A moment later, there was a flash in the air. A second before the old man was killed, Caesar managed to parry Thomas's blow and knock the cleaver out of his hands. The long-haired big man was astonished at such a strong opponent. The innkeeper was mad that he was centimeters away from death. At the same time, the yellow-clad boy could not believe that these people had arrived here so quickly. Caesar stopped at the other end of the room and turned around, glaring angrily at the young man. His gaze was absolutely furious. As he looked at the child, he realized it was the pickpocket. The boy stood as if stumped and couldn't think of what he should do next. The fear made him feel very nauseous. With a trembling hand, he pointed to the offenders and said that he immediately assumed that these scoundrels would be those who had taken away his gold. Suddenly, Caesar muttered that he thought he remembered who it was, but no. At this point, Thomas was looking at his bloody hands in confusion. The boy, making a crooked face, laughed and wondered how this dumbass could have forgotten him. But immediately, the child looked frantically at the bulky man and said with tears in his eyes that he would never forget them. The very day Caesar tied the boy to the blade of his sword upside down and dragged him down the street like that, the boy experienced extreme humiliation. At that moment, there was dead silence in the inn. The pickpocket couldn't catch his breath from fear and anger. Suddenly, Caesar remembered who the kid was. He realized that it was the little brat who had robbed and humiliated his boss. The kid was surprised that the bully had any memory at all, and said he had muscles instead of brains. But at the same moment, the other heroes came running into the tavern. The boy in the yellow shirt turned around. Lena shouted to Caesar that their sick boss would flip out if he tried to keep up with him. Running into the room, Hoyeon couldn't believe his eyes. The same pickpocket who had robbed him a long time ago was standing in front of him. However, at this moment, Thomas suddenly prepared to attack. Saw the type next to him start to swing and yelled for Caesar to look away. But the minion didn't have time to react to his opponent's attack. With a single leap, Thomas hit Caesar squarely in the chest. The blow was so powerful that both gullies flew several meters. The minion slammed his back into the wall. From the force of this attack, cracks went all over the building. Stones flew into the street with great speed. A second later, Caesar sat motionless, leaning his back on the rubble. From this incredibly powerful blow, the wall of the building shattered into splinters, and both opponents found themselves on the street. Still upset that he had failed to kill the traitor, Thomas looked sadly at the enemy. Meanwhile, the rest of the people remained in the room. Hoyeon and the pickpocket looked at the hole in the building in surprise. The joyous child turned and looked at the offending man, asking how he felt about the might of his subordinate. Satisfied that everything had worked out, he added that Thomas had done things with his strength before. Hoyeon glared angrily at his enemy and admitted that that punch was pretty good. The terrifying sight of his opponent made the boy fearful. The wreckage that the inn had turned into, the hero stated that the guy had thoroughly destroyed his base. Still, unable to contain the emotion within him, Hoo-young snatched his sword and tried to lunge at the pickpocket, shouting that he would finish him off with his own hands. However, Lena grabbed the boss and said it was just a kid. Glaring angrily at the juvenile bastard, the guy muttered that Caesar couldn't just be killed because he was stronger. To this, the pickpocket replied that the player was so sure, though not entirely ignorant of Mr. Tom. Thomas had the nickname of Piercing Wind. He was an adventurer who had reached the depths of the labyrinth, but in the end he suffered the same fate as many who ventured on this trek. Thomas lost all his comrades. Determined to continue on his way, he was still defeated at the threshold of the abyss. Legend has it that Piercing Wind could not face death and made a contract with one of the creatures living in the labyrinth. Then daylight was already ending, and no one was expecting anyone to be able to walk out of the gate into the city. However, against all predictions and prejudices, Thomas did get out. He escaped alone and therefore survived. And as soon as Tom left the labyrinth, a weight of guilt came over him for abandoning his comrades and not dying with them. Eventually, he went insane. Now, however, any thought of betrayal triggers those bitter memories in him. Meanwhile, Thomas stood over Caesar. He cried again and said that the bully must get up, or his comrades would soon die. Caesar, however, did not answer. At the same time, in the tavern, the pickpocket was shouting that he could not have imagined that such opportunities would come to him sooner or later. The young man had already failed when he failed to become a great thief. One day he learned of Thomas's existence and came to the dungeon to visit him. The boy had never imagined that he would be able to tame someone that the strongest guilds in the city couldn't handle. That's what helped him earn the trust of those in charge. At the same moment, the young man realized that he had been talking too much. However, Hoo-young told the guy not to worry, because he stopped listening already somewhere in the middle. At the same second, the pickpocket shouted that Caesar was definitely going to be finished. However, the protagonist was not discouraged. He told the kid with a fierce smile that there were rumors all over the city that even the priest of the Witnesses of the End couldn't handle his minion. Suddenly, Lena moved toward the child. Pulling out her sword, she muttered that this youngster didn't seem to have gotten it quite right. Leaning over the kid, she noticed that there was no one protecting him at the moment. In that second, the child's whole body trembled, and he realized that he was in danger after all. She looked at the kid with crazy eyes and said that no one cared about his subordinate at the moment, since the youngster was alone anyway. With a wave of her sword, she shouted that their boss hates those who talk too much and do nothing. Hoyeon looked at his subordinate confusedly and reminded her that the girl herself had talked about how it was still a child. However, even with her determination, the assassin had already realized that she was out of time. Running lightning fast in her direction was Thomas. Putting his arm forward, he shouted furiously and tried to defend his master. The main character screamed out of fright. He thought that now the girl had nowhere to go. A moment later, Thomas's hand was right at Lena's head. The young assassin was unable to dodge, and the bulky man grabbed her face. That's when the girl thought that now she was definitely finished. The pickpocket laughed joyfully and muttered that Mr. Tom would not abandon his comrades again. But suddenly his face contorted with a grimace of incomprehension. The child raised his eyes and looked away. A hand clad in metal armor held the leg of his subordinate. Once again, Caesar managed to prevent the inevitable. He still managed to gather his strength and run back into the building. Looking at his opponent, the henchman furiously muttered that one should never let their guard down. Swinging around, he threw Thomas behind his back with all his might. The gormless body of the thug flew to the other end of the room. The dust that had accumulated in the building rose into the air. Looking at the enemy lying on the ground, Caesar muttered that it no longer mattered what happened to Thomas's comrades. The pickpocket's minion sat staring fixedly at his opponent. At the same second, Caesar spit the blood that came to his mouth onto the ground. Getting into a fighting stance, he told Thomas to draw his sword and get ready to fight. Just then, Caesar furiously muttered that this was his fight. The system showed a notification that the player's henchman wanted to fight Thomas one-on-one. From such information, both Hoyeon and Lina were greatly surprised. The pickpocket's henchman flashed his eyes and glared at his foe. He then leaned on his weapon and stood up. The game notified the start of the random event Runaway Warrior. In the description of this unexpected quest, it was stated that Thomas is gnawed with guilt for abandoning his comrades. Prior to this, the thug projects his fear of the labyrinth onto Caesar, whom he represents as the danger he was then facing. Minion rose heavily to his feet and swung his cleaver, preparing for battle. The description of the event also stated that Thomas believed that defeating Caesar would help him rid himself of a heavy load of guilt. The player was horrified to read that the thug had never felt such despair before, so he was pushing the limits of his body. The main task for the protagonist at this point was to survive under a furious hail of berserk blows filled with life force. Caesar, however, did not seem to believe that his opponent was serious. He looked at Thomas with a smile and chuckled softly. A moment later, the berserker struck the first blow with his cleaver. A battle between two colossally powerful creatures began. Their blows split the air and created strong air currents. Hoyeon covered himself with his hand and muttered that he couldn't believe that such a gust of wind could be caused by simply swinging the ball. Suddenly, the guy turned to Lina and asked her if she wanted to help. The girl looked at the battlefield again. Both opponents had absolutely crazy eyes. She said she only specialized in stealthy murders. Lina asked her boss if he really wanted to lose two subordinates at once. Meanwhile, the two monsters dealt crushing blows to each other. Both minions were too good, and it was hard to tell who had taken the initiative. It seemed that both enemies had entered a certain rhythm of combat. However, Thomas suddenly blocked the blow unconventionally. Such movement threw Caesar off his rhythm a bit. Calling the moment received, Thomas swung his axe and practically hit his opponent's body. The terrified Hoyeon and Lina only had to brace themselves with their arms against the air currents. Looking at the fighting hulks, the boy marveled at Thomas's punch. He couldn't believe that someone had managed to alienate Caesar himself. With his awkward punch, the pickpocket minion made the hero's henchman jump. Given that the battle was fought at fairly high speeds, Caesar was in a vulnerable position. The bulky man himself also realized this, but he had no choice. Suddenly, the system once again showed a red notification. Thomas's hand became very tense. A powerful aura formed around it. The game announced that the bulky man was preparing a lethal shot of piercing wind. Swinging his cleaver, Thomas flew into the air following Caesar. The attack, called Hawk's Storm Gust, created an energy wave that headed straight towards the minion. The impact threw Caesar's body to the side again. He flew across the building again and punched the wall with his back. There was steam coming from Thomas, who was on the ground. He was sure his opponent had not survived. Hoyeon looked at the result of the bulky man's work in horror. He found it hard to believe that Caesar was gone. Suddenly, a boy emerged from behind the rubble. He laughed at the fact that his minion had so easily defeated the enemy's henchman. Just then, he mockingly asked Hoyeon, did he really think his slave would survive such a blow? Pointing to the wall of the house, the pickpocket said his Caesar was probably cut in half. Just then, the boy called Thomas over and asked him to look at these types. The joyful child muttered that the two of them were shaking in front of the unimaginable power of the unstoppable wind. Continuing to taunt his subordinate, the pickpocket shouted that these cowards were just watching their comrade die. Thomas was in floods of tears again, and through a shaky voice called the protagonist and his handmaiden Scum. At that moment, Hoyeon had already accepted defeat and was trying to understand how everything had come to this point. He couldn't believe that the initial tasks, which he thought were completely useless, would have such an impact on his fate in the future. Suddenly, Lina snatched up her sword and said that it looked like it was her turn now. The angry hero asked if it couldn't have been done sooner. In the same second, the girl used the illusion ability. The angry Hoyeon lamented why he couldn't use this ability when Caesar was alive. Thomas couldn't figure out what skill the wench was trying to use. But at the same second, several clones of this Lina appeared in front of him at once. In addition, they were not standing still and were constantly spinning around. Running in front of the bulky man's face, the girl kept asking why he couldn't keep up with her. Immediately, she realized that with that speed of reaction, Thomas would never be able to keep up with her. At just the right moment, Lena found herself behind the thug's back. The girl decided that Thomas wouldn't stand a chance of surviving if she hit a vital point. However, suddenly the berserker turned around and tried to block the girl's attack. But suddenly, a huge sword flew from a breach in the wall toward the fighting men. At super speed, he knocked the axe out of the thug's hand and shoved the girl aside. The blow was so strong that Lena flew back a few meters, not understanding why she was interrupted. Left unarmed, Thomas looked calmly into the breach in the wall. The dark something asked Lena ominously, who gave her permission to interfere in this fight? Caesar, who had shown himself in the breach, shouted again that this fight was his. At the same second, Thomas rushed towards the wall without a second thought and attacked his opponent. As both thugs lost their swords, further battle was fought on fists. In a flurry of fighting, they grabbed hands and began trying to push each other back. The further battle was more like a monotonous struggle. The main factor of victory was to be the exhaustion of the enemy. Caesar and Thomas looked at each other with hatred. The grips were getting stronger by the second. A normal person's hand would have broken long ago. Suddenly, Caesar asked his opponent with a smile, why was he so obsessed with his fallen comrades? After Thomas didn't answer, the blonde thug suggested that perhaps, at the most crucial moment, Wind had been betrayed by the one he trusted most. In the same second, the minion's face changed significantly. Realizing that he had succeeded in pressing the very point, Caesar asked why Thomas was clinging to this pathetic idea. After all these people are simply a necessity. Continuing to finalize his thought, Caesar assumed that Thomas himself was simply too weak at that moment. However, even after going through the entire maze and earning a name for himself, Unbridled Wind never realized how the world worked. And in this world, in Caesar's opinion, there was no place for weaklings. Hoyeon stared at his subordinate in amazement. The hero didn't feel strong, so he took the minion's words personally. At the same second, Caesar gradually began to press on his opponent. Slowly pushing past Thomas, the bulky man muttered that he could never be defeated by some weakling. Looking at his opponent's weeping eyes, Caesar muttered that he had already missed his chance. However, from that very moment, the berserk aura gradually began to intensify. His pupils began to vibrate frantically, and blood flowed from his eyes. Thomas remembered his partner, fighting a mob of demons on that fateful day. He'd lost control for a moment, and the situation had become unsolvable. Surrounded on all sides, the girl had no hope of getting out alive. Crying, she looked at her partner and asked him to make sure he survived. These bitter memories caused a powerful surge of strength to the berserker's body. His veins all over his body began to swell. It seemed that Thomas himself began to grow in size. Suddenly, blood spurted from his head. Vessels began to burst all over the berserker's body. In pain and despair, he threw his head up and screamed. This scene caused the three characters who had been watching the battle the entire time to be shocked. Seeing his subordinate begin to disintegrate into pieces, the young pickpocket cried and screamed. At that moment, the system alerted that Thomas's rage had exceeded the limit of what he could handle. Streams of blood gradually began to flow into the aura of the defeated berserker. Hoyeon looked on in horror at what was happening. When he was pouring points into Caesar, he couldn't even believe that he would see something like this. The enraged berserk is the most difficult opponent of the initial stage of the game. That's why the guy didn't expect his minion to be able to handle this task. However, against all odds, this nutcase did. Looking at his crumbling opponent, Caesar began to mock him. Asking if he had lost the last of his strength, he called Thomas a wretch. Searing his enemy with his gaze, the thug asked the berserker if he realized how wrong he had been all along. At this moment, all three observers were horrified by this bastard's bloodthirstiness. Caesar looked fiercely into his enemy's eyes and said that the only thing he needed to avoid such a stupid defeat was the boss. Hoyeon looked questioningly at his subordinate. Thomas had already fallen to his knees, but Caesar kept pushing. He had said that comrades were always on the same level. However, in a really difficult situation, such ties will be instantly broken. And in such a situation, only a strong leader can save the day. Shouting frantically in the face of his defeated rival, Caesar declared that it was only for the sake of his boss that he could put his life on the line. With a sizzling look at Thomas, the bulky man added that any friends could be passed on, but not the master. Hoyeon grabbed his head and couldn't believe that his minion actually had such radical logic. At the same instant, the bleeding Thomas let go of his opponent's hands and screamed at the top of his voice. After writhing for a few seconds in death agony, the bulky man fell to the ground. His face did not emit any more emotion. Immediately, the game announced the end of the task. Suddenly, all the energy of the defeated opponent began to flow into Caesar's body. The system announced that the minion's power had increased significantly. Through this, Caesar gained a new talent, fortitude. Lena immediately jumped with happiness and shouted that they were on the verge of death. The pickpocket, on the other hand, was seriously nervous. Meanwhile, Hoyan was trying to figure out why a rather stingy reward was given for such a difficult quest. While the hero thought the developers had messed something up again, Caesar approached the trembling child. The boy was sweating and could barely hold back his tears. It seemed that he could not accept the fact that he had lost. Unexpectedly, Caesar spat blood from his mouth for the second time. At that moment, the hero thought they had won thanks to his insanely competent subordinate. However, Lena called out to the boss in surprise and pointed her finger at the bulky man. In the same second, the stubbornly fighting Caesar fell to the ground without strength. The sounds of clanking metal armor echoed through the dark corridor of the cave. A tired Caesar walked through the darkness with his head down. The system signaled the start of a special event. Walking up to the boss, the henchman reported that he had torn everyone to pieces this time as well. The guy standing with his back to the bully slowly turned his head. He glanced irritably at the worthless subordinate and asked if he was really sure of what he was saying. Caesar looked fearfully at his host and tried to understand what he was talking about. However, in the next instant, the monster lowered his gaze to his chest. His armor had been cleaved in two. At the same moment, the boss muttered that you couldn't tell from the look of his henchman that everything had gone smoothly. Without turning to his slave, Hu Yung asked if he really called it a victory. When the henchman remained silent, the hero declared that true victory is always flawless and unblemished. But at the same time, Caesar's skills, inappropriate behavior, and dirty work are no match for a great boss organization. At the same second, the henchman's face was contorted with horror. He asked his master in a trembling voice, "Is it really as he thought?" Guy replied that as of this moment, Caesar was fired. Suddenly, a powerful energy wave ripped through the space around him. The thug was horrified at what he heard and didn't know what to do. At that moment, his eyes were bloodshot, and he glared at his boss in rage. It was then that he realized it was just a dream. Swinging his sword, Caesar accelerated and ran towards the boss. He shouted that his boss would never test his loyalty in such a way. The hero standing opposite him leisurely turned his head. At the same second, Caesar woke up. Though his awakening was not a peaceful one, yet sudden movements were hindered by the wounds he had received. Taking a breath, the bulky man slowly raised himself up on the bed, holding his chest with his right hand. Suddenly, Caesar found a note lying on the dresser to his left. The message told the henchman to look for them in the town hall upon awakening. At the bottom was Wilhelm Meyer's signature. Caesar took the sheet in his hands and examined it carefully. Immediately after reading it, he gritted his teeth, then crumpled the scrap into a ball. Further events took place at the town hall, located in the East Bram neighborhood. Hoyeon stood at the front desk. At that moment, he was horrified by the news he had been told at City Hall. It turns out that the insane Thomas they just dealt with survived and is now back in prison. The girl in the snow-white blouse said that in the past, this person was a very influential master of the eastern slums. After looking at the boy, the female employee said he was pretty lucky to be alive after his encounter with the beast. The girl's name was Claude, and she worked in the real estate department at City Hall. Then she said that, according to the rules, some of Thomas's territory was under the hero's control. And this guy had been bothering the mayor's office for a long time with his run-ins with crime syndicates. Hoyeon realized what the girl was getting at and looked at the pickpocket. He reproached the boy for talking about his comrades while he wanted to take over what was Thomas's, but something was bothering the hero. He asked Claude if he shouldn't get all of the bully's possessions. When asked by the guy why he only gets a portion, the girl replied that it's simple. It's just that half of Thomas's territory already belongs to this kid. Hoyoung drew his sword and decided to deal with the insolent man once and for all. Lena stopped him again, reminding him that he was still a child. The boy cried and asked to be spared. He said he would do anything, even become a slave. Suddenly, it hit the hero. He liked the kid's last sentence very much. A short time later, the boys arrived in the Eastern District to inspect the mansion that belonged to Thomas. In the end, however, the situation was rather dismal. Looking around the unassuming room, the hero wondered if this dump was really Tom's mansion. Hoyeon looked at the pickpocket and, calling the boy trash, asked how he would explain it all. The kid looked at his new boss in surprise. The second he got really angry and said that although he was a slave, he wouldn't allow to be called trash. The protagonist instantly boiled up and tried to throw himself at the boy, shouting that he could call the pickpocket at least trash, even dirt. However, the player was grabbed by Lena in time and calmed down again. While Hoyeon was indignant at the state the mansion was in, Cled saw something strange off to the side. Looking closer, the girl saw that a teddy bear was perched on a piece of rubble nearby. Immediately, she wondered where this thing had come from and what she was doing here. Barely holding back tears, the pickpocket explained that it was one of those things that reminded Tom of his memories and fears. Lena cheerfully replied that the type had clearly had a rough time as a child. The child immediately explained that they should be careful, as some places could be dangerous. Perhaps Thomas had set some poison traps here before he left. Letting go of her boss, Lena exhaled and wondered how much such choruses cost. Looking at the empty walls of the abandoned building, the protagonist thought that having territories in any case is better than not having them. However, the mansion in such a state could not be used. After looking around at the piles of trash and debris, Young wondered what he should do now. Realizing that it was a completely unusable building, Cled asked the new owner if he wanted to just tear the building down. Such a response, to say the least, surprised the hero. At first, he thought he'd misheard, because it wasn't that easy to realize. Such a suggestion reminded the player of the case in the maze, when there were a bunch of traps in front of them, but Caesar just ran through them like a bulldozer, as if not noticing the obstacle. Inspecting the gray walls once again, Young thought that something would have to be done about this mansion anyway. The demolition of this building would unleash the player. He could then build a shelter here, which would become a new base for his organization. Plus, it's worth considering that money is no longer an issue for him. Though if he wants a new base, he'll have to save every penny to build it. Looking at the brooding hero, Cled couldn't help but ask Lena if this guy always made such faces. At the same time, the pickpocket looked at his new boss and trembled. Hoyeon clenched his fist and thought that a new round of their association would come when Caesar returned. Joyfully imagining their organization going to the next level, the hero couldn't help himself and laughed. At the same moment, Cled and Lena agreed that this guy was going crazy. The player's laughter could be heard throughout the street. That's when the system gave a hint on how to use your own shelter. The HQ allows you to improve the characteristics of everyone or give reinforcement to all members of the organization. Simple shelters are low level and are just a resting place to restore health. But as the building improves, the list of reinforcements expands. Building from scratch takes a month, but can be accelerated with gold. In the middle of a very ordinary overcast day, the central square of the Labyrinth City wasn't very crowded. The recovered Caesar was heading towards his boss. There were many people walking around him who occasionally paid attention to the unusual-looking knight. Caesar's mind was still reeling from the dream he had recently seen. He pondered the words of his boss, who had said that true victory was flawless and selfless. Suddenly, an unknown man boldly called out to Caesar from behind his back. The thug turned his head slightly, and someone confirmed that it was him he was addressing. Standing there was a man dressed in a kimono. Minion disdainfully asked who the man was. Receiving no intelligible answer, Caesar ordered the stranger to get out of here if he wasn't sick of living. The Karate Kid threw his fist forward and said he wasn't going to do that. After the strange type's words about not being able to kill him anyway, Caesar instantly flew up to the unknown man and asked why he was joking. The Karate Kid explained that he had heard rumors of a duel between two big men with big swords in the center of town. Caesar realized it was about his fight with Thomas. The unidentified man realized that he was the one in front of him and explained that rumors spread quickly, even though there were few witnesses. Recalling the shattered portion of the bar's wall, the karate master said that only the greatest masters could leave such marks behind. However, the man in the kimono himself disagreed. He sincerely thought it was all one big, pathetic production. His last words awakened a tremendous rage in Caesar. He loomed menacingly over his potential opponent and asked why the creep thought that. However, the Karate Kid suddenly threw forward into his leg and shouted that there was no martial arts in that fight. Showing his plasticity, the type in the kimono said that by aiming at weak points, one could strike effectively. Continuing to showcase his speed, he added that flexibility and agility will easily lead a fighter to victory. And it is in this combination that the grace of martial arts and the art of the 100 steps lies. Looking at his seemingly surprised interlocutor, the karateka asked if he wanted to challenge him. Demonstrating his abilities, the fighter suggested that Caesar take a chance and fight him. Then their names would be remembered for a long time to come. Snapping his fingers, the karate master suggested that the bulky man register right now, after which he could receive valuable prizes. Caesar, however, interrupted his interlocutor and said that he was too loud. However, after only a second, he said he was interested and asked where to register. At the same time, Events were also taking place in the eastern district of the Labyrinth City. Despite the ruined state, the heroes still decided to stay in their new possession. Inside the room, at a certain point, there was the sound of a quick bang. Lena taught the pickpocket how to attack quickly. The boy learned the lesson very quickly and executed his first strike perfectly. The trainer immediately clapped her hands and noticed that the kid had obvious talent. The girl happily turned around and pointed her finger at the protagonist, saying that this kid had already overtaken the boss himself. Sitting next to her, Cled asked the player when his subordinate would be back. She reminded him that the working day was coming to an end. Ho Yaon made a face and wondered angrily where Caesar had been running around for so long. Deciding that he wasn't going to get his minion anytime soon anyway, he asked Cled if he could ask her how many questions. Playfully looking at the hero, the girl said he was allowed to do anything. The boy explained that when he first came here, he immediately looked around the entire eastern neighborhood and found nothing remarkable about it. He'd picked up on the fact that not only had there been a crazed adventurer wandering around here for a long time under the power of a pickpocket boy, but there was nothing the town hall could do about it. And even though a previously unknown organization appeared in the city, which seemed to try to establish order, the situation has not changed in any way. Looking suspiciously at his interlocutor, the guy asked why a mere civil servant had agreed to accompany him on his off hours. After pondering his theory, the hero wondered if Cled had swept up his henchman's potential. Looking at the suspiciously contented girl, Hoyeon asked if there was some interest of her organization involved in her escort. After a brief pause, the town hall employee exhaled and said that her interlocutor had gotten her. Grinning, she said it was no surprise that the kid was the boss of the organization. However, the boy had clearly miscalculated on something. Cled asked if he didn't think that her desire to help after hours might have something to do with her personal interest. This unexpected development put all three heroes in a stupor. Looking at the girl with embarrassment, Hero blushed and wondered what she just meant. At the same time, in the central square, Caesar was curiously sizzling with the gaze of an unknown karate kid. In the 5th generation of Labyrinth World, the difficulty of the dungeon levels in the dungeon increased very quickly, and in return, players started getting cooler items that improved the character's performance. So these items became indispensable. This whole situation had one big unchangeable consequence. For the first time in the series' history, players began to seriously enjoy farming. However, because of this, a gulf appeared between players depending on the items they were playing with. Those rejected by the game who couldn't get good stuff knocked out tried to make progress through their own labor and bridge the gap between players. And the very path these men chose to achieve greatness was martial arts. The effect of improving character control from constant training was pretty good. However, there were some disadvantages. There was a commotion in the martial arts school where the future events were taking place. All the club members stared in horror in front of them. The same karate kid who had been calling out to Caesar in the central square couldn't believe his eyes. Right in front of him, one of the masters of the training facility was thrown to the ground by the bulky man with such force that his head pierced the floor. Kneading his hand, Caesar looked angrily at the result of his work. Smiling, he mouthed that he liked this kind of training and wanted to do it again. Blocking the thug's path, the master said, "This ignorant swagger is very far from the art of the 100 steps." Caesar smiled and muttered that these guys had picked a pretty stupid name for their combat system. Such insolence pissed off the coach. The karate kid had no time to react, but Caesar jumped at him instantly. He grabbed his kimono and said that he was not interested in such dead men and ordered him to bring him a real fighter. As a threat, the bulky man added that if that master wasn't strong enough, Caesar would instantly shut the place down. The students who were standing in the distance looked at the monster across the room in horror. They chattered in horror at the fact that the coach had promised to bring them a newcomer, not some monster. But at the same second, a loud, heavy stomping sounded behind Caesar's back. From behind the henchman came a huge man. The man shouted in rage, asking who the stranger was and how he dared to commit mayhem within the walls of the sacred hall. The unceremonious manner in which he was called instantly pissed Caesar off. The bully immediately turned around. At his back, crossing his arms, stood a tall, big man in a kimono. Caesar immediately pushed away the master standing in front of him and prepared to fight. In the same second, the bulky man was next to the tall karate kid. Staring at the bald fighter, Caesar asked if he was really the strongest one here. The sun was gradually setting over the horizon. The big man glared angrily at the newcomer who had shown up. Caesar, who was of considerable stature himself, now looked up at his opponent. There was absolutely dead silence in the martial arts hall. However, suddenly, the bald man's entire face trembled. His eyes gradually began to get wet. With his lips pressed together, the karateka tried to hold back his emotions. But a second later, he burst into tears and ran away from Caesar. The sight of such a monster terrified him. The karateka standing by picked up their comrade and began to calm him down, telling him that the mentor would definitely sort it all out. Such weakness made the minion incredibly furious, and he asked if it was still the same jokes. However, the martial arts devotees looked questioningly at the newcomer. Realizing that he was not being played, Caesar muttered that he had high hopes for this place, but now he saw no point in leaving anyone alive. In the crowd of people, he spotted the same guy who had brought him here. The bully said that this guy had wasted too much of his time shouting the loudest that martial arts wouldn't let you die. After looking around at those gathered, Caesar explained that they should all have an understanding of one point. To prove the words of one of their comrades, they will all have to try not to die. These words caused a general stupor among the martial artists. One of the students clearly couldn't take it anymore. He shuddered and clenched his fists to keep from snapping. A moment later, however, the karate master snatched a small sign from his holster and threw it to the ground. He shouted to his mentor to engage the bulky man. Seeing this, the master muttered that the sacred tablet should never be thrown on the ground. However, the boy was already hysterical. He shouted that he had been thinking all along that he could overcome any obstacles with his own efforts. But immediately he pointed his finger at Caesar and asked everyone to look at this monster, more specifically, his status window. Caesar's stat said that he had level 15, yet he was still a rookie. The player kept exclaiming that this monster was dressed in such a way that it would be able to slaughter them all in 1 second. There must have been at least 1 billion free experience points poured into that suit. Suddenly, one of the students noticed one frightening detail. The information box said that this monster was a subordinate. The martial arts followers were surprised that it was just a pet, some player's pet. The Karate Kid cried and tried to imagine how powerful the owner of this monster was. It was probably some sick rancher who enjoys killing weak players. Continuing to sow panic, the guy in the kimono sobbed that they were victims and pawns of someone else's game. Sooner or later, death would befall them. At this moment, the master looked around at all of his disciples. Most of them were watching the unknown man with their mouths open in horror. The coach realized that most of them were already beginning to doubt the power of martial arts. Looking at the monster he himself had brought here, the master concluded that he had never seen anyone so terrifying before. Suddenly, the monster grabbed the crying student by the scruff of his neck. He started begging for mercy and saying that he was no longer a member of this club. However, Caesar looked angrily at the guy and asked why the guy was suddenly so desperate. In the next instant, the bulky man slapped the boy hard. After a mere slap on the cheek, the guy's face immediately split halfway down his face. Looking down at his victim from above, Caesar explained that the fact that simple labor would not allow one to go beyond the limits of possibility was natural. Bringing the boy's helpless body closer to his eyes, he shouted that trying to cling to something insane and unnecessary was like running away from himself. Looking at the rest of the students who were stunned to see the situation, the bulky man muttered that this was exactly the act of a coward. After once again inspecting the gutless weaklings, Caesar asked, "Did they really think they could earn salvation?" Clenching his fist, he muttered angrily that those who really believe in this nonsense must prove their immortality. At the same moment, the Karate Kid who had brought this rascal to the martial arts school thought he had brought a sick devil here. In the next second, another wooden token fell to the floor. One by one, students threw out signs of belonging to the school and shouted that they didn't want to die. Some sat on their knees and sobbed, calling for their mom, and some lamented that they could have spent all that time farming useful stuff. The master looked around and saw the panic growing. As he saw the sacred tokens flying around, he thought that they were running out of participants. But at the same second, a thunderous roar came from the other end of the room. Someone ordered the bully to stop touching his students. Caesar, who had not expected such insolence, looked menacingly in the direction from which the sound had come. An unknown man appeared in the doorway to his right. At the same time at the Thomas mansion, Lena yelled at her boss to get away from that wench. Hoyan, who had been staring mesmerized at Cled, turned his attention to his agitated partner. Turning around, he looked questioningly at the young assassin and thought, what was the point of him going anywhere right now? Cled grinned and asked what she had just done wrong. However, Lena didn't bother to answer and simply dashed towards the town hall employee. She asked him if Claude was a bit of a daredevil. When she looked into the girl's eyes, Lena noticed that she didn't like her new companion right away. She then explained that her rival wouldn't be able to woo the boss just because she had bigger breasts. Hoyeon, who was standing on the sidelines, watched the conflict unfold in horror. Lena leaned over Claude. Looking at the town hall staff with a frantic stare, she asked the girl if she wanted to get into her boss's pants out of personal interest. Afraid of the answer, the young assassin swung her sword and said that she would now explain why their association was gaining power so quickly. However, Hoyan stopped his subordinate. At the same second, Lena asked, "Does the boss really like girls like that?" The guy replied that it was none of her business. At that second, the young assassin flew off the handle and, unable to stand it, asked who the guy was picking out of them. The player was horrified and didn't understand what he was being asked to choose for. Just then, he looked around at his opponents and realized that he'd better not escalate the situation right now. This is one of those dangerous disputes where relationships between group members are clarified. The first and most painful blow in this fight was Cled's decisive confession. Of course, the hero didn't deny that after what the town hall employee said, his heart beat more frequently. However, with his body and charisma, such a conflict would only be a matter of time. And yet he basically didn't want something like this to happen. While Alina nervously asked her boss not to make faces, Hoyeon realized that what was needed here was the ability to make firm decisions. I should have used discernment, a skill that allows you to see what is hidden from view. It is an ability possessed by the truly powerful. Initially, he wanted to succeed in his argument with Cled through charisma and then use his insight. Closing his eyes, the boy presented a subjective view of his character. It all seemed rather strange. At the same second, the pickpocket watching from the side was watching with interest. However, the story then returned to the martial arts school again. Caesar looked questioningly at the unknown old man who had come out to him. The martial arts master told his mentor that the latter should not appear here as he was not yet cured. But the head of the school did not listen to his student. Looking at the stranger, he muttered disdainfully that even with such powerful strength, this type still came here and made such a mess. That same second, Coach Kato asked the unknown man in a powerful voice what he wanted. His scream made the air around him shudder. Covering himself from the resulting air currents, one of the karateka marveled that someone was able to summon such a wind with their spirit power alone. Caesar was beginning to like this arrangement. He smiled and asked the old man what he was up to. Not getting an answer, the bulky man lifted his foot and asked everyone present if they still didn't understand everything. Moments later, he slammed his feet into the wooden floor. It seemed that such power made the walls and the entire building around it shudder. That punch was many times stronger than the old coach's voice. Looking frantically at the trainer who came out to him, Caesar muttered that torturing the weak was a lot of fun. The old man didn't answer anything, but only waved his hand. A pleasantly colored aura formed around his hands in an instant. The master then took a step back, assuming his original fighting stance. With both hands, he brought the energy streams into a single point and looked angrily at the unknown man. With a hateful look at the monsters, the old man told him not to expect any mercy from him. Waving his hands in different directions, he used the power of the 100 Steps ability. Energy streams instantly rushed towards Caesar. In the same second, the minion remembered a dream he had recently seen. In it, the boss said that it was impossible to win by dirty methods, as true victory must be flawless and elegant. Remembering that phrase, the bulky man smiled. And just a moment later, there was a massive explosion in the place where Caesar was. Covering himself with his hands from the flow of wind, the old man looked in the direction where the unknown man stood and tried to catch his breath. Still, given his recent injury and age, he wasn't used to such techniques. Suddenly, however, the coach saw a dark silhouette in the smoke. When the cloud of dust dispersed, the old man saw a terrible picture. Across from him stood Caesar, unharmed. In his right hand, he held the boy who had brought him here. The boy's chest was cut from the blow he'd taken. Squeezing the victim's neck, Caesar flashed his eyes and said it was a flawless victory. The coach cried out in horror and ordered the monster not to touch his students. However, the bulky man waved his hand and said he wouldn't stop until this guy got what he deserved. The old man ran up and grabbed his student in his arms. Caesar stood back and said that the boy would not die from this. The coach was furious. Turning around, he called the monster's name and asked where it came from and what its name was. The warrior replied that his name was Caesar, and he was from the Black Mountain Association. The coach shouted in rage that he had never heard of such a group before and suggested that probably all its members had sold their souls to the devil. Caesar angrily ordered the coach to shut up since he didn't know anything anyway, and it was none of his business. Kato turned around and told the monster that they weren't done yet. Without turning to face the trainer, Caesar muttered that the old man was too pathetic, and he would like to study the perfect fight with the right teacher. With a hateful glance at his opponent, he said that he had no interest in wasting any more of his time on those miserable bastards. After this phrase, the coach could not utter a word for a few more seconds. Incredibly, this type made Kato himself nervous. Bowing his head, the old man said that in that case, the monster should leave and never return. However, Caesar turned around and said that a truce was out of the question and he would stay here. Such a statement shocked all the members of the martial arts club. Caesar noted that the lighting is pretty good here and he now owns the place. Coach Kato jumped up from his knees and shouted that it was impossible. Pointing his finger at the monster, he shouted that it could only be through his corpse. In the same instant, the old man ordered the martial artist to pounce on the monster and destroy it. Now the story shifts once again to the old Thomas mansion in the East Side neighborhood. An indignant Lena muttered that everything is decided by the boss anyway, so if he wants, he can have fun with this town hall worker who has such a big heart. The hero thanked his partner and said that he was unspeakably lucky to have such a girl on his team. Lena realized that reverse psychology wasn't working on the guy and asked if her boss was such a titan of loneliness. In response, the hero told the killer to speak directly and without hints. Hoyeon said that even if he was a loner, his subordinates shouldn't be interested in that information. Turning to the female employee at the town hall, the player asked her opinion on the matter. In response, Claude playfully replied that Wilhelm wasn't really that bad. The system decoded this answer as the guy being the most ordinary. That made Hoyoung really mad. Even Lena was shocked at Claude's boldness and said that if she kept saying something like that, the guy would really lose all interest. The hero grabbed his head, and the system announced that both girls' interest in him had been lowered by 1 point. The boy didn't understand anything anymore. He felt as if his head were about to explode. At the same time, at the martial arts school, Caesar continued to hand out slaps to the students. Even attacking the monster from different sides, none of the humans could counter it with anything. Caesar was running all over the arena at breakneck speed and beating up everyone he could get his hands on. The young disciples who didn't possess any serious abilities could do nothing against the monster, which alone was capable of killing them all at once. At some point, Caesar got bored of just shoving annoying people away from him. So he threw a few people into the wall. A few similar blows had caused the outside sign announcing that this was the location of the training room to sway slightly, but it soon snapped in half after one of the students flew backwards into the wall. For a few minutes at a time, there was a lull on the battlefield. By the end of the fight, only Caesar was left standing. In his right hand, he held Coach Kato by the neck. The system alerted that Caesar had defeated the head of the martial arts training room. His stats increased slightly. At the same moment, the fame of the monster itself increased by 100 points, while the Black Mountain Association's similar figure increased by 50 points. Further events unfolded once again at the old Thomas mansion. Barely calming down, Hoyeon saw the notification the system had sent him. It said that his character Wilhelm Meyer's fame had increased by 50 units. That's when the player realized that Caesar had something to do with it. After a while, the group came to a broken building. The protagonist looked questioningly at the wooden shed that stood in front of him. Overall, this building was completely unremarkable. The only exception was the sign in front of the entrance, symbolizing yin and yang. Upon entering the room, the first thing the player discovered was the body of an unknown man. His head was pierced through the floor. He seemed to be unconscious. Inside the main hall, there were several dozen people. All of them were either sitting exhausted or could barely stand on their feet. The walls around them were covered with huge cracks. A shocked Lena asked her boss what had happened here. The pickpocket, also not expecting to see such a thing, asked his superior the same question. The player replied that he had no idea. However, according to the game's message, the building became theirs. Walking over to the nearest man, Hoyeon asked him what had happened here. The guy with the weird hairstyle was annoyed at the unknown man asking him if he belonged to the Black Goat Guild. The protagonist was beyond furious. He stated that the correct name of his organization was the Black Mountain Association. Suddenly, the old man lying on the ground jumped up just upon hearing that name. He whispered eerily that there wasn't a scratch on that man. The player remained silent. The coach then slowly lay on the ground, wondering why he was such a loser. Closing his eyes, he realized that his training room was now the worst in the area. Not heeding his disciples' pleas, the old man threw up his hands and said there was no more strength or hope. At that moment, the other people in the hall also cried. Hoyeon was puzzled and asked what he had to do with it. At that moment, Lena whispered to the pickpocket that their boss was acting like trash right now. Not hearing an answer to his question, the hero turned his back to the crying people and said that basically, he didn't care about the place. The type with the weird haircut asked what the guy was coming for then. The player looked at the weakling with hatred and said that he was the boss of the Black Mountain Association. He then mouthed that the people around him had better remember who they were talking to. Still, listening to the voice of reason, Young said that he should start by apologizing for what happened here, since his subordinate had done it unauthorized. The men in training uniforms looked at the guy in bewilderment. The hero noted that he's a very busy man with huge ambitions, so such losers he does not understand. Seeing that her boss was getting a little cocky, Lena showed her horns with her fingers and called him a demon. Closing his eyes, Hoyan said that he didn't have the ability to devote time to unprofitable places. Even though the owner of the building has changed, everyone in the building can continue to go about their business. Such an unexpected soft expression greatly surprised everyone present. At the same time, the humiliated coach was barely trying to contain his emotions. Suddenly, he raised his hand and said that it was not befitting for the head of the Black Mountain to speak so nonchalantly. The player creased his face and didn't understand what this old man was talking about. Coach Kato explained that the reason the gym is in this condition is because other schools have poached his students. Hoyeon replied that perhaps other halls encourage followers more. However, the old man replied that that was not the case. He explained that by its very nature, martial arts are as much about the spirit as it is about the body. And here they teach only endlessly brutal killing techniques in pursuit of so-called practicality. After examining his students, Coach Kato said that this was the reason why they were in big trouble, as not all of them could withstand the tests. However, if suddenly someone finds out that even such cruel and time-tested disciples could be defeated by some bandit, the fate of their hall will be sealed. When he remembered Caesar, the player immediately grabbed his head. He didn't understand how that bastard was always getting into trouble. Suddenly, the old man threw himself on his knees in front of the new owner of the hall, and out of a last hope asked for help for the hall. Lena wittily remarked that Hoyeon doesn't know anything about girls, yet sweaty men crawl on their knees in front of him. The old man shouted that he would kiss anyone's feet for the sake of his hall. Screaming, the hero ordered him not to do so. The surprised pickpocket said that if word got around town that Black Mountain owned the place, their reputation would sink to the level of losers. The player who heard this was furious. He was pissed off at everyone around him. Lowering his head, the boy saw the old man kissing his feet. Yanking his leg off, Hoyeon shouted in anger that he would think about helping this gym. Coach Kato replied that he was truly grateful. The type sitting behind with the weird haircut was crying and couldn't believe that the coach was going through such humiliation for them. Then this guy also threw himself at the main character's feet. Lena and the pickpocket who were watching all this thought it was very disgusting. All the students took turns starting to crawl to the player's feet. Hoyeon tried to stop them, but they didn't hear him. Lena grinned and remarked that at least these guys were cohesive. Meanwhile, it was already getting dark outside. Inside the main room of the gym, a leisurely evening workout was in progress. The player, meanwhile, leaned tiredly against the wall. He still hadn't realized where Caesar was. When asked by the type with the weird haircut who the monster was, Lena replied that it was their perpetually busy dude who always had tons of stuff to do. The guy replied that if he were that monster, he would have gone right back. According to him, this monster should have gone towards the main group. At the last moment, however, he suddenly said something unexpected. Caesar muttered that his thirst was still unquenched, which is exactly what it takes to become flawless. From the students' words, they couldn't even think that this person would be so interested in martial arts. So Coach Kato recommended that this monster go to the Chonhak Hall. Hoyeon looked at his companions in bewilderment. He had no idea why Caesar would be thirsty, and why this old man was suddenly helping the monster that had ruined his life's work. Something was clearly wrong. Without thinking long, the protagonist activated the class skill insight, and what he saw gave him the deepest shock. The player suddenly shouted to Lena that they urgently needed to run to Chonhak Hall right now. When asked by the girl what had happened, the guy confusedly replied that Caesar was in danger. Meanwhile, the evening streets of the Labyrinth City were still full of people. The Bram Center was home to one of the largest training camps in the city. Since ancient times, it has been believed that this is where some of the best martial arts techniques are taught. This was the legendary Chonhak Dojo Hall. Unlike most non-lethal self-defense schools, this institution also promoted the use of various techniques solely for killing. The practice in the main room was being watched from above by the dojo's manager, Egum Chonhak. Suddenly, the head was called. A man named Barden ran toward him from his right. Without waiting for a report, Egum said he was already aware of everything. He added that he couldn't believe that such a commotion had happened while he was away. Barden bowed to his superior and said he apologized for the lapse in security. He reported that they had no idea they would come across such a strong man. The manager of the dojo said that this was a really strange occurrence. With a scornful look at his aide, he added that he had been reported that it was some bandit. Barden responded that the report was probably not accurate enough. Egom, without uttering a word, powerfully slapped his subordinate in the face. When the fat man fell down, the head said that Barden was too pathetic. He told his subordinate that he had experienced extreme humiliation at the guild meeting. Looking at the pathetic little man, Egom said he hadn't expected anything more from an illegitimate child. The fat man rose and bowed to the gentleman again. To correct his own oversight, he decided to tell the whole situation again. An unknown person attacked the training hall, beating several students and one teacher. After that, he was not easily apprehended. However, what was surprising was that this man was using the style of the 100 Steps Dojo. Egom smirked and realized who he was talking about. He was surprised that the dojo was still transmitting its teachings. The manager muttered that he finally had a reason to meet with Kato. Waving his hand to Barden, the head headed for the dojo's exit and said that he was giving his subordinate another chance. It was necessary to guard the bastard until Egom returned. Leaving the balcony, the coach said he wouldn't give a third chance, so let Barden not disappoint him. Meanwhile, Caesar was alone in the dungeon. He was bound tightly to a post. The Chonhak school students standing nearby couldn't believe that this man was the one that had been rumored all over the city. Noticing the admiration on the faces of these wretched men, Caesar grinned. Someone muttered that they couldn't believe that this type of person had killed Thomas in the eastern neighborhood. Such a person would surely be useful to the guild. One of the interlocutors implored that it couldn't be Tom's winner, as Tommy could only face the manager. Caesar, who heard all this, grinned and said that in that case he was extremely disappointed. One of the warders shouted at the prisoner to shut up, as no one had given him the right to speak. After waiting for a while, the disciple asked the monster that if it was true, what happened to that boy who was carrying that bulky man around? There was a rather tense pause, after which Caesar said obviously. As an example, Caesar gave the situation of a pickpocket asking the host to go to the bathroom, and the boss himself is not restricted in his wording. He can call this child whatever he wants. So it was obvious that after brutal torture, the boss had simply brainwashed the boy and made him his slave. All three wardens were horrified by what they heard. They could not believe that a man had done such a thing to a child. The older man drew his katana and was about to finish the monster off. The subordinate tried to stop his mentor. However, the white-haired man ran in the direction of the captive. But suddenly Caesar smirked and said that his opponent had been too rash. This confidence of the tightly bound prisoner made the chief of guards very uneasy. At the same time, right in front of the guy's nose, a girl appeared out of nowhere and sliced his blade in half with one deft blow. Taking advantage of the speed advantage, the unknown turned around and threw the head of security to the other end of the room with a single kick. Caesar laughed at the top of his voice and the girl said, "Mission accomplished." Lena turned to her partner and asked what he was laughing so hard about. The thug smiled and said that they hadn't seen each other in a while, and he was very glad that the girl had easily disposed of all the annoying humans. He jokingly asked if his partner had decided to obey him. Lena replied that she wasn't the one who was bound now. Suddenly she grinned and said that it was actually quite pathetic. Even if she presented a knife to Caesar's throat now, there was nothing he could do about it. In response, the henchman offered his partner a battle of impeccability. The young assassin asked if he meant no injuries. Showing her slightly bare back, Lena pronounced that she didn't have a scratch on it, and it was a common thing for her. Remembering the piles of people she had killed, she asked Caesar why he had come here. Was he going to learn something here? From the young assassin's observation, there was nothing special about this dojo. With a carefree wave of her hand, Lena said her partner should stop climbing on sweaty men and learn from her, since she was a full year older than him. Already longing to be free of Caesar didn't understand why some wench was being so cocky to him right now. Lena calmly pointed out that the bulky man had once again lost his temper, to which he replied that it was all because of her. Tensing with his whole body, Caesar loosened the ropes and once again offered the girl a battle of impeccability. Running up to her partner, the young assassin said she was comfortable with that. Looking madly into Caesar's angry eyes, Lena said that the loser would become the winner's submissive dog. Immediately, however, they were stopped by a foreign voice. When they turned around, they saw one of the wardens trying to pull himself up and say that he hadn't given up yet. This particular man drew his sword, which immediately began to emit magical energy. He said that he would not allow this dojo to be desecrated. Adopting a fighting stance, the swordsmanship teacher nicknamed Speed Sword said that he would destroy all uninvited guests, even at the cost of his life. After a moment, there was an absolutely dead silence in the room. Looking at their prey, the two partners thought they could finally unleash their fervor on a third person. At the same instant, Speedsword very much regretted not pretending to be dead. Before he could even blink an eye, the two bloodthirsty monsters pounced on him. Even the thick walls of the basement couldn't contain the scream that the Speedsword let out in the next instant. The next day, events unfolded at the 100 Steps dojo. Arriving at the base, Caesar and Lena told the boss everything that had happened the previous night. After hearing this terrible news, Hoyeon thought that they were definitely in serious trouble now. Lena wondered in her short memory. After all, you can't forget that the Jeonhak dojo is the largest criminal guild. Turning around, the girl poked Caesar in the nose and said it felt like they were stirring up a hornet's nest. Hoyeon was very much surprised that his subordinates' attitudes had reached a new level. He asked when those two had gotten close. Lena snapped her fingers and said that the two of them had something going on. Pointing her finger in Caesar's face, the girl laughed and said that he had lost her bet. The guy thought that although they were cute, they were still pretty dumb. The next moment, Lena started scratching Caesar under his chin like a kitten. The bully said it was just for today. The pickpocket was very disgusted by this story, but the main character thought that although it was difficult, but they made up. At the same time, the player performed a special task to restore the tavern. After some time, all the work was completed. The inn became the main base of the Black Mountain Association. The innkeeper walked up to the bar and said that now they were finally quite done. At that moment, he could not contain his feelings. He could not believe that they had done all this with their own hands. Loudly crying with happiness, the tavern owner immediately hugged his partners. All this time, it was the fat man's ultimate dream. He had wanted to build his own business for a long time. One of the bandits blew his nose into a handkerchief and said that no one would have thought that the Black Mountain guy would trash the place. The owner of the bar agreed with his partner, but noted that it was unlikely they would have had such success with the past guild. After looking around the sales floor, he said they both pay less and are self-managed. The tawny man suddenly added that the kid's menacing face now reminded him of some fairy. No one could have imagined that the fat man's biggest dream would come true like this. They used to do nothing but clean up the loose ends of a criminal guild, but now they could become a cool tavern with delicious food. With joy, the chief began to whirl around himself. Pointing to the new signboard, he mouthed that they would now follow the spirit of the Black Mountain. And finally, after years of miserable existence, normal people will go to them. Suddenly, the front door swung open and a man appeared on the threshold. The fat man yelled for everyone to get ready because they had their first visitor. Turning to the entrance, he greeted the visitor and said they had great food and a cool owner. However, the boy at the entrance turned out to be before more familiar to him. At that moment, the chief realized that this was clearly not the first visitor. The pickpocket, who had been running as fast as he could, tried to catch his breath. After a few seconds, he said that Wilhelm Meyer, the boss of the Black Mountain Association, had ordered the summoning of all the members of the organization. The fat man asked in surprise what the rush was about. However, the child answered evasively and told everyone to come to the appointed place at the appointed time, and everything would be reported there. After a while, the bar staff reached the right place. It was an old abandoned mansion. As he approached one of the entrances, the tavern owner noticed a note nailed on the wall. It was meant for the fat man. It contained an order to destroy the place before Wilhelm Meyer returned. The old man opened his mouth in surprise and surveyed the work front. There were several floors of solid rubble around him. The workers who came with him thought they were trapped. Realizing that this job was going to take a very long time, the fat man decided that the boss was mistaking them for laborers. At the same moment in the 100 Steps dojo, Lena was still nonchalantly scratching Caesar's chin. However, after just a second, the game notified the hero that an intruder was approaching the building. Judging by the number of warnings, the situation was an emergency. Suddenly, an unknown energy poured into the double front door. The student asked the dojo manager if this was the aura he was thinking of. The old man said nothing. Right near the entrance of the building stood Egom Chonhak. Coach Kato immediately recognized an old acquaintance and, at the same time, a rival. Seeing the stunted old man in front of him, Manager Chonhak said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Arrogantly looking at Coach Kato, Egom asked if the latter knew why he had come here. Seeing that the old man was visibly hesitating, the young master said that he might not answer. Egom stated that this was ridiculous, as the old man himself had left the dojo of his own volition, claiming to be a martial arts master. Now, in his old age, he was a pawn in the hands of some rabble. Both Hoyeon and Caesar boiled up after the last sentence, but Lena tried to calm them down. The old man adjusted his belt and calmly replied that the years were taking their toll, and he was indeed no longer young. Looking into his opponent's eyes, he added that he did have some time left. However, was his opponent able to overwhelm him? First, the boy stole the master's weapon. He then refined it and recruited real criminals to the dojo. Agom ordered the old man to shut up and said that the master didn't trust anyone with his weapons after Kato escaped. So it was because of the old man that things had originally gone wrong. The manager of the 100 Steps dojo said that the boy shouldn't make him laugh, as the only reason he wasn't handed anything was because of his rambunctious lifestyle. Egom replied that the old man himself liked to run around, to which Kato said he didn't know what he was talking about. The manager of the dojo, Chonhak, said he wasn't going to take it anymore and offered his opponent a fight. The old man ordered the boy to come closer. The boys behind him were anticipating an epic battle, and although all this from the outside looked like some kind of prolonged soap opera, but everything had to be solved man to man. Both fighters prepared their auras for battle. Egom then offered to start and threw the first punch. His energy strike was very swift. The old man was even a little confused at first. After all, he had only lost speed due to his age during his years of training. However, gathering his thoughts, he decided to parry the blow. Thanks to Bekpo's counter fist ability, he was able to cut the opponent's energy wave with his own wave. The retaliatory blow came in the direction of Igoma. A second later, there was an explosion in front of Kato. However, in the next instant, a young master emerged from the dust cloud unharmed. Looking at his enemy with hatred, he asked if he had devoted his whole life to this, betraying his brother? Exhausted by the amount of energy expended, the old man replied that his opponent was wrong. Egom raised his hand and prepared for another attack. Hoyeon, Caesar, and Lena watched the fight from around the corner with interest. The boy was enamored with the type across the street. Such praise for his rival made Caesar angry, and he squeezed the bag of popcorn. In response, Lena yelled at him for doing so. Police officers nearby saw a column of rising smoke. When they arrived at the scene, they ordered the fighters to stop, as fights between players are not allowed on the streets of the city. Gradually occupying the area, the guards of the law ordered to search the area and find the culprits. Suddenly, the dust cloud gradually began to dissipate, and a dark figure appeared in it. The cops saw a young guy in a raincoat. They immediately identified it was Agom Chonhak from the downtown dojo of the same name. Just then, they saw Caesar and said that this bulky man was also subject to the order. Inspecting the battlefield, one of the senior officers summed up that right now, the head of the largest criminal guild and a subordinate of the boss of a fledgling organization, whose fame passed 1,000 in the first hours, were fighting. The situation was too dangerous to get involved, so the cops decided to stay out of it and just wait for the outcome of the fight. The townspeople, still on the street, got wind of a fight between players taking place not far away. Popcorn vendors immediately appeared on the streets offering their services. Caesar, who saw the commotion, said that it was quite interesting. Hoyeon was amazed that the people around him suddenly decided to watch the fight. Due to their inability to intervene in the fight itself, police officers decided to ensure the safety of civilians. The protagonist realized that things were definitely out of control now. Because a lot of people had gathered, Black Mountain's reputation would change rapidly anyway. And since it would depend on the course of the battle, the news was not the most comforting. Kato was clearly not at his best. After receiving 2 consecutive injuries, his martial arts were not at the highest level, and that meant that the situation was so-so. Suddenly, Caesar smiled and called loudly to the gathered men. He declared that all the spectators would now see the flawless fight of the century. The system alerted that the Minion had activated the eloquence skill. Because of this bright and loud proclamation, there was complete silence in the street for a moment. Hoyeon looked at his henchman with confusion and wondered what had suddenly happened to him. Lena laughed at her partner's boldness, but the player didn't understand what they should do now. Suddenly, right after Caesar's proclamation, all the people around started demanding an interesting fight. Lena, who was also most likely hit by Caesar's skill, also began to scream. Upon seeing this, the hero finally panicked. The police officers were trying to understand what had suddenly happened to the people. Because they were too active, an unfortunate situation could have occurred. At the same moment, Agom said that he had come here to finish what he had started. His goal was to end it all and be the only one left. The old man answered nothing and simply looked into his opponent's eyes. After a few long seconds, he said he didn't care which one of them died today. Extending his arm forward, Kato said it was his turn to attack. Swinging around, he applied Bekpo's first technique. In the next instant, the master struck his opponent with a strong, slashing blow. However, the energy flame passed through Egom's body. When the smoke cleared, Kato realized it was an illusion. That was when he realized why the young master had artificially created so much fog. Looking around, the old man tried to spot the enemy in the clouds of smoke. He could feel that the boy was somewhere close by. However, at that very second, Egom flew out from behind him. Hoyeon called out to Kato and shouted that the enemy was behind him. The old man heard this information and turned around in time to block Egom's strike. However, the attack was so serious that the trainer lost his orientation in space for a while. The people watching the battle suddenly started shouting that prompting was unfair. There was an immediate call to get out of here. Caesar noted that the boss had done it for nothing. Suddenly, the guy drew the henchman's attention to a strange thing. The henchman looked in the direction his boss had pointed. What he saw raised a lot of questions. The old man's hand that hit Egom was emitting a strange purple smoke. Kato realized that this was not the magic they had been taught and asked the young master what he had done. Egom explained that his teacher's power has always been antinomian. Swiping his hand through the air, he asked Kato, wasn't he aware that this man stubbornly clung to tradition? The old man interrupted his opponent and said that he had just made some kind of abomination out of a martial art. Egom Chonhak looked angrily at Kato and said that he had learned boundlessness. However, words were not enough in this situation. Therefore, the young master decided to use the fourth technique of the Chonghak school, point discharge. At this moment, the old man was truly surprised. Even while training at the Chonhak dojo, he had never heard of this technique. A second later, a powerful energy beam struck his chest. It was so fast that it was impossible to parry such a blow. Hu Young squealed, not understanding how this was possible. At the same time, the crowd of gawkers cheered and rejoiced that something interesting had finally happened in the battle. Kato clutched his stunned chest and asked in a trembling voice, what was the technique? Suddenly, he could smell a strong odor of energy to his right. Standing right in front of his face, his opponent was at the old man's back in the blink of an eye. The young master said in a commanding voice that he wasn't finished yet. At the same second, he split his opponent's back with another blow. The characters who watched this beating had different emotions. Lena enthusiastically said that this was the end. Caesar just kept quiet and studied the fight. The main character watched in horror and didn't know what to do. The old man was struggling to stay on his feet. A huge hole was gaping in his back, with violet energy oozing out of it. At that moment, Caesar realized what his master had warned him about. However, the guy angrily stated that this was far from the most important thing right now. After all, if Kato was defeated, they would be in an unenviable situation. Caesar calmly mouthed that it was the weakling who tried to dodge but failed. Lena excitedly replied that Kato really could have dodged, as the timing was perfect. The boy agreed with his subordinates and wondered why the old man had let himself get hit if he had excellent detection skills. For his part, Caesar summarized that this flawless fight was far more interesting than he thought it would be. He added with interest that he would have to watch the battle some more. Hoyeon was confused. But what else was there to watch? Kato's legs gradually began to wobble. After a moment, he spat out the blood that came to his mouth. Egom stated that it was about time to call it a day, as the old man's body wasn't in the best shape. Pointing his hand at the guys who were watching, the young master said that it was because Kato had contacted those people from Black Mountain. From the last of his strength, raising his head and looking at his opponent, the old man said that he wouldn't have wanted it to end this way. Egom shouted triumphantly that he was glad that this confrontation had finally come to an end. Suddenly, Kato, in a trembling voice, said that they really should have resolved this conflict a long time ago. The young master didn't understand what his opponent was talking about. Suddenly, the old man shouted that he wanted to fight until the very end. With a wave of his hands, he revitalized his aura once again. All three heroes simultaneously marveled at what had happened before their eyes. It wasn't until the closest student was terrified that he ran to his coach and began tearfully begging him not to do it. Kato began to accumulate a huge ball of energy in his palms. His hand scooped up more and more air while dispersing a huge vortex. As with the point discharge, Egom didn't know what the technique was. Considering the age of his opponent, the guy thought it was one of the meditation techniques he was seeing for the first time. Looking at the huge array of energy the old man had accumulated in his hands, Egom thought he was concentrating his strength to create a wave. In such a case, in order not to be in a losing situation, it was necessary to strike first. With that thought, the young master pounced on his opponent, trying to get ahead of him. However, just centimeters away from the blow, the boy heard the old man's thanks. Kato said that in that case, he wouldn't have to chase anyone. Only at the very last second did Egom realize that it was a sacrificial technique. The author dies with the opponent when he performs it. The final blow was called Ultimatum Bekpo. A moment later, there was a massive explosion. At that moment, only the closest student realized that his teacher could no longer be brought back. The flash from the explosion temporarily blinded everyone who was close enough. The people watching the fight were horrified by what they saw. The only ones laughing at that moment and marveling at what was happening were Caesar and Lena. The cloud of smoke gradually began to dissipate, but it was clear that there was someone's silhouette. Hoyeon was at a loss to guess what they should expect. The people around were still standing like dumbfounded and watching the outcome. Police officers were also prepared to accept whatever the outcome. Suddenly, the cloud of smoke was cut by a beam of violet energy. Egom reappeared at the spot where the very epicenter of the explosion had been a short while ago. He muttered that the old man only annoyed him. After looking around at those present, the dojo manager asked who would be the next victim. Choosing between the girl and the bulky man, the young master pointed at Caesar. But suddenly, Kang Baek-soo, Kato's disciple, ran out of the training room. With tears in his eyes, he shouted that he would not forgive his teacher's enemy. However, Caesar, who was standing next to him, instantly knocked out the crybaby and said that petty weaklings had no place here. Turning to his opponent, the bulky man asked how he had pulled off the move. With hatred looking into Egom's eyes, Caesar asked again why he remained perfectly fine after that attack. The young master remained silent for a moment, then noted an important detail for himself. He asked Caesar if he had recently been caught at the Chonhak dojo. Egom asked how the thug had escaped from the dungeon, but Lena interjected and said that she was the one who had helped him. The girl added that she was disappointed because her previous crime guild was no different. Thinking back to the situation with that jailer, the young assassin said that she had prepared herself for the fact that there would be many strong people in the guild. However, they couldn't even touch a hair of hers. With a wave of her hand, the short girl nonchalantly replied that the Chonghak clan was no better than the old man's training room. Moreover, their den couldn't be called a dojo. It's at most an ordinary preparatory school. These words made the young master furious. He asked the girl if she even realized what she had said. Frightened by the escalating situation, Hu-young ordered all of his partners to shut up immediately. For a moment, there was a tense silence in the air. Egom was surprised that someone in their group was taking the words of some brat seriously. The player looked anxiously at his opponent and thought that if he left things as they were, the event would start to develop in an unexpected direction. Deciding that now would be a good time to cut into the conversation, the guy put his hand on his chest and addressed his enemy. However, he was instantly interrupted by the brat and said that he wasn't going to talk on equal terms with some weakling. The boy was very angry about this. However, what scared him the most was how Caesar would react. And the bully at this point appeared to be very much in the mood for a fight. He shouted to his opponent that no one dared call his boss some kind of brat. Lena supported her partner and said that no one dared to call their half-dead donkey names but themselves. Surprised at this turn of events, Egom asked Hoyeon, did he really have Jwaimpa? The player realized that this information had been given to them by Caesar. He looked angrily at the henchman and asked him where he had even come up with that. Scratching his chin, the young master said that everything was clear now. It turns out that this old man gave his life for the sake of the sick master. It seemed to Ho-young that he was about to go mad. He clutched his head and thought he was surrounded by idiots. Nevertheless, Egom said that their story ends there anyway. Extending his hand towards his opponents, he said that Egom Chonhak, the owner of the Chonhak Ryu blade, was declaring war on behalf of the dojo to the Black Mountain Association. Caesar and Lena were enthusiastic about the news, saying that they would surely topple the arrogant bastard from his throne. The protagonist, on the other hand, was visibly downcast. Casual onlookers who heard the news instantly shouted with joy. Police officers who tried to calm the commotion demanded that the crowd stop. Kang Baek-soo, who was lying on the ground, muttered that it was very cool. Thus, a new event has begun in the game. Skirmishes between organizations, particularly major battles, can be key factors in capturing an enemy faction. During the events, supervision of territories is reduced and criminal activity is allowed. The main task became the capture of enemy factions to obtain the title of slumlord. After a while, the heroes found themselves in a renewed tavern. Only the atmosphere was far from festive. The hero irritatedly asked Caesar why he had come this far again. Thunderbolt excitedly replied that the reason for this was due to the flawless battle technique. Lena immediately called her partner an idiot. Hoyeon had never heard of anything like that before. However, he thought it didn't make any sense at all. He bewilderedly asked the Minion, was this really all he had started an entire war for? He explained that Lena had told him that the point of the technique was to avoid taking damage. Caesar clarified that it's not really about the lack of damage received. Flawless combat is not simply cowardly evasion. The essence of this technique was clearly demonstrated by Igom Chonhak. He took on Kato's desperate attack without getting a scratch. Caesar was absolutely certain that if they fought with the Chonhak dojo, they would learn all the secrets of this mysterious technique. Immediately afterward, he laughed at the top of his voice, causing his boss to feel embarrassed. Looking at this monster, one could think that he was just incredibly obsessed with power. The player didn't understand if it was normal for his subordinate to hinder his master so much. However, even with all the messes they've been through and will still go through, things turned out much better than they could have. And even thinking about it that way, it was because of this thug that all of Ho Yan's original plans were ruined. Still, if this lunatic keeps this up, the hero will accomplish almost nothing. Suddenly, the dead silence was interrupted by a sharp thump of hands on the table. The guy stated that he would need to get away, and the partners would just have to stay here. Hoyun was out of the game for the first time since the start of his passing. He lay on the bed without strength and thought about how he should be. Coming to his senses, the boy lifted himself from the bed. He pulled off his virtual reality helmet with great pleasure. The harsh light that shone into his eyes immediately grated on his nerves. The change of scenery gave him a sudden headache. The guy thought that the organization was only 10 days away from war, but in the real world that time would pass in 24 hours. The hero realized it was time to take his mind off the game and go for a walk. His path lay through a huge anthill of skyscrapers. The end point of the route was one of the local fast food restaurants. For the first time in several days, the hero tasted normal food. His friend looked at the boy questioningly and noted that it didn't look like a champion's breakfast. When he noticed that Hoyan looked upset, he asked what was wrong. However, the hero thought nothing of it and just gorged himself on a delicious burger. At that moment, many emotions were intertwined in him. It was the taste of forgotten food and the bitterness of the nightmare happening in the game. Suddenly, the boy cried. His full friend asked if his play life was ruined. After realizing that it was better not to touch the Koresh, the blonde thought that the game world used to be completely different. And yet, lately at work, they often talk about the novelties of the game. Many acquaintances of the fat man talked about the fact that in the new version they updated not only the maze itself, but also many everyday things. Starting with the fact that bandits are prowling everywhere from the very start of the passage. Just then, a friend chimed in that although he's not sure, he thinks the moderation just decided to wait for the right moment. Suddenly, the blonde decided to ask his friend if he had really given up the top ranker spot in the new walkthrough. He and the rest of the acquaintances are very much surprised that the guy decided to start from scratch. The blonde was amazed that the boy actually thought another pumping from the start was something fun. Suddenly, the hero asked his friend what he said about moderation biding its time. This unexpected question confused the blonde man. After a few seconds of silence, he turned to Hoenn. Fatty explained that as the person who loved the maze the most, the hero had a very big impact on the quiet flow of the game. In Season 4, in a rapidly darkening world, Rodrigo Eldrigo rose to fame through sheer dedication. The blonde man muttered that all players needed a certain good influence, and only a top ranker like Hoyeon could give such an effect. The boy thought very hard about these words. Indeed, last season it was the top players who determined a lot of the game. They could single-handedly drive the entire plot without conferring with the other players or each other. In the 4th generation of virtual reality, he, Rodrigo Eldringo, a 97th level ranker, had the grade of shelter director. Living conditions have changed rapidly. People can achieve a lot of things if they need to. Meal packages, workouts, and more have become available. Now you don't have to lift a finger to play virtual games. Mankind has completely shut down the needs of basic nutrition, exercise, and sleep. However, with the advent of limitless possibilities, new challenges had to be found. So the idea of creating a new perfect world was born, and Hoyeon got to experience all of its limitless possibilities. And yet the player had a reason to be out of the game. His friend's name was Park Yul-dong. He was an intern at the Korean branch of the developer of Labyrinth World. It was from the blonde man that Hoyeon could get the information that could not be obtained from within the game. The words of a friend seriously puzzled the protagonist. The fact that the developers let things go on their own could mean that they wanted to close the game. The guy didn't understand how this was possible. And what were these administrators up to anyway? You could tell from the blonde man's voice that he was enjoying the game and was working very hard on it. However, this kid had no idea what caused such an abrupt change of course. Yul-dong didn't realize that it was Hoyeon who was ruining all the fun. Looking at his friend, the boy smiled and asked him not to worry. He added enthusiastically that he would be able to manage it all. Suddenly, the protagonist asked his comrade how he himself was doing in the game. Dong replied that it was a secret, but he was actually a member of a criminal guild. Seeing his acquaintance's interest, the fat man said that he had only recently joined the organization and was already on the right track. However, suddenly the guild leader, who was a real bastard, intervened. Dong realized that such a person must surely have a secret character. But the boy couldn't imagine putting his dojo on the line. The blonde man added that on top of that, his boss had contacted some newcomers from the Black Mountain Association. The frustrated fat man said that he was just determined to start a new life and earn a righteous living. However, the protagonist was surprised that Igom Chonhak had put up his school as a bid. Suddenly, the player couldn't help himself and slammed his fist sharply on the table. The boy realized that he had finally extracted that most precious piece of information. Parallel to this, the unrest did not leave the main building of the Chonhak dojo. There were several people in one of the main halls. Yulmu, holding his trembling hand, thanked Barden for releasing him. The coach thought he would die of shame. The fat man muttered that the subordinates' carelessness had cost them a great deal. But suddenly, the coach shouted and said that it was not the time for that, for they had to fix things before the head found out about it. They had to think about what to do with that bandit. Suddenly, Barden replied that Coach Kato had been killed. And at the scene of his death, the guy who had escaped was just seen. The guy in the kimono shouted that things were bad now and they would definitely all be killed. The fat man replied that it wasn't over yet, and the head had dragged the entire dojo into a war with an unknown faction. To this, Yulmu replied that at least they were alive. There was an awkward silence in the air. Turning his head away, Barden thought his subordinate was just an idiot. The starry sky was illuminated by the soft moonlight. The fat man walked out of the dojo's main room and went about his business. There was only one thought in his mind. There was no way they could lose. The main problem was that if defeated, outsiders could find out about the Chonhak clan's secret weapon. That was why their dojo had to win. Barden irritably recalled recent events. At that moment, he wondered, could they win? Suddenly, the fat man felt something wrong. He turned around and saw a mist appearing out of nowhere. Looking straight ahead again, Barden saw the dust puffing up in front of him. It seemed as if someone had rushed past him at a great speed. At the same second, the fat man threw his arm forward and shouted that the unknown man was obliged to show himself. At the same instant, however, a cheer came from behind him. Out of the corner of his eye, the type in the kimono saw that right behind him was an unknown girl who was looking at Barden with crazy eyes. A short, frightened scream echoed over the rooftops of the central neighborhood. After a while, the fat man woke up, being seated in one of the alleys tied up. It was then that Dong thought that he had no luck at all in his new body so far. When he looked up, he saw people standing across from him. The girl who had knocked him out a while ago was the closest to him. After looking at the player with crazy eyes again, the crazy woman said that she didn't want to do the same thing she did to the other people. So Barden had better confess everything and answer what the secret of Chonhak's weapon was. At the same moment, Dong saw an unknown guy wearing a green rookie shirt next to this girl. Glaring menacingly at the smug bastards, he asked them if they realized who they had just messed with. But at that moment, Lena shouted to the fat one that he was talking some nonsense, and if he was someone important, she would surely know about him. At this point, the protagonist shouted at the girl and ordered her to stop talking to the captive in a raised tone of voice. However, Lena didn't calm down and lashed out at her boss, shouting that these subtleties were unnecessary right now. She hit the player several times with her fist and said that it pissed her off that Hoyan was so old-fashioned. Pushing the girl aside, the protagonist turned to the prisoner and said that he had heard about him. Immediately, he apologized to Barden for the fact that they had to capture him. But a moment later, the boy declared that, despite all this, he was quite upset. The guy explained that the Chonhak martial art he had seen not too long ago was like some sort of mirage that simply reflected all physical attacks. Looking at the flustered Barden, Ho-young assumed that he must have been trained in the art and knew a lot about it. Suddenly, the protagonist asked the prisoner if he thought their ringleader didn't care about anyone because he had become blinded by power and strength. Without stopping pressing the fatty, the guy added that behind his back is his subordinate named Caesar. It's so easy for this bulky guy to deal with people from the Chonhak clan that he's always yawning. At the same second, Caesar yawned very loudly and fearfully. The sight of this huge monster greatly frightened Barden. The fatty nervously replied that a martial artist must strive for fierce strength to survive in this cruel world. Looking at the kid, the fat man asked, did he really think he himself was much different from his boss? Inspecting Caesar once again, Dom said that this subordinate could rival eminent players in terms of strength. Looking into the boy's eyes, he said that not even the most distinguished ranchers could have put so much experience into him. Suddenly, the fat guy angrily said that the guy lost his gamer spirit a long time ago and plays like he's riding a bus. Such a harsh statement from his own friend staggered Hoyon. Lena looked at the victim and noted that he was quite daring for his position. At the same time, the protagonist asked himself, had he really lost his gamer spirit? However, his musings were interrupted by Caesar's thunderous roar. Grabbing a weapon from behind his back, the bulky man brought a sword to the neck of his captive and said it was time for this miserable capitalist pig to stop contributing these boring ramblings. With a hateful look at the fat man, Caesar muttered that he was no longer interested in martial arts and secret weapons. Weaklings like these helpless little men can only be subdued by war. In that second, Barden was both angry and frightened. Suddenly, he blurted out that in that case, he had had enough and was ready to tell everything he knew about Chonhak's secret weapon. This result is quite satisfied with the protagonist. However, deep down, he apologized profusely to his friend. Further events took place at the Black Mountain Association's main base at the Bekpo Dojo. It was only in this premise that Barden was finally unleashed. Caesar waited silently for the captive to show all he could do. Suddenly, the fatty began to accumulate energy in his palm and said that he would now show the basic principle of the Chonghak martial art. Putting his hand forward, Yuldong said that the basic principle was to strongly concentrate ki in a specific part of the body, causing the hand to turn into a blade. In the next instant, he swung his hand. The energy flow from that swing was thin and fast. Fatty said that one of the reasons why it was very difficult for the opponent to predict the next action was because of the range of the attack. Looking at the surprised people, Barden added that usually, if a person concentrated on using ki energy, he would lose strength very quickly. He also lost his mobility. The player added that this axiom does not work in the case of Chonhak. He is very agile and is able to move quickly. Thanks to his good reflexes, the young master is good at dodging, because of which he was able to overcome the disadvantages of this technique. Suddenly, Kang Baek-soo shouted for the fatty to stop immediately as he couldn't bear to listen to this anymore. Kato's student looked at the protagonist and asked if this wasn't overkill. He added that if it wasn't for his teacher, none of this would have been possible. However, Caesar, who had been sick of this weakling for a long time, slapped the guy very hard at the same second. While Lena and Hu Young looked at the fallen Baek-soo, the bulky man asked Barden if it turns out that Chonhak has no flaws. The fat man thought a moment and replied that he probably did. He added that in the fight with Kato, the guys were only watching the most common Chonhak masters. In fact, all people who have ever challenged him have later regretted it very much. With such a perfect technique, even the strongest opponents couldn't simply touch the master's finger. However, even though it seems hopeless, there is a simple way to defeat Chonhak. This information pleased Caesar quite seriously. But suddenly, the fat man muttered that all he needed to do to win was to become more nimble than Egom. Lena looked at the captive excitedly and said that it might be about her. Indirectly praising himself, the fat man said that since they had managed to capture the young master's best apprentice, they should be able to do well with Egom himself. The girl got very excited at the same second and turned to Caesar and said that he should call her Nuna. The bully immediately called his partner an idiot. After nearly confusing the names of his friend and his character, the hero asked if it was Lena and not Caesar who should be fighting Chonhak. Fatty replied that everything points to that. After those words, the boy panicked very badly. It was not the most pleasant news. Lena's already wanted by a criminal guild. It would be more or less safe if it were a secret mission. But a public duel is bound to attract a lot of attention. Moreover, Caesar would be 100% pissed off that he would not play a decisive role in defeating such a strong opponent. The player was faced with a very serious dilemma. Suddenly, Lena turned to her boss and called out to him, asking him to pay attention to her. Ho Yeon looked at the girl and couldn't believe his eyes. The young assassin waved her hands a few times and formed a pair of energy streams in front of her. At the same moment, the system announced that Lena had learned the Chonghak school skill. The girl waved her hands at her boss a few more times. I was afraid she was that excited. Just then, Lena looked up and asked the hero if he liked it. Barden, standing behind her, said that she was a quick study. The boy stood there with his mouth open. From that moment on, the dilemma became even more serious. The boy nervously replied that even though Lena was doing well, it would still be Caesar who would fight. The girl ran up to the supervisor at that second and told him that he had seen for himself that she already knew how to do everything. With a cute glance at the protagonist, she said that this thug probably couldn't do that. There was silence in the room for a while. Hoyeon was faced with a very serious choice. He had to please both Caesar and Lena at the same time. Realizing that either option could be either the right one or a total failure, the guy turned to the girl. He pointed out to the young assassin that Chonhak was very strong right now, and even the big-name players couldn't resist him. With a worried look in the girl's eyes, he asked her if she was sure she wanted to take the risk. Immediately after these words, the beauty smiled. Suddenly, Lena turned around and said that she wasn't afraid when something threatened her life. After a moment, she looked at the hero again and said that now it was time to get to the main point. Moving closer, she whispered, asking if she would be considered subordinate number 1 if she did this for the boss. The player looked at the girl perplexed. Looking at the subordinate, Hu Young thought that it was Lena who was taking on too much. It probably had to do with her anxiety about the fact that she hadn't shown her full potential yet. In addition, it can be seen that she is hurt by the fact that Caesar's stats are close to perfect and even managed to outperform the best players. At the same instant, the lad thought, what would Rodrigo Eldrigo do in his place? Hoyeon thought that this guy always emphasized on character improvement and development. Just then, Barden's words came to him that he had completely lost his gamer spirit and was now riding a bus. The player realized that this bus for him was Caesar. In the background of this thought, the boy thought that in such a case they had the perfect opportunity. Perhaps now was the perfect moment to take a chance and use Lena. In that second, the girl thought her boss was really ugly after all. However, before the hero could reflect, blood flew onto his cheek from the side. Right behind Lena's back, Caesar suddenly drew his sword and killed Barden with one blow. It was clear from the fat man's face that he had not expected this attack. At the same time, Caesar was pleased with what he had done. The guy couldn't believe that his subordinate's insanity was once again being repeated. Only now it wasn't some NPC who was suffering from it, but an actual player and part-time friend of Hoyeon's. At the same moment, the unconscious Kang Baek-soo called out to his teacher through his sleep. At the same time, the workday at the guild's second base in Thomas's old mansion was coming to an end. By then, the renovation was already 80% complete. All the while, Claude was directly supervising the construction site. Suddenly, the girl discreetly turned on the transmitter and reported that she had prepared a report on Black Mountain's new base. The unknown person on the other end of the line had learned that the reconstruction of the mansion was almost complete at this point. Everything was coming to a point where the Black Mountain Association would take over the other criminal guilds. This not-so-good news interested the man in the black suit quite a bit. He relayed to his agent that he had heard all the information and ordered her to continue surveillance. After disabling his contact, the unknown type thought that the takeover of the serious criminal guilds bodes big trouble for him. There was no way this outcome of events could be allowed to happen. Time kept passing, and one evening Igom Chonhak was informed that there was only 1 day left before the war with the Black Mountain Association. By then, during the first attack, one of the instructors had been seriously wounded. In the second incident, most of Yulmu's students were killed. In addition, Instructor Barden had recently gone missing. Such a large number of casualties before the war even began was a serious blow. The counselor who came to Yeom said that with the leader, he had no doubt of their speedy victory. However, Barden's probable defection drastically altered the balance of power. There was a nervous pause on the balcony of the dojo's main hall. Suddenly, the clan leader turned to his henchman and asked if he didn't believe in him either. Just then he muttered that the fat man's departure would have no effect on the outcome of the war. Igom explained that Barden's appointment was purely a political gesture. This type had nothing to do with martial arts. Moreover, the fat man was not lucky enough to witness Chonhak's past binge life. The leader explained that he was only enraged the moment he looked at that useless worm. That is why he will have to get rid of the mistakes of the past with his own hands. Igom muttered that at this second he would do anything and even kill his own brother. The cloaked henchman didn't reply anything to that. Suddenly, Chonhak asked to be reminded if this man named Caesar was really able to defeat Thomas. When the minion nodded affirmatively, the master looked at the weapon hanging on the wall. Then he muttered that in that case, they had no right to underestimate this man. Immediately, his hand reached for one of the katanas. That same late night, the Black Mountain's main base, housed in Baekpo's dojo, was quite turbulent. Hoyeon held a gathering of all available guild members. Standing on a low podium, he concluded his speech by saying that they should definitely defeat the Jeonhak dojo. However, the hero's words caused neither joy nor rejoicing. Kato's former students looked at their new boss with distrust and fear. Suddenly, Kang Baek-soo ran out of the crowd and shouted that starting a war against Junhak tomorrow was completely insane. The player replied that he didn't care what the crybaby thought, as their main strategy would be surprise. The bandage guy got angry when he heard his superior say that he didn't care about them. He muttered irritably that by his action the boy was ruining the honor of the teacher who had given his life for them. The boy took hold of his chin and pretended for a moment to be interested in the subject. Suddenly, he turned to Baek-soo and said that the latter must have misunderstood him. The protagonist reminded his subordinate that he was a member of the Black Mountain Association, and their organization would win at all costs. At that moment, Ho Yeon activated the boss charisma ability. Trailing off, he used his orator skill and asked why follow the rules if the opponent's dojo was a criminal guild. Activating eloquence, the player ordered everyone present to listen to him carefully. He shouted that it was time for everyone to realize that Coach Kato was no longer alive. And since the old man had died, the dojo had been taken over by Wilhelm Meyer. Therefore, all those present are obliged to follow him. It doesn't matter whether they like it or not. At this moment, Lena admired the boss. Despite the abundance of abilities used, most of the students were still standing there, staring at the guy incredulously. Looking at the confused subordinates, the boy said he realized how difficult it would be to take it all in. Therefore, as a gesture of goodwill, he gave all the students the opportunity to leave here this second at their own will. Suddenly, Kang Baek-soo, mesmerized by his boss's words, said that if they all left, Junhak would have a huge power advantage. Hearing that, Ho Yeon asked if they really thought they would be of any use. Pointing his finger at Caesar, the hero mumbled that only one competent subordinate would suffice. These words upset some students very much. At the same instant, the player muttered that the Black Mountain had no need for those unwilling to follow their ideals. The guy shouted out that all these students had wasted all their time in this dojo. Therefore, those who don't want to act will only get in the way. Accordingly, such people should leave. A tense silence hung in the air for a while. Lena cheerfully told her boss that he had made a very good speech. However, the boy stood silently, sweat beading nervously. Suddenly, one of the students turned around and ran out of the room, apologizing for being a real wimp. But at the same instant, Caesar swung his hand sharply. A dagger flew out of his palm, which in the same second plunged into the back of the fleeing guy. Crybaby fell on his back and stopped moving. You turned to everyone present and said that they must have misunderstood the boss's words. After all, no one said it would be easy to leave. Looking at the terrified students, the bulky man added that if they couldn't do any good and refused to fight themselves, it was like being dead. With fury in his eyes, he added that what his boss meant was that those who tried to leave would die. The sweating protagonist thought he was thinking the wrong thing. In the same instant, all the students in the building were gripped by extreme fear. Looking around at those present, Ho Yeon stated that Caesar's words had worked even better than his speech. Some of the students watched their dying comrade in panic. In that instant, the protagonist realized that if they could take advantage of this herd, there would be much less hassle. Moments later, the game announced that the player had successfully completed the task of uniting Black Mountain and Baekpo Dojo. The boy wondered, had they really done everything right? Gradually, the sun was beginning to come out from behind the surrounding mountains. Already in the early morning, the city streets were filled with people. Police had already arrived at the city's main sites. Officers were carefully observing order. Today, the war between the Black Mountain Association and the Junhak Dojo was to begin in the central square of the labyrinth city of Brahma. By then, the main leaders of the criminal gang led by Egom had already arrived at the meeting place. Yulmu glanced nervously at his leader and took stock of the fact that these Black Mountain freaks were running late. However, Junhak at that moment irritably recalled the previous night. The counselor then told him that the guild absolutely disapproved of the fact that its head had put an entire dojo on the line. The cloaked type said that no one could understand such an obsession for the leader of the Baekpo Dojo. He asked, hadn't their guild done away with their opponents by killing Kato? Egom tensely mumbled without giving an answer. Already in the square, he remembered with rage another question of the henchman. What ails him? At the same instant, the katana in Junhak's hands glowed with a purple color. Suddenly, one of the girls standing nearby pointed her finger in the direction and said that it was Black Mountain. From the other end of the square, a column of people was heading toward the center of town. Most of them were dressed in black robes with red-colored belts tied around them. Walking in front of the entire column were Hoyeon, Lena, and Caesar. Yulmu called the opponents cowardly bastards since they started the war without warning. In response, Egom remained silent. Suddenly, the main character told Lena that now was the time. At the same second, the girl took off from her seat. In the very next instant, she was already in the very face of the leader of the Chonhak dojo and greeted him ironically. The young master didn't expect his opponents to be this girl. However, their experience was on a completely different level. Egom easily dodged the girl's amateurish attack. Just then, he muttered disdainfully that such pathetic tricks wouldn't work on him. In turn, Lena grinned and said that she thought it had worked out pretty well. The next moment, the young master looked at his chest. And there was a huge red cut from which purple vapor was slowly escaping. A stream of blood immediately came out of Chonhak's mouth. Startled, Yulmu shouted his commander's name. However, even with such a major success, the protagonist's face still remained focused. Lena remained standing behind her opponent's back, while Egom came to his senses. Suddenly, the young master raised his head and muttered that this was very similar to his style. Glaring furiously at his rival, he realized that Barden had betrayed them after all. The girl immediately looked her opponent in the eye and called him names. In the next instant, the young assassin was at Junhak's side and shouted that now was not the time to be stupid. At the same instant, however, a bright flash sparked not far from the girl. Immediately, Egom, who was standing next to her, miraculously dodged the swift attack. Already in the next second, another flash flashed right in front of Lena's eyes. The girl was greatly surprised to be unexpectedly attacked by Yulmu, who was standing next to her. Yet despite the suddenness, she managed to fend off the blonde guy's punch. The young assassin tried to strike back, but the guy remained unharmed thanks to the Chonhak technique. The next instant, her opponent struck a slashing blow, and the girl toppled over on her back. Rolling over onto her side, Lena immediately grabbed her stomach. Hoyeon cried out in horror at what he saw. However, something made him uneasy. In his attempted attack, the man was clearly aiming for his subordinate's face. But in the end, the blow was to the stomach. Did that Yulmu guy anticipate everything in advance? The protagonist originally assumed that Lena alone would not be enough in this battle. The current situation was proving it. Still, he would have to use Caesar. With that thought, the boy ordered the henchmen to get ready. However, Lena, the bailiff of the land, suddenly shouted to her boss to wait. Such an unexpected request surprised even Egom. The girl jumped to her feet and looked at the boy excitedly. She asked, "Is he going to throw Caesar into the fight?" Turning her back to the player, the young assassin said that she hadn't lost yet. Hoyeon irritably shouted that now was not the time to show off. The girl would probably have a hard time on her own. In the same instant, a situation from his childhood surfaced in front of Egom Chonhak's face. As a child, he was very weak and could not stand the hard training. However, each time he got to his feet and asked the master not to end the fight because he had not lost yet. With tears in his eyes, the boy tried to prove that he was capable of something too. It was as if these memories had awakened a new energy in the young master. At that moment, Blumu, who ran up from behind, held out his sword to his master and said that it was a good time to use it. That's when Egom finally came back to reality. Lena lunged at her opponent again, asking him what he was thinking about at such a moment. The young master saw the approaching danger and became worried for a moment. Approaching her opponent a few centimeters away, the girl mouthed that the boss was watching them and there was no way to be distracted. At the same time, Hu Young thought that this idiotic girl, because of her babbling, couldn't take advantage of a great moment. A flustered Yulmu thought that now his boss would definitely be able to punish this cheeky girl. Seeing that the situation is slowly getting out of control, the protagonist sent Caesar to the battlefield, ordering him to urgently help Lena. The thug looked around at the fighting opponents and reached for his sword behind his back. At the same instant, Yulmu threw himself in front of the suddenly appearing second fighter. The next second, he and Caesar crossed their swords. Looking into the monster's terrifying eyes, the boy muttered that no one dared to interfere in his master's affairs. To Hoyeon's horror, Caesar suddenly turned his attention to Yulma. The thug shouted that the brat would never bother anyone again. At the same time, Egom had already bared his katana and prepared to strike back at the girl. Cutting through the air with a swift swing, he scared Lena away, causing her to recoil backwards. The young assassin couldn't completely avoid the retaliatory attack. The tip of the katana's blade caught her and slashed her cheek. The protagonist thought that without Caesar's help, Lena definitely wouldn't last long. The opponent's swings created powerful currents of air, thrilling all the spectators. After a series of mutual attacks, Lena decided to retreat after all. Judging by the look on Egom's face, the weapon gave him confidence and strength. At the same time, Lena was thoroughly exhausted by the frantic pace set by young Master Chonghak. Yulmu, at this point, was still just as successful in holding back Caesar's attacks and keeping him from cutting into the fight between the girl and the boss. The player saw a notification that Aegom Chonhak had used an additional weapon called Chonol. This katana gave the enemy a strong damage increase and an extra boost to attack speed and range. Seeing how skillfully this type wielded the sword, the guy thought that at this rate, Lina wouldn't stand a chance. The girl really did seem very confused at this second. The fighting style that suited her was surprise attacks. However, the young assassin was now in a rather vulnerable position. Lina pounced on her foe again, trying to give him a point-blank strike at his weak spot, but he dodged again. A second later, both opponents found themselves with their backs to each other. She grabbed her stomach with one hand and looked at Chonhak in fury, saying that he had had enough of her. But at the same second, the girl, to everyone's surprise, slumped to the ground. That second, the protagonist thought his ward had lost. Aegom looked calmly at his defeated opponent. The girl was writhing in extreme pain. It looked like she had really missed a punch. Her mouth was suddenly bleeding. The young master approached the defenseless opponent and muttered that it was now serious and her defeat was inevitable. Deciding that he still had important things to do, Chonhak muttered that it was time to call it a day and swung the cat not to give his defeated opponent one last blow. The girl was unable to counterattack and only watched as the blade came closer to her face. Hoyeon screamed the girl's name, unable to believe that he was about to lose her. However, a moment later, a huge silhouette swiftly dashed towards the fighting men. There was the sound of metal hitting metal. The protagonist stared at Caesar standing before him in disbelief. The thug looked straight ahead and only smiled. A second before the fatal blow to the girl, he managed to stop the katana centimeters from his partner's neck. Caesar seemed to have the blade wedged between two fingers. With a hateful look at his opponent, he applied the Bekpo technique. Lina stared in horror at the tip of the katana that was only a few centimeters from her eyes. At the same instant, using a rite of exile kick, Caesar knocked the sword out of Aegom's hand in one fell swoop. He then firmly grabbed his confused opponent by the neck. Lifting the young master's helpless body above the ground, the bulky man used Bekpo's strangle ability. A surprised Lina said that she almost died. The girl began to scold Caesar for wanting to intervene from the beginning, but for some reason he had been so slow. The protagonist stood there like a dumbfounded man. He didn't understand how Caesar had learned Master Kato's technique. At the same moment, Lina struggled to her feet and waddled towards the boss. Aegom couldn't understand how he was in such a desperate situation. The master was surprised that even his evasion didn't work. The blue-haired man asked his opponent in a hoarse voice what kind of technique he used. In the next instant, Caesar told the bastard to watch carefully and then tossed him on his outstretched arm behind his back. Looking at his opponent with hatred, the bulky man shouted that this was the essence of Bekpo's art. With those words, the henchman slammed the young master's head into the ground. From this outcome, both Lina and Hoyeon were in a huge shock. The dust from this attack rose several meters in a column, frightening the students of Bekpo Dojo. Looking at his victorious henchman, the boy wondered when he had learned to do that. And did he have to shout like that? After a moment, Caesar let go of his bleeding opponent. Then he turned to all those who had come here. He looked fiercely around at the crowd and said that this was the power they had been looking for. The students of Bekpo's school looked at this bogeyman in horror. Suddenly, Caesar clenched his fists and said that those who wanted him to impart this power to them could enroll in Bekpo's dojo for only 10 silver coins. After these words, there was a sepulchral silence throughout the square. Young couldn't understand why his henchman had inserted this ad integration so suddenly. While the hero looked at his subordinate in bewilderment, Aegom rose from the ground. When Caesar saw it, he kicked his opponent again. The boy turned around and saw an even stranger picture. Across from him, two men shook hands. Noticing the boss looking at them, the students looked at him questioningly. As it turned out, the members of Junhak Dojo and Bekpo Dojo suddenly found themselves in the same place. While their leaders were fighting, the students were quietly chatting with each other. In order to understand what happened, you have to travel back in time. The fight started with Lina throwing herself at his Agoma Chonhak. One of the disciples standing behind their leader asked his comrade what all the fuss was about. He replied that the crime guild boss seemed to be very angry. Throughout the battle, the guys standing around were discussing what was going on. At first, they were insanely interested in watching the battle play out. Soon, however, the guys started asking each other questions. Why are they even here? Suddenly, one of the small group of students from Bekpo school was called from behind. A man in a blue kimono standing next to them asked if they had left the boss and decided to just watch. The guys tensed up at first, seeing members of the rival organization in front of them. However, after a moment, it turned out that most of the guys already knew each other. After all, before Kato left the Chonhak Guild, they had all trained and studied in the same room. Suddenly, one of the students from Chonzak school brought a folding table with food. He said that while their bosses were sorting things out, they could mind their own business. While the protagonist was trying to control the course of the battle, a real meal was going on behind his back. The guys agreed that they were unlikely to meet again, so it was time for a good walk. One of the guys at Junhak High suddenly asked his comrade how Kang Baek-soo was doing. The dojo student Baekpo replied that the guy had left. In a way, it was because of the school's intention, but the main reason was that he really missed Kato. The guy with the blue hair said it was sad and asked his friend if he was okay. The type in the black kimono didn't answer immediately and drained a glass of liquor to start with. Exhaling, he muttered that they hadn't changed much, except that the uniforms were a darker color. The student looked at his blue-haired friend and said that if they had known it would turn out like this, they would have gone back to Chonhak High School, since it had a reputation and conditions were much better. Well, now because of their new bosses, they're a criminal gang. No one could have predicted that something like this would happen. At the same moment, the fight between Yulmu and Caesar continued. The boy from Chonhak was visibly losing to his opponent. At one point, the bulky man knocked the katana out of his hands. With the next blow, Caesar threw his opponent backwards into the ground. The system notified him that he had defeated Yulma in a duel. Turning around, the bulky man saw that his partner had lost the fight to the guild leader. That's when he was next to her, holding the blade centimeters from the girl's face with his fingers. School children who watched the battle became interested in the battle once again. Just then, all the disciples got up from the ground and muttered that it seemed to be their turn. The blue-haired man told his comrade that if a situation did arise where they had to fight amongst themselves, they should be gentle. Immediately afterward, the two boys shook hands. A student from Baekpo High added that he forgot to tell his friend something. However, no sooner had he uttered this than suddenly Caesar shouted out that he could teach everyone this power for 10 silver coins. Both boys froze in that pose, looking at the big guy in horror. This was the picture that the Black Mountain Association boss was looking at as he turned around. Hoyeon looked at his henchman and thought that he was once again rushing things too much. Now they have a great opportunity to bypass the Chonhak school, as the main goal of this war is not destruction, but to take over someone else's territory. Therefore, right now, it would be much better if the members of both sides stayed alive. At this moment, Lena asked her boss in surprise, "Why are those two holding hands like that?" The boy looked furiously at those two and thought that he would not allow anyone to have fun with his enemy. One must definitely finish off the traitors. Both guys from different factions immediately tensed up. Lena muttered in a satisfied voice that her boss was very much like Caesar now. However, Hoyeon asked the girl to be quiet. The player reached out to his friends and said that he realized they had ties from back when the two schools were merged. But suddenly he asked the guys, did they really think they were still in the middle of common territory? With a fierce look in the eyes of the traitors, the protagonist said that they may not answer and he would bring everyone to order now. Just then, Hoyeon called Caesar over. The thug glared with his mad eyes and said that only death awaited any traitor. Suddenly, one of the guys squeezed his eyes shut and asked his friend for forgiveness. Tip's blue hair looked at his comrade in horror and asked him why he was going to use his technique. The game immediately notified that all the members of Baekpo Dojo had activated their skills. Thus, Black Mountain had officially attacked Junhak. However, at the same instant, Egom, who was lying on the ground, shouted for everyone to stop. The overjoyed Lena, surprised Huyung, and angry Caesar looked at the young master once again. Covering his face with his hand, Chonhak officially declared that he had lost. Tears gradually came to the eyes of the young master, who had only recently taken over such a large guild. Memories of a recent encounter flashed through his mind. On it, Barden argued with Yulmu that everything in this city is set up in such a way that this political issue benefits them from every angle. For his part, the white-haired guy argued that it was not worth colluding with a criminal organization because the organization's principles were above the bargain. The coach standing next to him told Yulmu to calm down, as there was no need to dwell on the words of pathetic idiots. This made the fat man very angry. However, suddenly, Egom Chonhak shouted for everyone around him to shut up. A moment later, he told Barden to contact the criminal organization at once. At the same moment, he put the fat man in charge of all negotiating duties. Such a decision left Barden very satisfied. In a moment, Yulmu was utterly perplexed. Turning to the commander, he asked him why he was doing this, because colluding with a criminal organization was a bad idea. The head of the dojo recalled that he had opened this school not long ago, and it had gained popularity very quickly. He asked his subordinate what he thought was the secret of their rapid growth. The lad replied that it all worked out because the master had abandoned tradition. By quickly learning practical techniques, they were able to expand greatly. Egom asked if that was it. Yulmu replied that a possible reason for this was that the head could easily charm female clients. The coach, who was standing nearby, said that he did not expect his interlocutor to say something like that. The white-haired guy replied that he had just heard others talking about it. Suddenly, the leader said that Yulmu was no better than the bastard who had broken into their dojo. Immediately, the leader ordered him to refrain from criticizing Barden in his presence from now on. The boy asked in bewilderment at the commander how these actions would directly relate to their duty. Egom ambiguously asked his subordinate, what did those soldiers who were always obsessed with nothing but duty accomplish? That was a question the guy couldn't answer. At the same moment, the head continued his reasoning. He said that the onslaught of the labyrinth monsters was increasing rapidly, and the criminal guilds that preyed on ordinary people were rampant in the city. And all the major schools have been doing lately is sitting in their dojos to stick to tradition. Chonhak looked angrily at his subordinate and said that such weakness could not be called principles. It is just a miserable escape from reality. Turning around, he said that his dojo had come into existence precisely to resist such an establishment. If he cared about duty and law, this school would not exist, and those who oppose it are free to leave at any time. One night, a few days before the battle between the guilds, the dojo was having a general training session. Oddly enough, despite the differences in ideas, it was Yulmu who conducted it. He was ordering his disciples to forget the past life as it no longer existed. According to the school's ideology, martial arts without practice is just a show-off. Therefore, a student must practice a lot in order to defeat the enemy. This was the idea that the entire Jonhak dojo was following. Barden had a meeting with the commander that day. He was horrified at the decision the leader had recently made. Yegor sat silent and did not answer the aide's questions. The fat man tried to argue that gaining influence in this criminal organization was their main goal. He asked the leader why they didn't want their own man there. According to him, if this is not done, there will be no impregnable organization or dojo. However, a moment later, Barden's body was pierced by a violet ray. Egom Chonhak stated that he was disappointed that the fat man didn't realize his true intentions. In his opinion, it was because the henchman is heavily chasing a handful of power. Taking a hand to his punctured stomach, Barden sincerely apologized to the ringleader. The leader stated that if the minion continued to repeat such nonsense, he would make sure the fat man never came here again. The exasperated Barden said nothing in reply. After standing in silence for a few seconds, he turned around and headed for the exit, saying that he understood everything perfectly. After his subordinate left the room, Egom gripped his head heavily with his hand and sighed. He remembered the master and mentally asked him, "Is this really the right way?" That same evening, he had another visitor on his schedule. Stealthily making his way through the guards, the hooded man told his superior that he looked rather tired. The henchman said that it had come to his attention that the dojo leader had solved the long overdue dueling problem. The young master asked his mentee if the guild knew about this. After the cloaked man nodded, Egom asked not to tell anyone about the state he was in right now. The black-clothed man asked, "Is Jonhak asking this because he wants to hide his weakness?" But immediately the girl assumed that surely Egom probably didn't want anyone to find out about his and master's promises. At that moment, the guy looked angrily at the hooded man. Realizing that all the information had already been revealed, he told the visitor to report everything. The battle in the central square only recently ended. Dojo leader Chonhak kneeled in front of the winners. After he finished telling his story, the protagonist realized that his opponent seemed to have been a bad person in the past. The young master said that he went into collusion with a criminal guild to retrain villains like himself in his dojo. The player asked if the main motivator for this action was the promise to the master. Egom looked up and said that it was, and it was their big secret. However, everything was ruined by that huge monster who suddenly burst into their guild with his flawless combat. Because of that, he had to waste time dueling. Only after the fight was over did the guy realize what the point of this fight was. And the point was that all action was initially in vain. Lena tapped her partner on the shoulder and said that he was so obsessed with the idea of a flawless fight that he ended up sending several people to the other side at once. Egom suddenly interrupted her and said that he was the one who had originally remembered his promise. But he hadn't realized that he had become evil, so the blame was entirely on him. Hoyeon was greatly surprised by such unexpected sincerity. The boy sat on his knees in the middle of the ruined square and repented that he was beginning to think he could control this evil without difficulty. But now that he has been defeated in front of such a huge crowd, any candidates will no longer go to him, but will head to the Black Mountain Association. To this, the player, of course, could not object to anything. Suddenly, Aegom Chonhak said that he and Master were unable to fulfill this dream. Immediately, he suggested that his opponent should bear this debt in their place. After this statement, the entire area was abuzz. Yulmu was very upset by the commander's decision and could barely hold back tears. The protagonist could not imagine that he would ever get such a great opportunity. Looking up into the sky, he thought, this just can't be it. Meanwhile, key events were also taking place at Black Mountain's second base in the Eastern District. There, the remodeling of the mansion was finally completed. Claude looked around the renovated structure with interest and took note of key details. Just then, she carefully corrected her glasses and thought that now she had this organization on the hook. At the same time, newly arrived gawkers in the central square were asking witnesses what had happened here. They were told that those tough guys had won. Just then, the game noted that the spectators would spread the word of the organization's victory, and the association's prominence was now raised by 300 points. Thanks to this, Black Mountain's head Wilhelm Meyer's fame increased by 1,000 points. Caesar's reputation as the best participant in the battle also increased by 650 points. In addition, the bulky man received a special characteristic called Battle Spirit. In addition, the character gained a new trait, Martial Arts Genius. Meanwhile, a notable situation occurred at the eastern outer wall of the Labyrinth City. Not far from the main part of the fence, a cry for help was heard in the bushes. There was a man sitting in the forest thicket. There were at least 5 arrows in his body. A man with a crossbow in his hand stood next to him. The guy with the blue hair said he was really bored here. At the same moment, the sufferer let out a great shriek of pain, and the guy in light armor turned in his direction. The man once again called for help and, barely holding back tears, said he couldn't take the pain any longer. However, just a second later, another shot pierced his chest. The man with the crossbow finished off the exhausted victim in cold blood. He immediately sadly muttered that this brat was too weak. The boy remembered how some time ago, sitting in an ambush, he had seen a girl walking through the woods. He immediately spotted the victim and assumed that this battle wouldn't be too long either. An unidentified woman wrapped in a cloak suddenly approached the trash can and mouthed aloud that it was the perfect hiding place. The guy shot another victim without delay. However, to great surprise, the girl not only managed to dodge, but also caught the arrow on the fly. She instantly turned around and looked around. Assuming where the approximate location of the shooter was, the girl immediately threw the arrow she had picked up in that direction. However, the shell flew through the tree and into the sky. The frightened guy still managed to activate the invisibility skill after all. For the first time in a very long time, he felt extremely frightened. The type with the crossbow stared in horror into this girl's eyes. It seemed like she was completely insane. But who was she anyway? Pondering this, the guy with blue hair approached his next victim. Looking up, he saw a crow flying above him. Now that the assassination order had been completed, it was safe to return. Having made a little bit of money, the guy decided that now he needed to urgently find that strange girl. Meanwhile, it was the middle of the day in the eastern district of the Labyrinth City. The player traveled to the former Thomas Mansion to assess the renovation work that has been done. The place was now significantly transformed. The system announced that the player had entered the first Black Mountain headquarters. Looking around at the high ceilings and new walls, the guy thought it looked more like some huge base rather than a headquarters. Due to his skills, the player decided to unite all the students through what is known as team play. The guild-based buffs are key to team play because they strengthen each member of the group. Although it was expensive, it was worth it. Fortunately, real estate never fails Hoyan. Finally, after many days, he could see his new headquarters. The boy thought happily that new sensations, new emotions awaited him now. But suddenly there was the sound of falling splinters behind him. Turning around, the player saw a cloud of dust rising. Behind him, Lena was clapping her hands, and the pickpocket kid was standing next to her. The system announced that a kid named Rave had learned the art of Chonghak from a girl. The young assassin looked at the boss enthusiastically and said that this boy was a very fast learner. An angry Hoyeon immediately tried to throw himself at the pickpocket, shouting that he had given him a warm bed and fed him. But Lena once again held the boss back. The boy looked at his hands and said he just wanted to repeat what he had been taught. He didn't think he could do that. The protagonist shouted that he wouldn't praise him for that, since Rave had just disfigured their new home. The child clutched his head and cried, saying he didn't mean it. And Lena had already taught the technique to everyone at the Bekpo dojo. The girl looked out from behind her boss's shoulder in surprise and asked if she had just been called a good teacher. Hu Young looked at his subordinate irritably and asked, "Why didn't he know about this?" In response, Lena immediately slapped her supervisor and asked what would change if he found out about it. On top of that, he'd left her in charge of the petty thief. Wiping his mouth, the player asked his subordinate why she was so angry with him. But did the young assassin immediately show Jeonhak's strength or order the guy to answer the question of why he left her with that pickpocket? The protagonist looked at the girl with a tired look. He made up the first excuse he could think of and said that he just didn't want to send Lena to a place with a lot of men. The girl smiled and said that no matter how beautiful and sweet the subordinates were, they shouldn't be pampered like that. At this point, Rave looked at his boss and wondered what Wilhelm Meyer was up to. The boy thought that many people would come to the dojo precisely because of Caesar's strength. But it's unlikely anyone will stay long once they get to know this monster better. The kid thought that's exactly what his boss wanted. After all, this guy is one of those guys who thinks of every little detail. However, what was his purpose in suddenly putting so many people through such a grueling ordeal? The child thought that perhaps this was being done to create an elite squad of those who had gone through Caesar's training, while the boy's attention was suddenly drawn to one of the slabs near the roof. The silhouette of a man holding a crossbow suddenly appeared there. This guy with blue hair was aiming exactly at the boss. The pickpocket shouted at the protagonist at the top of his voice that there was danger behind him. Player and Lena turned around and saw a man sitting on top of them. But at the same second, the unknown man suddenly fired a shot. At the same instant, an arrow at a tremendous speed pierced through Ho Young's body. Just then, the system alerted that the character's health was at a critical level. Repeated damage beyond the system's limits can shock the real body. Lena looked in horror at the boss whose body had been pierced by an arrow. The girl shouted the guy's name, and birds fluttered over the building. Meanwhile, in the city, evening gradually came on. Few players have thought about the fact that Brahm has its own sewer system. It was quite an extensive network of wide tunnels. A strange man has taken up residence in one of the sewer cul-de-sacs. He was writing something down in his notebook, muttering that a lot of money had gone into Heifel. Suddenly, the man with the split face looked up and thought it must be working. That unknown person was Barden. Player Park Yul-dong has a one-time immunity to death as a gift to the staff of the Korean branch of Labyrinth World. A short while later, the fat man began pacing nervously around the room, waiting for someone to arrive. Heifel suddenly appeared behind him. He asked why Barden was so tense. The fat man turned around abruptly, hearing the assassin's voice behind him. He headed towards the type with blue hair, saying that he had already heard all the news. Yul-dong immediately started accusing the hitman of not fulfilling the order. Barden paid a good advance to kill Caesar specifically. Fatty angrily asked why the hitman shot Wilhelm Meyer. De Heifel remained silent, and Yul-dong asked if he had accidentally hit him. Then the blue-haired man replied that there was no need to worry, for he had found out who was running Caesar. Barden was very surprised at this news. The guy said he shot the player on purpose, and he's probably in severe pain shock right now, which he'll probably feel in real life. I interrupted the hitman and said that even still, he had failed to fulfill the order and violated the terms of the contract. To this, Heifel replied that he has the nickname Manhunter, and it wasn't given to him because he fights some monsters. Raising his hand, Barden said that a contract is a contract, and the hitman would only get the rest of the money when everything was done as agreed. The guy with the crossbow looked at his customer unhappily. Noticing that strange look, Yul-dong said that there was no need to look at him like that, since his informants had already told him everything about Heifel's pathetic behavior. Fatty remembered that Wilhelm Meyer had a girl named Lena, an assassin who is the closest assistant to the head of Black Mountain. Barden asked if the assassin had met her before. When the guy didn't answer, Yul-dong said he knew that when that girl was wanted, Heifel failed the mission to eliminate her. And that's probably why this time the killer wanted revenge for the failure. The guy didn't answer anything to that, but just remembered a day not too long ago. However, Barden observed that if it was necessary to aim at the girl, why did the hitman shoot Wilhelm Meyer? The fat man asked the performer, was he really scared at that moment? He said it didn't look like a cold-blooded killer. Yul-dong then asked, could it be all about envy? Perhaps the kid liked the image of a beautiful and strong woman from whom he was defeated for the first time in his life. Suddenly, the gunman didn't let his employer finish speaking and pushed him away with a punch to the chest. Immediately, with his other hand, he pushed Barden's face aside. Grabbing an arrow from his inventory, Heifel presented it to the customer's neck. Yul-dong calmly pushed the weapon aside and said with a laugh that the boy better not overdo it, or he would regret being so bold. The player examined the fat man's insolent face with a calm gaze. Putting down the arrow, he said that he didn't want any trouble and attacking a person who was affiliated with the 6 ranks would be costly. With one last look at Barden's eyes, Heifel said that Lena and Caesar would be his targets now, and the fat man could already prepare the money. Turning around, the killer headed for the exit of the sewer. However, his employer suddenly called out to him. But the guy didn't want to talk to the bastard anymore and turned on invisibility mode. Barden immediately wrapped his head around and shouted that he was getting pissed off about all this. He thought that these assassins were one worse than the other every time, and none of them could be fully trusted. He shouted angrily, waving his hands to the sides, that it was enough to deal with just one person. But the idiot had done it his way again. He attacked a man unrelated to the order because of personal scores, and now he can seriously frame him. And if this asshole gets caught, he'll tell who the client was. And then that fucking Black Mountain Association will want to kill him again. And Yuledong can't afford it anymore because his plan hasn't been executed yet. In that case, it turns out there's only one option left. We're gonna have to cut those 6 loose for a while. That same day, members of the Black Mountain Association brought their leader to the healing temple. The boy was placed on a large white bunk, and he was immediately surrounded by several healers. 3 mages stood over the patient and healed him. The main ability was a skill of the pain suppression school called Energy Charge. A mid-level healer used the ability to heal wounds. At the same time, the player's body condition returned to normal. Elaine said fearfully, "Are all bosses in dark organizations like this?" Lena said worriedly that there was nothing wrong with that, and their boss looked like that all the time. Ellen said it was very strange, as the injury was quite serious. The girl said that their leader liked that kind of thing, and in general, the boss liked dangerous and painful things. The protagonist abruptly got out of bed and said that it wasn't all painful, and he'd had enough from some weak healing potion to get back on his feet. You said the patient still needed to rest. Just then, the healer said that perhaps the boy, because of the shock, could not feel the pain that was there. However, they don't know what the consequences of the ancient curse might be. Lena was frightened by this, and the protagonist mouthed that nothing would happen to him. And the priest is just imagining things for himself. The young assassin cried at the same second she heard about some ancient curse and asked, "Did the boss really decide to die this time after all?" Angry player, thought the idiotic girl was at it again. The boy indignantly told Elaine that he had asked him to keep this information secret from his subordinates. Lena immediately shouted that it wasn't funny. The girl immediately cried and asked, why was it necessary to hide such a thing from them? She didn't know about it, so she kept hitting the boss all the time. What should she do now? At once, the system alerted her that Lena's loyalty had been lowered by 10 units. She said with shaky lips that she didn't care who did it. No matter who the Demon King was, she hated everyone. The player looked angrily at the priest and wondered why his subordinates' loyalty had begun to decline. At the same moment, the priest thought that he had served the Lord all his life, so he didn't quite understand the woman's feelings. Elaine then fearfully turned to the girl and asked her to listen to him. However, Lena said she didn't want to hear anything. Then the healer suddenly took the cross in his hand. He said this man named Wilhelm Meyer doesn't want his subordinates to worry about his pain. Closing his eyes, Elaine replied that he understood how uncomfortable they all felt right now. He looked into the girl's crying eyes and said that it's really hard when you find out about your boss's illness like that. Lena cried again and said that's exactly how it is. The young assassin turned to the player and said that he might not trust her, but at least let her speak up if he was in pain. Suddenly, the girl became hysterical and screamed that the boss was already at death's door, and now you can die from the curse. You can't be that horrible. The system announced that Lena's loyalty had been lowered again, but by 15 units. Hoyeon thought that because of Elaine, she would run away from him at this rate, and they would be in trouble. Looking at his sobbing ward, the boy wondered how he could comfort her. Suddenly, the priest asked that since they were done with business, could he go do his job? In response, the boy shouted that since the priest had arranged such a situation, let him say something sensible. Hoyeon thought that if Lena left him, all the women in town would know him as a terrible boyfriend. Just then, the game introduced Wilhelm Meyer to the title of Man with His Head Down Forever. And if it continues like this, he'll definitely be in trouble at the Black Mountain Association's men's bathhouse. The boy thought nervously that there was no way he should let his subordinate go. Meanwhile, Lena still continued to flood with tears. The annoyed hero thought that now he had no choice and would have to go all in. The next instant, he grabbed the priest by his clothes. After looking into the priest's eyes, Hoyeon angrily said his name. Looking fiercely into Elaine's face, the player said that the healer should realize that he was the reason they were in this situation. And someone had to answer for that. After activating the boss charisma skill, the priest asked Wilhelm Meyer to calm his anger. If the hero suddenly wants to encroach on the Temple of Healing, they will immediately receive a warning from the system, and then the Knights of the Temple will rush to their rescue. Rave was not pleased with this unexpected plot twist, to put it mildly. The priest continued to threaten that if he was attacked, the appearance of the Knights would be a headache for the entire player organization. However, the boy interrogated Elaine. Was he sure of that? Suddenly, however, the boy stood up on the bed and said that in that case, they had better not attract attention. Looking down at his subordinate from above, the guy called out to the crying girl. When Lena raised her head, Hoyeon held out a necklace with a shiny gemstone in the center to her face. He said it was a gift for her. A puzzled Elaine stared at the suspiciously familiar necklace. Just then, the girl picked up that there was a healing necklace in front of her. It permanently restores the wearer's health. Just then, the priest examined his chest and realized that this guy had nimbly stolen the necklace from him. The way the subordinate stared mesmerized at the shiny thing, the player was surprised she liked it so much. Besides, he had expected something more modest from a mid-level priest. Elaine looked at his necklace and asked Wilhelm Meyer how he dared. Immediately, the healer realized that there had been a theft within the temple walls. The priest realized that if he gave his necklace to a player to take charge, the temple would be accused of colluding with a dark organization, and the knights would react to such a thing. But suddenly, the healer smiled and said that since the necklace was stolen, it wasn't enough for an internal investigation. Hoyeon looked at Elaine in bewilderment. At the same time, Lena was surprised that her boss could also steal. Suddenly, the priest burst into tears and said he was amazed at Wilhelm Meyer's attention to such details. He added that he was sure he would not meet a boss like him in the city. Suddenly, the system alerted that Elaine's favorability had increased by 15 points. The protagonist didn't understand why the priest was treating him better after the theft. Suddenly, a pickpocket intervened in the conversation and said they might be forgetting something important. Just then, Lena yelled and said that the kid was right. The girl with fury on her face asked her boss what made him think she would accept his necklace. The player asked the subordinate, would she not accept it? The young assassin turned away and reached behind her back, saying she didn't need it. A curious Hoyeon asked why the girl was reaching for his hand then? At the same second, Lena shouted for the guy not to piss her off. Elaine suggested that in such cases, they should ask the girl to accept the gift. The protagonist looked at the priest in surprise, and Lena remarked that the lone priest was a better thinker than the boss. Then the girl snatched the necklace out of the guy's hands and said that so-and-so would accept the gift this time. The system notified that Lena's loyalty had increased by 25 points again. Looking at the joyful subordinate, Hu Young thought that women were really hard to deal with. Just then, the player asked Rave what he was trying to say. The boy recalled that the boss had recently been tried to be killed, and asked who it could have been. However, the protagonist didn't have a single guess. At the same time, another training session was taking place at the Bekpo dojo. Exhausted by the incredible workload, the students were literally falling off their feet. The only one left standing in the hall was Caesar. One of the men wheezed that this was fucking hell and they needed to get the fuck out of here now. But at the same instant, a throwing knife stabbed into his back. The student cried out loudly in pain and surprise, and then fell on his back right before leaving the room. Caesar looked at all the participants of the training with hatred and said that entering this alert was solely their decision. However, they would not be able to leave here so easily. One of the men cried and said he didn't ask for it as he just wanted to learn the Bekpo style he saw in the square. But none of them had ever imagined that they would have to train with such a monster. Time after time, what is called martial arts here begins to look more and more like simple beating for fun. Caesar laughed and said that Bekpo and martial arts were not an element of strength. With a wave of his sword, he said that true mastery without basic strength was nothing more than a fluke. Everyone who came here still has a lot to learn. The next second, Caesar shouted that it was time for a sword fight. He swung his weapon, scaring away all the students at once. The people in kimonos ran towards the exit in fear, shouting that this time they would definitely die if someone didn't open the doors soon. Caesar, who had heard these wailing cries for help, said that they were not the only ones going through this training. Suddenly, the second one of the students swung open the front doors. Something flew into the room with lightning speed. An unknown object at high speed struck Caesar in the chest. The thug didn't even have time to react to the unexpected attack. The blow was so powerful that blood spurted from the monster's mouth. Seconds after realizing what had happened, Caesar leaned on his sword and clutched his chest. The system displayed a red notification and explained that the unexpected attack had caused damage to a critical point. Shuddering with anger, Caesar wondered who had allowed himself such insolence. The game added that the total damage was 50%. Despite the monster suddenly falling to its knees, none of the students stopped. While some of them turned around on the run to see what had happened, Heifel entered the premises in stealth mode. He stated that the enemy had a very weak body. Changing the display mode, the crossbowman turned to the victim and said that he didn't know why the one was nicknamed the Monster, as there was nothing special about him. Caesar smiled and looked at his opponent in surprise, asking what he meant. The guy with the blue hair pointed his gun at the bulky man and said that before he came here, he had heard some interesting news that the monster had once defeated Thomas. Taking aim and preparing to fire a test shot, Heifel said he could now take the sword. Suddenly, however, Caesar jumped to his feet and said that he would not let it be done. Hunter marveled at how easily his opponent let all of his weak areas be discovered. But suddenly, instead of striking Heifel, Caesar swung his sword in front of him, creating a powerful stream of air. The killer realized that in this way, the victim wanted to protect himself from being shot. Because of the wind pressure, he would now not be able to hit properly. But no sooner had the guy blinked his eyes than the monster struck his crossbow in the next instant. The weapon naturally couldn't withstand such a blow and snapped in half. Looking behind his back, Heifel didn't understand why the bulky man had made such a strong attack if he was wounded now. However, the player couldn't give up so easily. Grabbing a dagger from behind his back, he activated the permanent invisibility skill. Now the hitman had the advantage over his opponent. He had to get away so he could strike in the blind spot. But before the lad could remember, Caesar looked him squarely in the eye, even though the monster shouldn't have been able to see him at that moment. Realizing that for some reason this ability wasn't working either, Heifel tried to dodge. However, after a second, Caesar grabbed him by the head and lifted him up. The thug turned the unknown man around to face him and looked him in the eyes. The boy shrieked in horror that he could not be seen in such a state and asked the monster how he had discovered him. Instead of answering, Caesar swung around, contemplating where to toss the assassin. After a moment, the monster said snidely that it was just a gut feeling. Immediately afterward, the front doors to the dojo swung open from a massive explosion that occurred somewhere in the main room of the dojo. For a long time, a powerful stream of wind was still coming out of the room. But the people standing in front of the door did not move. In front of Bekpo's dojo stood a group of unknown men. The man with the white column on his shoulder said that he thought Heifel would be long enough. The man with the round glasses replied that it wasn't a simple matter to call them all because of some black mountain. A hooded man stood in front of the main group. Looking at the entrance to the building, he said that they all needed to be more careful in that case. The type with the red pattern on his forehead explained that he had heard from Barden that someone in that organization had gotten rid of many strong opponents. A girl in a wide-brimmed hat standing in the distance said she was turned on by the fact that some rookies had defeated some difficult opponents. That's when the hooded man said it was time for them to go. Those John Does were the same 6th-rank killers. At the same moment, Caesar was sitting on the floor, cradling the assassin's head against the wooden covering. Experiencing genuine satisfaction in his superiority, he thought he had forgotten one thing. Pressing his enemy's face even harder against the floor, he asked what was he doing here. Realizing that the assassin wouldn't be able to utter a word that way, Caesar pulled his hand away. The boy immediately swung away and laughed, trying to catch his breath. Marveling at how strong this type was after all, Heifel asked, did the monster really think that just putting him on the floor would be enough? Uncomprehending such optimism, Caesar ordered the assassin to answer the question and not to ramble. Heifel replied that the thug is just a newcomer to this city and has no idea how entrenched the local organizations already are. Guy explained that thanks to Caesar's provision, those people who had previously feuded among themselves and kept their distance from each other now decided to unite against a single enemy. Killer explained that these men would create a new force, and they were intoxicated by the thought. Heifel looked at Caesar and said that even if he killed him now, he would still end up in the same place sooner or later. However, the monster was not in the least frightened by such threats. Looking madly into the killer's eyes, he said that he was quite talkative. But at the same instant, there was an explosion to the right that blew the dojo wall into splinters. Caesar looked around and saw 5 unknown people standing across from him. They didn't look like ordinary gamblers. A girl in a red dress and large hat began to concentrate the energy in her hands and greeted Caesar. The next instant, she threw a fireball at the bulky man. The henchman barely had time to block it, but another monster came running at him from the side. As soon as Caesar looked up and saw a man jumping on top of him, wearing some latex wrappings, a dwarf in glasses ran up to him from the side. With a swing of his sword, the bulky man managed to swing away from the long-tongued monster jumping around him. He was already surrounded on all sides. A cloaked man was already standing opposite Caesar, holding something resembling shadow blades. In the next instant, this unknown weapon shimmered, emitting long purple lightning bolts. The guy with a red pattern on his forehead mouthed using the crushing power of the dark sword. Immediately, a stream of dark, sparkling electricity was directed at Caesar. But the monster had time to cover himself with his cloak. After fending off another attack, he decided it was time to show them who was boss. The big man swung his sword at the cloaked type. The weapon was about to catch up with the enemy, but another man appeared behind him. The tall man swung the column around to protect his partner. Moments before he was hit, he managed to block the attack by throwing the blade back. Immediately, the guy in the cloak lunged at Caesar, who in turn threw himself into a counterattack. However, the sword guy's agility level was higher. Using the darkness strike, he leaped past the monster, giving it 2 slashing attacks. In the same second, blood spurted from Caesar's mouth again. The guy in the red cloak muttered that the opponent didn't live up to their expectations, and those rumors about him being on the same level were just a bluff. Suddenly, he said that Caesar should be grateful to them that they were not going to kill him. The henchman was surprised by this state of affairs. The cloaked man explained that all 6 ranks wanted him. Turning to his opponent, he said that it was very simple for them, for if they were not obeyed, they killed. Caesar interrupted John Doe and said that was ridiculous and he would only obey one man. Suddenly, the monster was grabbed by the face by the clawed girl and spoke in a gentle voice, saying that he didn't have to worry about it because his original master was already dead. After a brief pause, Caesar muttered through his teeth that these lies and he didn't believe them. Suddenly, a dwarf joined the conversation. He twirled something in his glasses and said that for those who didn't believe, they had the facts. In the same instant, he showed a projection in front of him with a shot of Hu Yong being pierced by an arrow. This shot had a profound effect on Caesar. He was shocked at what he saw and could not believe his eyes. The cloaked man muttered that this kid was finished, and there could be no doubt about it. The monster was furious. In that second, he wanted to kill everyone who was here. Suddenly, however, Caesar got to his feet and said he was clear and had to go. The girl in the red dress said that she didn't think it would be so easy. She looked at her enemy and asked, "Is he really that stupid?" Suddenly, Caesar stopped and unclenched his fist and asked what the girl meant. After a brief pause, the bulky man shouted that it would be up to them, not him, to go, and their path would be to follow the boss to hell. Despite the emotion with which Caesar uttered this, it had no effect on his enemies. Turning around to face the unknown people, the bulky man shouted and activated the berserk skill. At the same instant, the guy in the cloak jumped up and said that in that case, they had nothing to do and would have to slaughter the monster here and now. At the same time, the pickpocket child was sniffing every corner of the squat like a bloodhound. Looking up, he said that it seemed they were almost there, as the smell was getting more and more vile. Lena noted that judging by the surroundings, they were heading towards Bekpo's dojo. The realization made the player very wary. Looking at the boy who was crawling on the ground, the boy thought that Rave was surprisingly good at hiding and finding tracks. The guy realized that sometimes it's really good to be a petty criminal. The boss turned to his subordinate and asked him if he had any idea who might have done it. Perhaps someone had a grudge against him after all. The child muttered that he didn't know since there were many unkind rumors about the Black Mountain Association and its leader, so it was no surprise. In the next second, the boy pronounced that there was one oddity after all. He could smell a sewer odor that was very strong, literally right in front of his nose. Suddenly, Rave looked behind him with a startled look and turned around abruptly. With his hand hitting the ground, he used one of Bekpo School's skills and caused a small flash. This explosion illuminated a guy with blue hair who was nearby. Immediately afterward, the boy thrust his arm forward and with an impulse threw the unknown man aside. Heifel shouted again that it was impossible and could not be detected while he was in stealth. Seeing this, an amazed Rave realized he had a flare after all. Killer was about ready to cry at the fact that he was beginning to be sensed and exposed by everyone beforehand. As he fell to the ground and looked up at the sky, he thought to himself that he had just gotten out of one mess and immediately got into another. A short time later, the killer was bound and taken to the Thomas mansion. Heifel told his interlocutors that the original target was Caesar, but he got tired of watching Wilhelm Meyer and Lena flirt. The girl shouted out that in that case, they should have attacked her instead of the boss since she was stronger. Suddenly, the crossbowman asked the young assassin how she survived their last encounter. After all, his arrows killed even high-level monsters that could only be found on the black market. Heifel looked at Wilhelm Meyer, who was standing opposite him, and said that he was not as simple as he looked. The killer added that in that case he could trust the boy with Lena. Hoyeon said that the opponent's eye was very accurate, although the damage didn't really hit him because of his low synchronization with the character. The main character snidely asked Heifel if he was very surprised that he couldn't kill him the first time. After the killer answered in the affirmative, Hoyeon said he had a question. Looking menacingly at the captive, he asked who had paid him to kill him. While Heifel remained silent, the player continued to ask questions. He wondered why Caesar had been attacked and what was the customer's purpose. The guy with blue hair explained that an assassin was not allowed to reveal the nature of the contract. In response, Lena said that it was her time to have some fun then. But suddenly, the crossbowman said that he could still tell something interesting about Caesar. According to him, that monster should be dead by now. In the same instant, the members of the sixth rank stood in front of their opponent, trying to catch their breath. Caesar lay on the floor, covered in blood, and did not move. The dwarf asked his opponent what he had been doing all this time anyway, and was the information about his power really just a rumor? The red dress noticed that this was the first time she had ever seen such a persistent person. But suddenly Caesar cried out again, spurting blood from his mouth. This time, the cloaked man was quite wary. This guy should be dead by now. Caesar rose to his feet and, looking at his enemies with mad eyes, asked why they had not yet finished with him. Hearing no answer to the question, he asked if this was all that the criminal organization running the city was capable of. Looking frantically into the eyes of his opponents, the bully asked what frightened them so much. The cloaked man pointed his sword at his opponent and ordered him to watch his tongue. He doubted that Caesar would be so bold if they started fighting him seriously. A tense pause hung in the room for a while. The leader of the group told the monster that he was giving him one last chance. The cloaked man explained that there was one very mysterious creature in the underworld. It came from the far eastern continent and was able to defeat all six ranks at once. After that, it was called the Soul Destroyer in the city. Pointing a finger at Caesar, the cloaked type mouthed that at the last guild meeting, the creature had shown exceptional interest in his person. Suddenly, Caesar asked why he could care. The monster questioned his obligation to kneel before those who had recently killed the man he had pledged to be loyal to for the rest of his life. Afterwards, the cloaked man said that in that case, he understood. Looks like there's no way they're going to get Caesar on their side. Gromula smiled and replied to his opponent that he had gotten it right. The leader of the group said that in accordance with Caesar's wish, they would put an end to it all. But at the same second, the monster prepared to use Bekpo's death blow. Accumulating energy in his hands not far from his chest, he prepared to use Bekpo's ultimatum skill. Unlike Coach Kato, Caesar managed to prepare an even stronger and even faster attack. The flash was so bright that it was blinding and gave no visibility to all of the six. Then the type in the cloak realized what he was about to see. That second, the player received a notification that Caesar had activated the ultimatum skill. The guy stopped in the middle of the central square like a stump. Lena cheerfully glanced at her boss and asked why he suddenly stopped. Hoyeon was trembling with his whole body. The wary girl asked what was wrong with him. Suddenly, the hero turned around and ran in the opposite direction, screaming with all his might. The agitated lad realized that this could not under any circumstances be allowed to happen. It was at that moment that what he had invested his entire playing life in could die. He was in tears and thought that the time had not yet come. This information was as sudden as a thunderclap. Meanwhile, the light from the dojo was already bursting out. The group leader shouted that the enemy was using the self-destruct ability and ordered everyone to go on the defensive. The cape-clad type concluded that he had never heard of such subordinates following the boss after his death. Looking fearfully at the creature willingly giving up his life, he thought in horror, who was this Wilhelm Meyer anyway? Suddenly, one of the six shouted to the main man that at this rate they were going to die, and the partners needed to get the hell out of here right away. Looking at his opponent, Little Franken, one of High Vampire Izrak's subordinates, said that the boss had sent him here for a reason. Self-destruction can only be defeated by self-destruction. With a wave of his hand, he told his partners it was time to say goodbye and wished them luck. The head tried to stop Franken, but the man seemed to have already made up his mind. Such a major sacrifice to be made for some monster greatly upset the leader. But suddenly, approaching Caesar, Franken flew off behind his partner's back, terrifying those two. Turning around, the six ranks assassins saw their team member lying with his back against the wall. Franken's eyes were blank, and he had absolutely lost consciousness. At the same second, an unknown man appeared from behind Caesar's back, saying that they had barely made it, and he was wondering what all the fuss was about. Looking at his opponents, the strange man muttered that he was a little late and those had already ruined everything. Rubbing his palms, the powerful type said that just when he wanted to settle down, suddenly something like this happened. But there was nothing to be done about it now. Turning around, a guy in a blue kimono called out to Caesar, asking him if he was okay, and how did he come to self-destruct. Saito said that he came here for a reason, but to stop all of this. Just then, he put his hand on Caesar's chest and interrupted his skill. The thug replied menacingly that he had purposely not told anyone so that no one would get involved. The system explained that from this point on, the 4 associates selected by Caesar would enter the duel. Saito replied that in that case, the monster would have to entrust the battle to them. The blonde immediately asked the boss if she could borrow his sword for a bit. This was definitely not the outcome the killers expected. Rubbing his hands together, Saito said that now that they were equal in number, they would finally be able to fight at full strength. The leader of the group didn't realize who it was after all. Among the unknown faces, he recognized one of the newcomers who had recently become famous in the labyrinth. The cloaked type wondered how this organization was able to recruit such strong people to join them. It looked like they had stirred up a hornet's nest. Yet now that their association has lost their master, they will surely fall apart on their own. As he readied his sword, the group leader thought that the most important thing now was to survive the battle. But no sooner had the shocked assassin prepared for battle than Saito was immediately in his face. Swinging his fist, he merrily shouted that they had no time to be distracted. From that point on, a quick fight ensued. The opponents chose their opponents and started the battle. However, the people of the Black Mountain Association showed their advantage from the start. Thanks to Bekpo's technique, they had high-speed punches that were difficult to parry. The guy in the cloak couldn't believe his eyes. This was the first time he had seen such a lightning strike technique. Looking at Saito, who was attacking him time after time, he thought that they were crazy monsters. It felt like 4 more Caesars had appeared on the battlefield. It seemed to get harder and harder to block with each blow. Confusion appeared in the 6 ranks leader's eyes. He thought that they would all die like this. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared in the breach that was in place of the main entrance. Turning around, the assassin grudgingly admitted that they would now have to retreat. There were no other options left. However, as he looked toward the exit, he couldn't believe his eyes. The leader of the Black Mountain Association stood in the breach opposite and looked around the ruined building with astonishment. At the same instant, the assassins were stunned. He could not believe that this man had come back from the dead. According to the information he has, this kid shouldn't be alive. So how is he here now? Ignoring Saito, the leader of the group swung one of his swords at the same second. A moment later, he threw a blade at the faction leader, which turned into an arrow of dark matter. The untrained Hoyeon, as expected, did not react to this throw. However, Lena, for whom this speed was familiar, reacted instantly, hitting her boss on the cheek, and the arrow flew past. Such an instant reaction horrified not only the villain, but Saito as well. The assassin who hadn't followed the throw thought, did this boy really dodge so easily? It was unthinkable, considering the reality of his body being on the verge of death. An enthusiastic Caesar muttered that this was very much like his boss. The thug shouted that instead of delivering a fatal blow with his arrow, the crossbowman assassin had hit an acupuncture point and awakened the absolute martial art within his master. The protagonist was once again ashamed of his henchman after those words. Saito grabbed his opponent by the hood and bowed his head. The guy in the cloak said that explained it, since from this distance the boy looked like a dead man. Hoyeon thought that he was very glad that Caesar was alive. But now he had to figure out what was going on. The state of the dojo was critical. The place looked like a pile of rubble now. The system explained that the school had 15.5% of its strength left. Immediately, the game notified that rebuilding and repairing was not possible. The only way out was a complete reconstruction. Suddenly, the player turned to all of his uninvited guests. He explained that he did not know who they were, however, none of them would leave here alive. The protagonist said that killing them wouldn't give him anything useful, so he'll give the dead people a special chance. The only way out for them would be to pay for the dojo renovation in full. A surprised Lena said that the boss was too kind to these uninvited guests, for they should at least be hanged for such a thing. The guy ordered the strangers to pass this information to their bosses. After that, there was silence in the room. The leader of the assassin group was outraged at this unheard-of audacity. Hoyeon said at this moment he wasn't talking to the people who directly showed up here, but to their masters. He said all those behind the attack should personally apologize and make amends. Unexpectedly, the game notified the assassin of an unexpected event where Wilhelm Meyer allowed him to return to his bosses. The type in the cloak laughed and shouted that he liked this boldness. It seemed that this was indeed the rumored association leader. The man with the mark on his forehead shouted that killing here would be considered self-defense and would end in a simple raid. But thanks to a special event, the organization could expand. He explained to the protagonist that there would be a meeting of the six in 4 days, and that's when they would see if the boy would be as fearless. The pickpocket praised the boss for stirring things up pretty good around here. In turn, Lena wondered if she should just rip the bellies out of these beggars. Caesar gave a rapturous shout that one wouldn't expect anything less from the boss. He was glad that finally the hero had revealed his absolute martial art and demonstrated his spirit. The guy realized that his henchman remained the same idiot. Caesar added that this is a great chance for them to come to this meeting and make the entire top brass kneel before the boss. He kept praising Hu Young, saying that he was the truest king of the underworld. The player was very embarrassed, and he wanted it all to be over soon. The assassination squad leader muttered that Wilhelm Meyer and the Black Mountain Association must have a reason why everyone was paying such close attention to them. The man opposite introduced himself as Rahman. He explained that these were his subordinates, and he alone was a member of the six ranks. He then, as a member of the Big Six, formally invited William Meyer to participate in the next meeting. Rahman added that failure to show up would be considered treason, which would result in the destruction of Black Mountain. Strangely enough, everyone but the protagonist was greatly amused by this turn of events. Ho Yan once again realized that they were in big trouble. The entire main room of the dojo was reduced to disrepair. Roman said lastly that they would definitely expect Black Mountain's representatives in 4 days. The player stared in horror at the departing assassins. Suddenly, Rave turned to his boss and apologized for interfering. The boy asked in a calm and frustrated voice, "Did the boy really have anything to say about it?" After looking at the collapsing ceiling, the kid said that's not what he meant. Rave asked if the boss intended to keep looking for the man who was behind the attack on him. For a second, Hu Young looked at his mentee in bewilderment and didn't understand what he was talking about. However, as he gathered his thoughts, he remembered that in addition to that, they had also tried to kill him. In this game, the bosses of the organization carry a key role behind them. A boss who is targeted for assassination will remain so until his death, or until the order is cancelled. Standing over several newspapers, Barden was shocked by what he saw. He didn't understand why even the six couldn't handle Caesar and some thugs. Crumpling the sheet into a lump, the fat man thought that this Black Mountain and their leader Wilhelm Meyer were too unusual for a simple rookie organization. Barden was silent for a moment, thinking, if things continued to go on like this, it would not lead to a good outcome. Suddenly, the sound of a stone falling from the ceiling alerted Yueldong. He immediately looked up and was horrified at what he saw. At the same second, there was a small explosion in the ceiling, making a large hole. Caesar rushed into this passage at great speed, holding the leader of the Black Mountain Association, Wilhelm Meyer, in his arms. Barden recoiled for a moment, startled that he had been found after all. Hoyeon raised his hand in surprise when he saw an old acquaintance. He asked Yueldong, was he really behind all this? Without waiting for an answer, the guy said that he saw with his own eyes how Caesar killed him. Just then, the protagonist asked if the fat guy had taken advantage of the moderator's buff. The astonished Barden did not answer the question and only asked Wilhelm Meyer how he had found him. Hoyeon replied that a capable man had found the killer's trail. And then he found the place. Pulling up his sleeves, the hero said that although his subordinate wasn't in the best shape, he still made quick work of it. After his opponent's last words, Barden was suddenly stunned. It all sounded rather suspicious. Yueldong suddenly asked Wilhelm Meyer how he knew he was a moderator. The guy didn't answer, saying only that the fat man had given his management a huge slap in the face with his actions. Infuriated, Barden ordered his opponent to answer the question immediately. Suddenly, Han Young said in a clear and steady voice that he was now talking to Barden, who was the informant of the Sujono Shuen 6. In reality, his name was Park Yueldong. The protagonist added that the fat man is a current player who is interning at the Korean branch of Maze World. Looking at Barden's frightened face, Hu Young added that only one player knew about all of this. After saying that, the guy said hello to his friend and added that he is known by the nickname Rodrigo El Dringo, but his real name is Lee Ho Young. Immediately after these words, the player looked at his friend with frantic eyes and asked what the latter was up to. Suddenly, the protagonist was reminded of an evening a few months ago. At that time, he and Yueldong gathered at the diner to celebrate the momentous occasion. As soon as both friends raised their shot glasses, the blonde shouted that this was a real cause for celebration. The satisfied fat man muttered that this time the human had won. Nah. Being tipsy after a few drinks, said he was shocked when he found out that a friend made it into the top 100 players. Hoyan asked Yul Dong to keep his voice down. The son said there was no point in worrying about anyone recognizing him and asked why a friend thought about rankings differently than everyone else. The protagonist replied that there was no point, and if you chase numbers, you can lose all interest in the game itself. Pointing his finger at his friend, Hu Young said that the most important thing was to be interesting, and chasing others was very boring. Holding out a shot glass to Yul Dong, the guy said that if he understood, he could pour. The fat man, in turn, asked what was the point of talking to NPCs and following his bus every day then? Hoyan replied that he was doing more than that. Suddenly, the blonde turned to his friend and asked him if he had any requests that the moderators could make. The guy was surprised at such a sudden question and asked his friend what he was saying that to now. Yul Dong said that he's a moderator too, after all, and he'd be interested in a real player's opinion. Such a strange and rather suspicious help about the request made the protagonist a little wary. Hu Young realized that his friend wanted a promotion and decided to share some information with him. Afterward, the blonde man glowed with happiness. The guy made a small condition to his friend. He said he'd give some advice if Yul Dong paid for the drinks, which the fat man gladly agreed to. Even in the present time, the hero realized that if he hadn't helped his friend back then, and if Yul Dong hadn't done what Rodrigo told him to do, he wouldn't be so pathetic now. The protagonist walked over to the kneeling Barden and ordered him to stand up. It had been some time since the friends had revealed each other. Yul Dong was immediately tied up. Sitting on the floor and helplessly looking away, he said that he was actually a subordinate of one of the six. Hoyeon thought it still sounded strange. Barden asked his friend if he didn't believe him. Suddenly, the guy asked what the point of a player being someone's subordinate was. Usually, NPCs fulfill this role. In response, Barden shouted only the name of the very girl, Claude. This unexpected reaction was very suspicious, considering the fact that the player was already familiar with Clad. From his friend's eyes, Yul Dong realized that he wasn't wrong, and his friend must have met her during the construction of the mansion. The fatty explained that this girl was also with them. The main character said he understood, though he was actually upset that such a girl with a beautiful body turned out to be a traitor. Barden explained, "You have to be careful with girls, and especially with her. She was not just an employee of one of the real estate departments, but a subordinate of someone from above." Hoyeon realized that since this girl had been spying on them all this time, she must have her own motives. Suddenly, Caesar intervened in the conversation and asked if they should kill her when they got back. The boss shouted that there was no need to do that. The player then turned to his friend and thanked him for putting out all the information. However, the question still remained. Why did Barden want to kill him? Yul Dong explained that he didn't know that his friend was hiding behind the face of Wilhelm Meyer. He said that the association's actions were so horrible that he was afraid, and that there would be many bloody battles because of such trash. Howen replied that he would not be angry at the insult, but it was inappropriate to compare him to a bad guy. After all, Barden himself, being a moderator working for a criminal organization, had decided to kill an ordinary user. It even sounded repulsive. The main character said that a friend of his once mentioned 6 rank and asked what was the point here if the main element of the game was a maze? What did the moderator forget in 6 rank circles? Yul Dong shouted that he just wanted to seize control in this organization because he wants a good life too. He explained that the game was gaining momentum, but they were going through staff cuts and wanted to lay him off. However, he then managed to reach out to the Sixers, through whom he found a new path. Looking at Caesar, Barden mouthed that everything was going well until that huge monster showed up. Its plan was to buy users, NPCs, and anything else to devour 6. So he lent to users and made money on the interest. And everything was going well until Black Mountain showed up. Criminals started dying one by one, and he had no choice. To summarize, the protagonist stated that Yul Dong was scared of getting fired and wanted to become famous in another way. However, when the fat man's path was blocked by a player, he decided to get rid of him due to lack of customers. Barden bowed his head and said that's the way it was, and it still didn't work out. He immediately said he was sorry. Suddenly, the protagonist approached his friend, saying that he was wrong anyway. Leaning over to the fat man, the guy asked the one how long he was going to live at the expense of others. Hu Young looked at his friend furiously and said that he knew about how he had stepped up after Rodrigo's advice. However, then when the protagonist disappeared, Yul Dong couldn't do anything on his own and got fired. He's not going to succeed here, as there's already some soul destroyer that's taken over everyone. From the look on Barden's face, he was unaware of this information. Waving his hand, and the main character said that Yule Dong should pick himself up and do something else. However, the fat man suddenly shouted out and asked Hu Young to join his organization. This request was rather unexpected, considering that not too long ago, Yule Dong had tried to kill his own friend. The boy asked Barden why he wanted to do that. The fat man replied that he had nowhere else to go. The protagonist was faced with a rather difficult choice. However, after a few seconds, he still made a decision. Looking at the crying Yule Dong, Hu Young said that he hoped that phrase wouldn't come out. The player then turned away, and Caesar loomed over Barden, who reached for his sword with a smile on his face. In the next instant, the monster swung its weapon, forever destroying Yule Dong's character. It was once again a sunny, cloudless day outside. Hoyeon exited the building ahead of his henchmen to get some air. After waiting for the subordinate to finish his work, the guy said it was time for them to move out. Suddenly, Caesar asked his boss why he made that choice. The boy remained silent and said that they would definitely stop talking now. Based on the papers we found, a lot of money and information was obtained through Barden, so he had a lot to gain. At these words, Caesar nodded his head understandingly. In turn, Barden posed a problem, being the main source of funding for Sujono Shuen. So surely one of the six will now retaliate for the loss of a major revenue stream. Still, it's safe to assume that given Caesar's recent successes, this was something we didn't have to worry about. His henchmen had accumulated so much power that they were now quite capable of pulling against all the forces of the six ranks. Caesar once again explained that he expected nothing less from his boss, but he had one more question. The guy noticed that the subordinate was very curious today. Gramila explained that, in his opinion, if Barden had remained alive, all of the potential damage might not have happened in the first place. The monster asked the boss, "Does he really want to complicate things on purpose to spill more blood?" Hoyeon said that Caesar was wrong. The guy pointed out that he never does anything for nothing. With a satisfied look in his henchman's eyes, he said that what had happened was only to their benefit. Throughout the Labyrinth series of games, there is a special merchant that only the strongest players can see. This character is able to provide the location of high-end weapons and other great items. In addition, thanks to him, the most important information about the game is obtained. And in order to meet this character, the protagonist will take advantage of the situation with the six to become stronger. As Hoyeon and his henchmen reached the main guild building, it had already become cloudy all around. On the approach, the player was met by battered and tired warriors of the other faction. Soldiers of the six were lying all over the area in front of the building. This spectacle could be regarded as a true measure of the strength of this organization. After inspecting the field of the recent battle, the protagonist stated that it was long over. Caesar surveyed what had happened and explained that it looked like the six ranks were more pathetic than they had realized. The boy said that it was very good that they were weak. As he approached the main passage, Caesar said that it seemed to him as if those men were looking at the Black Mountain from high up. Immediately, he asked the boss for permission to punish these weaklings. The boy refused. Upon entering the mansion, the protagonist suddenly saw Elaine standing nearby. The priest said Wilhelm Meyer arrived just in time. Hoyeon looked at the priest perplexed and wondered what this guy was doing here. The player asked if the priest was actually allowed to come to the criminal organization's branch, to which Elaine replied that he was helping out as a paramedic. The boy wondered what the priest meant when he said they arrived on time. Elaine leaned over the protagonist's ear and pointed to a lady in fancy attire nearby. The player asked which lady the priest was talking about, and the priest irritably muttered that it was the one in the background. Hoyeon looked at the unknown girl suspiciously. Ellen asked her boss if he thought the angel looked like he'd stepped out of a painting. He clarified that he'd spent his whole life devoted to God, but this was the first time he'd ever seen someone so much like him. When Lena heard this, she was surprised and said that the priest was saying inappropriate things. The priest, however, justified himself by saying that he had been misunderstood, and that this beauty was like a bright, warm sun. Hoyeon still couldn't recognize who was standing in front of him. Lena asked if the boss had managed to go blind somewhere, to which the guy replied that his eyes were just not used to the darkness. Finally, looking at the girl standing in front of him, the protagonist was stunned. He had no idea that this character would be in front of him so quickly. But before the guy could even blink an eye, Caesar pounced on the unknown in the same second. The masked girl only slowly turned her head and looked at the approaching burly man. Standing up tight to the lady in the snow-white dress, Caesar asked her if she wanted to introduce herself first. With a fierce look at the unknown, the monster said that if she would not obey, then let her prepare to die. Hoyeon immediately rushed to his henchman and shouted that the idiot had gotten it all wrong. The guy explained to his foolish subordinate that this was the lady he had recently told him about, and she was the one to whom all the players bowed. In front of them stood a legendary merchant of valuable information for high-ranked players. However, Caesar didn't seem to hear his boss at all and ordered the unknown woman to remove her mask time after time. Suddenly, Elaine used healing shackles, grabbing her cross. In the same second, several energy chains wrapped around Caesar and restrained his movement. In that position, he probably couldn't hurt anyone now. Moreover, the priest did not leave the thug on the ground and lifted him high into the air. Lena said, pointing her finger at her partner, that the bandits could fly now too. Hoyeon had mixed feelings. On the one hand, he didn't understand how it had happened, but on the other hand, he was blown away this time too. Suddenly, Elaine grabbed the cross with both hands and headed towards the lady in white. Falling to his knees, he held out the amulet to the girl and asked her to accept his faith. Such a specific confession surprised Hoyeon and Lena a little. Suddenly, the priest started talking some nonsense. He claimed that he had lived with faith all his life, but as soon as he saw the beautiful lady, he realized that everything was in vain. Crying, he begged the girl to accept his body, faith, and mind. The unidentified masked woman still continued to stare silently at what was happening. The protagonist looked at what the priest was doing in bewilderment. It seemed that things had only gotten worse now. The visitor, judging by her appearance, was very confused by what she saw. Hoyeon asked Lena what they should do. The killer asked that the situation be left to her. After all, if Elaine wasn't beaten now, he would be torturing himself for the rest of his life. As soon as the protagonist gave the go-ahead, Lena immediately jumped out of her seat and in the next second was next to the priest, ready to attack with her sword. Suddenly, however, a pickpocket child intervened in the potential bloodshed, and with the help of Baekbo's power, separated the two heroes. Finally freaking out, Hoyeon mentally thanked the boy for stopping all of this. Suddenly, the kid apologized to his boss and said he regretted pretending he didn't know anything. Right now, however, he can't just stand by and watch what happens. Suddenly, the pickpocket turned to the girl in the snow-white garb and, calling her mom, asked how she was doing. After a while, when everyone had calmed down, the girl was put in a chair. She explained that everyone knew that she was not just involved in trading information, but also played an important role in various major events. Its main mission is to make the best choice among several stakeholders. For her case, however, any war is an exception. Regardless of what the warring parties are, no choice is ever right. The girl said that at one time her decisions were always based on a sense of duty, but she could not stop the countless deaths and reduce the number of orphans. So she had to make an important choice. Then she began to emulate one player who had opened an orphanage and helped children in the previous generation of the game, while the lady in white was saying that this hero was protecting these children. By giving them expensive medicine, Hoo-young realized that it was about him. The girl said that after a brief counseling session with this hero, she also opened her orphanage, and it was the least she could do for those who had been hurt so badly by her decisions. With a glance at Rave, she said it wasn't enough to salve all the wounds of war. The harsh post-war world and the traumas of childhood made orphans into wanderers from the lowest position. Most of them ended up in criminal guilds, and even the hero she'd been focused on all along had used those kids to get through the maze. That's when the girl decided it was time to reconsider her choice. Suddenly, Rave jumped into the conversation and tearfully asked if that was the reason she left him. Hearing no response, the boy said that he realized that he had been the doll all along so that she could assuage her guilt. Suddenly, the girl replied that she never told her children to become criminals. Feeling incredibly grief and resentment, the boy remained silent. Hoyeon grabbed his head and muttered that this was very incompetent. He asked the girl if she had only come here for her son. The masked lady turned to Wilhelm Meyer and said that she does not behave recklessly in any situation. Then the hero replied that in that case, he didn't understand anything at all, because high-ranking information traders were untraceable. He looked angrily at the strange visitor and asked, "Did such an important person just come to Black Mountain for no reason when war with the Six could break out at any moment?" Hoyeon asked the girl what her true intentions were if the matter wasn't personal. But suddenly, the girl in the snow-white dress muttered that the reason she had come here was because of an order from above. Suddenly, she concentrated a large amount of energy in her hand and said, strangely enough, she must punish Wilhelm Meyer. The boy eyed the strange visitor warily. Looking at the sparking lightning bolts, he made sure to confirm his guesses as to why she couldn't have just come here. But who would ever hire such a powerful character to order? Suddenly, a strange pentagram formed on the carpet behind the hero. At the same instant, a purple-colored hand appeared out of it, pointing upwards. Both Hoyeon and the pickpocket boy were stunned at what they saw. A monster body with an incomprehensible shape suddenly appeared out of the portal. The player realized that he had never seen anything like this before, and the fear of the unknown is frightening. In front of him stood something with a human figure. The entire body of this strange monster seemed to be unpainted and completely covered with pixels. To great surprise, the monster did not pounce at once, but first looked around very frantically. Suddenly, the monster turned to those present and, apologizing for the sudden intrusion, greeted them. The strange creature inquired where it was now. Feeling an incomprehensible puff of wind, Lena and Caesar rushed through the front door at the same moment. In doing so, they frightened an unidentifiable monster who turned to the unknown men and asked who they were. Both partners stood as if dumbfounded, surprised by this sight. Suddenly, the creature frowned very hard at the sight of Caesar. Gramila realized that this monster was looking at him, and it began to make him very nervous. At the same instant, the thug pulled out his sword and tried to strike at the creature, shouting that he didn't care who it was, because he wasn't going to hurt their boss anyway. But suddenly, the unusual creature dodged Caesar's blow with ease and shouted that it didn't like to be hurt. Realizing that such a fight could only be won with agility, Lena immediately threw her dagger into the dark matter. Noan did not dodge, and the blade stabbed into the monster's body at the same instant. But at the same moment, the blade and then the entire knife gradually sank into the dark mass. The young assassin regretted wasting her knife on such a strange monster. Suddenly, the creature shrieked loudly and asked why everyone always did this to him. Several streams of dark energy immediately began to flow out of his body. Hoyeon was frightened, but deep down, he agreed with the unknown man's opinion. The guy in a hurry tried to clarify with the masked girl what this punishment was. The lady in white replied sharply that she was merely relaying information and was not here to answer Wilhelm Meyer's questions. Suddenly, Lena shouted to her boss to urgently dodge the blow. Hoyeon turned his head and saw the approaching danger. One of the tentacles, in the same instant, swooped down on the protagonist. A powerful stream of energy crashed into the chest to the player, who, as expected, had no time to react. Lena and Caesar were greatly startled when they saw that their boss had once again missed the hardest hit. The creature turned to Wilhelm Meyer, asking if he was the reason it had become like this. The guy's whole face and hands trembled from such a hard blow. But suddenly, Caesar belatedly entered the battle. Waving his cloak, he said that this attack was pretty good. Gromala approached the creature from behind and prepared his cloak, shouting that he was surprised that someone had decided to attack the boss who had discovered an absolute martial art. In that same second, Caesar's cape completely covered the creature's body. The monster looked at Lena and said that if the blades didn't help, he should be tied up. The minion's cloak immediately twisted, safely confusing the creature's movements. At the same moment, Hu-young realized that he was still alive without taking a single unit of damage. Instead of the damage window, the guy saw that the creature stole 10 gold coins from him. No damage was done to the character. Raising his head, the boy saw Caesar looking at him excitedly, confused by the unknown creature with his cloak. But suddenly, the creature's eyes suddenly darted right through the fabric. Just then, it turned around and looked at Caesar with a fierce glow, who didn't know how to control it anymore. The creature frowned very hard and said that he understood now. Caesar was very much surprised to hear a pronounced English accent. But suddenly, the bulky man was brought to his senses by Lena, who pounced on the cloak with her sword and cut through its fabric. Calling out to the staring big man, she ordered him to help the boss. Meanwhile, the main character was horrified by what he saw. It was the first time in his life that he had seen the all-powerful Caesar, to whom no hardship or enemy could be feared, standing and trembling. I watched my henchman, who just stood still and stared at his cloak. At that moment, Lena had already run up to the boss and was checking if he was all right. In turn, Hoyeon thought that this was the first time Caesar didn't attack mindlessly. It was most likely because he felt a threatening force. The unknown creature attempted to address Caesar in English, but the latter said he understood nothing. The protagonist realized that if even his minion was afraid, it was clear that this monster's personality was much scarier. Suddenly, the masked girl sitting behind said that it looked like Wilhelm Meyer had already noticed everything. The boy turned around, and at the same moment the peddler pronounced that he was now seeing a player like himself. This particular specimen received a divine curse due to overboosting one of the skills. A slightly startled Lena clarified, had this girl really trained this player that much? The masked beauty calmly mouthed that it was. In addition, now this player has also been named. Hoyeon looked in horror at the player who appeared to have his brains blown off. He couldn't believe that it was a real named player, and yet the main topic of conversation was punishment. However, the protagonist was still alive. Looking into the monster's eyes, Hu-young thought that perhaps he had been ordered to kill it. But there was definitely something odd about this theory. As with Rave, it is a known fact that these kinds of players must obey any order and immediately follow it. But this creature had already had several opportunities to finish off Hoyeon at once. While the monster asked Caesar what he liked so much that he was looking at him, the protagonist wondered if this player had just robbed him. From this, it could be deduced that they had no purpose to kill Hoyeon. Seeing the boss's satisfied face, Lena ordered him to stop doing that. Taking a few steps towards the monster, the guy thought that he had heard that even players under a curse could be restored with hero points, and it seems that his punishment was the loss of points from this creature. Caesar immediately told the boss to be careful as it was dangerous, even with absolute martial arts. That's when the player thought that if he's destined to lose hero points anyway, he'd better get himself a guy that even Caesar is afraid of. Suddenly, the hero shouted out to the monster that they were just looking for full-time employees, and of the perks there were 4 basic insurance, room, and board. The something looked questioningly at the guy. An overexcited Caesar asked his boss what he was talking about now. A dead silence hung in the headquarters for a while, but suddenly the monster suddenly said he didn't want to. This greatly shattered Hoyeon's confidence in controlling what was happening. Suddenly, the creature began spreading its pixelated tentacles again, roaring that everyone around it was up to something against it. Numerous cracks began to appear on the walls from this random, uncontrolled release of energy. Covering herself from the wreckage, Lena told her boss that the place was about to collapse. The hero, meanwhile, realized that repairing the whole mess would cost him a tidy sum again. What was most important now was not that, but Caesar's inaction. From the look on his face, he was terrified. Still, the player gathered his thoughts and thought that although it was unpleasant to think of the consequences now, he just had to keep pressing on. After a moment, he leaned into the monster's eyes again and whispered that they would double the salary and add guaranteed bonuses. The something looked disapprovingly at Hoyeon again, and he thought that this attempt had failed again as well. However, all of a sudden the monster asked if the guy was serious. This reaction surprised Rave in the first place. He asked his mom if this weirdo had always been like this. The girl replied that she didn't even know. While the creature was asking the player if he would promise not to break the contract, the woman in white told her son that this famous player of the past had become like this a long time ago. And in order to change back to his former state, he had to want it himself. Suddenly, the boy looked at his mom and said, "Actually, that's pretty weird." What surprised him the most was that the ever-fearless Caesar didn't say a word to the monster this time and stood still. Where had his reckless spirit gone? For a while, the girl pondered the question. She told her son that she couldn't explain it yet, but that such a thing was natural. When the protagonist settled things with the monster, he approached the merchant and angrily asked if this was the punishment she was talking about. Hoyeon muttered that his entire headquarters almost collapsed because of this, and he could very well have been killed. The girl replied that Wilhelm Meyer had acted rather unconventionally in the current situation, because usually her henchman destroys everyone silently. The guy grabbed his head and said it wouldn't have made any difference to him if he had noticed the danger or not, as either way his gaming life would have been over. The girl replied that she was glad the player had done well at all. The boy immediately leaned over to her and said, "He was just lucky." Suddenly, the player pulled a frisbee out of his inventory and turned to the merchant and said that she still didn't seem to quite understand the situation. Then, Hoyeon called out to the pixel monster. It immediately turned towards the sound. In the next second, the hero threw the frisbee toward the door. He then pointed his hand in the direction and ordered the monster to go there and fetch a plate. The creature crumpled for a few seconds and asked if the guy really wanted it to do something like that. Hoyeon confidently replied that that was exactly what he wanted. The pixel monster squirmed for a second and said it was clear to him. However, the very next instant, he rushed back and shouted that it was the easiest thing to do and would bring the frisbee as soon as possible. When the monster fled, the game notified that the random merchant event had been completed. The player was rewarded with a normal pet. The protagonist turned to the masked girl in a rage, saying that he was about to have a meeting with the Big Six, and he would have no use for some semblance of a dog. The merchant explained that he had just managed to tame a rather powerful creature, and if the guy would remove the remnants of the curse, this helper would become an indispensable, useful force. The player replied that for that he would need to know how such curses were removed. The girl then replied that in that case he could buy the information from her. That's when Hoyeon realized that he didn't care what a merchant looked like. In any case, they only act out of personal gain and use the troubles of others to make money. Such people who have with knowledge of the situation in the whole city can put up a price beyond imagination. The player looked at his floor and empty wallet. There were only 234 gold coins left in it. He had spent all his money on base building and war to be here. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the child. That's when Hoyan decided to use the small slave. The boy realized that the boss was thinking of something bad and asked him what he was up to. At this point, the hero decided that surely this kid was now very close to the trafficker and a good ransom could be had for him. But then the player took his eyes off the boy and realized that while he was playing the head of the criminal organization has already rotten himself. After all, it's just a kid. When he approached the trader, he said he could not accept her offers as his organization had no money right now. Using all the skills of persuasion, the girl asked if it would be okay when they fought the Six, and would Wilhelm Meyer regret his choice later? The head of the association clenched his fist and said that he always thought there was nothing wrong with it. Then Hoyeon asked her interlocutor in a calm voice, "Isn't it more interesting to go into the future without knowing what awaits you there?" Immediately the guy lit up, realizing that his words sounded really cool. Suddenly the girl nodded her head and asked if he should apply for a loan. Such an unexpected offer surprised and pleased the hero at the same time. Hoyeon didn't understand why a not-so-common information merchant was now offering him funds on credit. And this despite the fact that she sees all the money flows. But at the same instant, the hero was hit, and he realized where she was going with it. The girl silently continued to stare at her interlocutor. Unexpectedly, Hu Young looked at his interlocutor with a satisfied look and asked her directly, did she really need something from him? A few days later, the slums of the Eastern District and one of the colossal headquarters buildings of the Six Ranks were practically empty, but uneasy. Ramen strode through the main hall and approached the balcony where a man in a dark cloak stood. The white-haired boy turned to the gentleman, and the latter turned his head slightly. He announced to the ringleader that the meeting of the Six was about to begin, and Black Mountain was almost here. After a brief pause, the man in the red and white mask said in a calm voice that he had come after all. The boss turned away and Ramen said he still hadn't finished. According to the information he had, the Black Mountain Association's financial reserves had been growing exponentially recently, and it looked like they had intercepted Sujono Schwen's sources of income. If it continued like this, what Barden, one of their colleagues' subordinates, had warned about would happen. In that case, the Black Mountain would threaten them faster than they thought. Suddenly, the gentleman turned to his subordinate and, without answering the question, asked Raman what he thought. The white-haired man did not understand the question and remained silent. Turning once more and looking around the town, the ringleader asked if Black Mountain was worthy of being at the meeting. Raman replied with a smile on his face and without a hitch that he had no such feeling. The boss told the subordinate that he had heard his response. Then he added that in that case, Black Mountain would have a chance tonight to prove that they are worthy of the Big Six. If they perform at their worst and fail, they will be instantly destroyed. Meanwhile, the heroes came to the slum, but no one understood where they were. Lena started pounding her partner, saying that he was lost and completely blinded by his stupidity. Hoyeon turned his back on his subordinates and was surprised that these two weren't worried at all. Immediately afterward, he silently raised his head and looked up at the sky. He managed to get a lot of important information from the information dealer. However, the most valuable information remained hidden. Among other things, he has learned that even the best speculators of information do not know the true intentions of the Soul Destroyer. The guy imagined for a second this monster saying it was disappointed in him and would have to end it. Having once again for many hours visualized the picture of his death, the hero thought that it could definitely happen today. Hoyeon started pacing from side to side, wondering what to do about it. So far, he only had the feeling that he was voluntarily going to certain death. Suddenly, Caesar came up behind him and grabbed the boss by the shoulder. The thug muttered something very strange about how it was now time for his master to show his true worth. Suddenly, Lena also joined this conversation, saying that their boss was now very strong. Just then, she asked ominously if the guy would be able to fight back if the whole Six attacked him at once. At this moment, the player stopped in place. There was silence in the air. He couldn't take this idiocy from his companions anymore, and just wanted to go to his house. But suddenly, Hu Young waved his hand, and telling his subordinates to calm down, explained that such a thing would not happen. After all, according to his plans, Black Mountain will use this meeting to get himself a spot in the Six. Not previously dedicated to such plans, Lena and Caesar were very surprised by this unexpected plot twist. The thug suddenly asked the boss if that's what he was thinking. The guy replied to the henchman that he understood perfectly. The plan will need to be implemented as soon as the front doors open. After a while, Caesar flew into the meeting hall unexpectedly and beheaded one of the Six. Following him, Hoyan and Lena entered the room lightly. The Soul Destroyer silently watched all of this mayhem. Then the player remembered what had happened 2 days earlier. That very day, he met with the trader for information. Opening her huge book in her hands, the girl mouthed that the best information could be integrated to the player. At the same moment, the manuscript began to turn pages. With his skill, the merchant partially unlocked the sealed secret information with his authority. Wide streams of bright energy started flowing into the guy's body from the book. Suddenly, his eyes lit up brightly, and the situation before him appeared in front of his face. The game announced the start of the scene from the special event. Several people in business suits were standing in some room. One of them said that the chairman had died because of the betrayal of someone close to him. One interviewee said it was expected, as he wanted to leave the business for the sake of his young daughter. Then someone uttered, "What are they going to do with this girl now?" Silence reigned, and the council members gazed at the child. One of them suggested keeping the girl in order to use her as a puppet in the future. After 9 years, the girl became a successful alchemist. Talking to the elf standing behind her, she said that their father probably wouldn't want her to continue his business. The sale of medicines during the war led to wealth and victories, but had serious consequences. The elf wondered, asking the girl if she meant by the East losing the war. Pretty Lady confirmed, saying that when her father was alive, he used to take her there until he got bored of it. Then she thought that maybe it was all a mixture of regret and stupidity. But in the end, his only daughter, who should have had nothing to do with the business, was now a puppet in it. But then the girl said she wasn't the kind of person who would just sit around and do nothing. The interested elf asked her interlocutor what her plan would be in that case. The girl said that even though she was in this situation, she still needed to avenge her father. Walking over to the elf, she reached up to touch his uniform. The beauty then turned to her interlocutor, saying that she needed his help to realize her plan. The man immediately said that he would naturally help. The girl ordered a subordinate to tell everyone that she was dead, after which he would have to act on her behalf. It was very overcast in the gray streets of Bram. A meal at one of the city's noble houses ended in collective poisoning. One of the people who hadn't died yet was spitting blood into the palm of his hand. Raising his head, the man saw an elf standing across from him with a calm expression. The man turned to Phantom and wheezed that the man could not have made a poison of such strength. Reaching out a trembling hand to his assassin, he realized that the woman was still alive and ordered the elf to kill them all. But a moment later, the man's mouth was bleeding again. Momentarily, his head fell with a clatter onto the table. At this moment, the joyful girl sat in the laboratory and made a further plan of action. It was thus, with a tentative poisoning in the nearest lungs of her enemies, that all her revenge was to begin. Her father wanted to heal people and alleviate their suffering, and the Six made a real criminal out of him. And now the Six ranks will experience the full force of her retribution. In the same second, while the scene of the special event ended, the dumbfounded hero was surprised by everything he saw. That's when he realized the value of this information. One of the current members of the Six is a traitor who is going to destroy the ruling entire top brass. Hoyeon was overjoyed that he had already thought of a way to use this information for its intended purpose. The guy realized that they had a great opportunity to prove that there had been one extra in the Sixers all along. Moreover, if the hero manages to convince the entire Six that one of their members has been deceiving the others all along, then Black Mountain will be able to take the vacated seat. Caesar stood in front of the Soul Destroyer in complete silence. With his crazy eyes, he looked at his opponent, happy that he had finally managed to prove himself. However, at the same moment, Young noticed a strange thing. The elf who had appeared to him in his imaginary dream stood opposite him, looking at the headless body with a nonchalant look. Running quickly into the room, Caesar didn't seem to immediately guess who the traitor was. That's when the player realized in horror that his subordinate had just killed a completely random person. The other members of the Big Six jumped up from their seats and stared in horror at the monster that had suddenly shown up and killed one of their colleagues. Not far from the body fell the head of a bald man wearing pink glasses. As his steam gradually began to escape from his body, the game announced that the leader of the Black Crown organization, Sujono Shuen, was dead. Not stopping smiling, Caesar turned to his shocked boss. He turned around and gave a thumbs up and said that he had done everything as the master had asked. Lena was careful to note that her partner had killed the wrong person. The protagonist, meanwhile, was both furious and horrified. Suddenly, the Soul Destroyer, who had been standing silent until then, raised his hand up, concentrating his energy in it. Then he pointed his finger at Hoyoung and called him an impertinent man. Barely looking up, the hero realized that things were bad. At the same instant, the Soul Destroyer directed a strong energy pulse towards the protagonist. Lena immediately turned to her boss and shouted that she couldn't cover for him. The boy stood staring in horror at the approaching death. He could not move for fear. The Soul Destroyer's attack was like the head of a huge beast. Hoyeon realized that dodging it would be impossible. At the same time, the Big Six aides were sitting in the waiting room. A huge type with a large white column in his hands looked frustratedly straight ahead. Across from him, Heifel sat silently with a sad look. A bully called Rasputin threateningly called the guy with the blue hair pathetic. A short man named Joe, sitting nearby, asked with a smile if Heifel had taken his original form for money and stayed with Schwen anyway. The very girl in the red dress named Margot had caustically pointed out that any outcast who grasped at straws was not at all attractive. In response to these baseless attacks, Heifel merely remained silent. Everyone has known for a long time that the black market would finally open up after this fateful meeting. Currently, its de facto owner is Sunjo Schwen, who enjoys a lot of influence, though he has met many ups and downs. But now, because of the sudden appearance of Black Mountain, the whole plan had to be changed. Heifel suddenly cut into the conversation and said that there would be a large number of legendary items on the market. He then asked if everyone in the conversation really thought that Black Crown was in trouble. The crossbowman immediately explained that everyone present was severely underestimating Schwen. After the appearance of Soul Destroyer, the entire hierarchy of the Six became built solely on the dominance of power. And it is Schwen who is one of the strongest due to his serious capital. Joe asked, confused, "Did Heifel really think that this head of the Black Crown wanted to become the leader of the Six?" Killer sneered, saying that ordinary thugs who can't think one step ahead can't know that. Such insolence made Rasputin very angry, and he immediately jumped up from his seat, bringing his white column above his head. Heifel dodged and said that the thug was very successful in setting up his weak points. The guy immediately soared into the air and came up behind Rasputin. Before the big man knew it, a knife had slit his throat. Heifel muttered that in such a situation it was best not to let his guard down. Rasputin immediately fell to the ground from such a severe wound. The boy noted that it was rather stupid to challenge the killer when you were so slow yourself. By this point, Margot had also prepared herself for a fight. She asked her opponent, "Do all weak males really fight so weakly?" Heifel immediately turned around, seeing that another opponent had come up against him. In the same second, the girl released several jets of fire from her hand. The guy couldn't dodge the unexpected attack from the back, and several streams of flame still pierced his body. Killer was very surprised that this girl dared to use such a powerful skill in a confined space. Then he also thought that Margot was setting up her partners by her actions. Could it be that all these people are also each other's rivals? Raman immediately shouted for Margot to stop doing such things while they were around. In response, the girl said that she was ready to finish only after killing everyone except her dear husband Quirr. At the same moment, Heifel realized that if this girl was the spouse of one of the members of the Six, that one probably also wanted to use this meeting to overturn the hierarchy on the board. Already, the guy thought that despite everything, any attempts by anyone to stop him would be futile, as he had already made up his mind. But no sooner had Heifel used his main weapon than the system immediately flashed a red alert. To the great horror of everyone in the room, the game reported that the leader of the Black Crown, Sunjo Schwen, had been killed during Caesar's attack from Black Mountain. But no sooner had the audience recoiled from this information, Raman suddenly hit back at Heifel, saying he was bored. Deciding that his opponent was definitely dead from such a strong blow, he turned around and addressed Margot. Immediately, he suggested to the girl to solve everything here and now. Heifel, however, was still alive at that point. The assassin suddenly jumped up from his seat and ran up behind Rasputin, killing him with one swift blow. This unexpected turn of events surprised Raman and Margot very much. They turned around and looked at what had happened with astonishment. By then, Heifel had already grabbed Joe by the hair and lifted him off the ground, glaring fiercely at his opponents. Realizing that this was a great chance to take out another competitor, the guy clutched at the short man's neck. The system immediately alerted that Joe was also dead. Margot only spoke in surprise that Heifel was just a beast. A man in a latex mask nicknamed Nosferatu approached the hitman and noticed that he had taken on an unusual appearance. Suddenly, he asked in a rage, had Heifel taken the forbidden lichen berserk drug? No sooner had Nosferatu shouted out that the guy was crazy because he wouldn't be able to return to his previous state, than Heifel immediately staggered his opponent with a single blow. After being alerted that the type in the latex mask was also dead, the guy thought that with this power, he was now on the same level as the Six. He realized that he could now match the might of the great Israk. Killer thought of his recently deceased boss. He mentally thanked Schwen, though he didn't know what his intentions were. But with the death of his boss, Heifel had no more problems. Quickly running between Raman and Margot, he realized it was his turn to take his rightful place as a member of the Six. The co-workers only silently watched the fleeing hitman. It was at that moment when Heifel ran off towards the main hall that the Soul Destroyer attacked Lina and Hoyeon, who were in front of him. The girl looked at her boss in surprise and didn't understand why he was standing there and wasn't going to dodge. His gaze looked very frightened. The young assassin thought for a moment that her boss had other intentions. Lina figured he already had a plan, and that was why he wasn't dodging. But suddenly, an energy attack in the form of a dragon flew past the protagonist. When Hoyeon turned around, he saw that the powerful blow was not directed at him, but at Heifel behind him. The killer's face contorted with a grimace of pain from such a hard blow. The members of the Black Mountain looked at this unexpected appearance with astonishment. No one understood what this assassin was doing here and why exactly he had been attacked by the Soul Destroyer. For a moment, the player thought that with his sudden appearance, this guy had saved him. And yet there was something unusual about the situation. A startled Lina asked her boss if he was okay. The guy stood silently and answered nothing. Suddenly, Caesar, who was standing behind the girl's back, made a powerful leap towards his master. A moment later, he landed in front of Hoyeon's face, looking straight ahead with hatred. By the attitude and fighting stance of his henchman, the protagonist realized that he was about to engage this assassin. The next instant, Caesar swung his sword. He tried to attack his disoriented opponent, but the latter managed to block the blow with his claws. Heifel looked hatefully at Caesar, who had once again ruined all his plans. Jumping up from the ground, the guy dodged several of the thug's punches. Deciding he had a speed advantage, he realized it wouldn't happen a second time. Gathering his thoughts, the assassin went on the counterattack. He wasn't going to lose today. Hu Young was surprised to see that the assassin had activated the slasher skill. His attacks had become much faster. However, judging by the look on Caesar's face, he was not impressed by such actions. In response, he activated the Baekpo school's ability to block his opponent's strength. But suddenly, the system alerted that the skill activation was unsuccessful. Realizing that things might get out of hand, Hoyeon asked Caesar to take his time in making decisions. The Soul Destroyer and the rest of the six were watching all of this with interest. Both opponents still thought they had an advantage over each other and continued to counterattack. The vampire-like man standing next to the Soul Destroyer asked his boss if he understood correctly that this attack was not aimed at Wilhelm. Glancing at the silent boss, he asked if he had noticed the potential in Black Mountain. However, the Soul Destroyer only remained silent. Meanwhile, both opponents still had the same strength as well. Suddenly, Caesar, after dodging Heifel's attack once again, delivered a sharp slashing blow. He realized that the assassin would not be able to block this attack in time, however, he suddenly grabbed the sword with his teeth. Looking at his opponent's surprised face, Heifel laughed. He mockingly asked Caesar if he realized that he would not have the strength to win this fight. The thug, greatly surprised by such an unexpected turn in the battle, trembled with his whole body. Heifel immediately asked his opponent why he needed to defend some weakling. He didn't understand why such a powerful creature would risk such a risk for the sake of some human. After a moment, Heifel tossed the blade aside, and Caesar jerked back. The assassin swung his claws and shouted to the bulky man that he had great potential, and he was sorry his opponent had made such a rash choice. Hoyeon shouted for Caesar to leave immediately. He was clearly not going to win this fight. However, Heifel was no longer going to miss a great chance to deal with his enemy and activated the Beowulf skill. Strong air currents were formed from the velocity of these many impacts. When Heifel finished throwing punches, the bleeding body of the thug flew off to the side. Caesar's face was completely unemotional. At the sight of his defeated opponent, the assassin chuckled contentedly. At the same instant, the game suddenly announced that Caesar of the Black Mountain had died. This information came as a complete shock to the rest of the band. The type with blue hair immediately approached Lina. Looking into the girl's frightened eyes, he said that now Black Mountain was finished for good. He explained that they had made the wrong move by confronting the six, and now their fate was sealed. The boy paid attention to the protagonist's face. He said that the boy's reaction to Lina's death would have been the same. Po was surprised that Hoyeon didn't show any emotion when his best subordinate died. The girl only stared silently into her boss's eyes, unable to answer anything. The protagonist, his whole body was shaking. The only thing he uttered was the name of his dead subordinate. In the same instant, Heifel ordered Lina to make up her mind. As a first path, he suggested the option that the girl could become a moth that would futilely lose her life because of her devotion. An alternative outcome could have been to continue to serve Heifel, who would become part of the Sixers. Only then could the young assassin keep her life. After this short monologue, there was silence in the hall. The protagonist looked at his subordinate and couldn't believe that she still hadn't responded and continued to procrastinate. Suddenly, the girl moved from her seat toward Heifel. Walking up close and leaning on the assassin's chest, she said that she thought the choice was obvious. Lena explained that it was much more important for her to survive. Such an unexpected answer threw Ho Yan into a stupor. He realized that he had just lost two subordinates at once. But suddenly, Heifel's face contorted with a grimace of pain. He looked down and saw the girl sticking her blade into his chest, looking at him with a satisfied look. He immediately tried to kill Lena, but she dodged it. He immediately attempted to kill Lena, but she dodged, causing an additional 250% critical damage. The young assassin wrinkled her face and asked her adversary if he really thought she could agree. She said that it was more important to her that when they got out of here, she would have all of Caesar's property. Ho Yeon shouted out, "Does it matter so much when they could die now?" However, the girl told the boss not to worry. She pointed to the pouch attached to her belt with her hand and said she would just use the spatial pocket. But she was immediately interrupted by Heifel, ordering her to stop this sur. The assassin immediately used the wolf howl skill, which made the opponent's ears hurt. The protagonist did not immediately experience the effect, however. His face soon twisted. Lena, seeing her boss's face suddenly contorted, asked if it was because he was male. It's because when you use this ability, males within range are temporarily ogled. The girl did her best to stretch her ogled boss. Meanwhile, Heifel pulled the knife out of his chest and muttered that Black Mountain would pay for everything. The next instant, he leaped toward his opponents. Throwing himself towards the player, the assassin shouted that he would deal with them with his own hands and rip them to shreds. This attack once again came as a surprise to the protagonist. Looking at the clawed hand approaching him, Hu Young realized that he was definitely finished this time. But suddenly, Heifel's face suddenly changed. Right in front of him, Caesar, who had risen from the dead, appeared out of nowhere, blocking the path to his boss. With a swing of his sword, he parried his opponent's attack, knocking him backwards. The assassin stared incomprehensibly at the monster, which should be dead by now. Once he got back to his feet, Heifel lunged in to counterstrike Caesar. However, he successfully dodged several punches. The enraged guy launched powerful attacks, completely forgetting about caution. He shouted in full voice that such a thing was impossible under any circumstances. Caesar, however, dodged each of Heifel's punches with a satisfied smile. Taking a few steps backward, the bulky man stopped in place. Just then he looked at Heifel with an angry glare. The killer, who had finally stopped understanding what was happening, turned to his opponent and asked how he had managed to survive. At the same moment, Caesar showed the amulet that was around his neck and explained that he had managed to prepare a suitable piece at the right time. Lena and Hoyeon stood to the side and watched the renewed fight with astonishment. The girl immediately recognized the amulet Caesar had shown her. She asked if this wasn't the same amulet the boss had concocted to seduce the innocent Lena into doing things to her. The boy immediately shouted that it was different from the truth. Taking a look at the necklace, Heifel realized it was a healing artifact, but it still didn't seem to be true. He shouted to Caesar that it didn't make any sense, because the resurrection skillet wasn't easy to activate even with a healing amulet. Looking at his opponent, he realized that the three of them had pulled something off in the Temple of Healing. However, Caesar suddenly said that he had nothing to do with that fight that brought the boss to the temple. This surprised Heifel even more, as he realized that this bulky man was unaware of the necklace's capabilities. The assassin realized that in this case he had a chance, even though a powerful enhancement follows the activation of healing, all because Caesar doesn't know about the artifact's capabilities, and Heifel has time before the thug finds out about them. With that thought, the guy activated his Wolf Rage ability, preparing to attack his opponent. Figuring he wouldn't have a better time to deal with the bastard, Heifel pounced on Caesar. The activated ability gave him extra strength and speed when he took critical damage. Seeing that his opponent was in a losing position, the guy decided to end it all in one punch. Attacking the bulky man, he shouted for him to die once more. Moments before he struck, the assassin activated another ability called Storm Bakalak. Once again, Hoyeon and Lena had to cover themselves with their hands from the powerful airflow. The player thought that his subordinate had some serious power after all. From the look of him, he had come back to life to die again. And yet Heifel's gaze was very uneasy. Looking at his opponent, he didn't understand why he wasn't even going to block or dodge. Then the guy muttered that it seemed Caesar had noticed the temporary enhancement he was using and still didn't pay it any mind. But suddenly the thug shouted that he wasn't interested in any weaklings talking about enhancements and resurrections. A moment later, Caesar dodged his opponent's blow with incredible ease and swung his sword. Heifel, who was in a fit of rage, was unable to react to this counterattack. With a sweep of his blade, Caesar easily sliced his opponent in half. Looking at the chunks of flesh flying apart, he mouthed that it was as if his body had gotten lighter. This unexpected outcome was watched in amazement by the members of the Big Six. However, the powerful energy flow caused by the impact was directed towards the council leader. Ramen shouted to the Soul Destroyer that he should immediately dodge, for even he wouldn't be able to withstand this blow so easily. But the masked man suddenly turned to the elf standing off to the side and raised a hand in his direction. Activating a skill called gravity, he squeezed Phantom's neck and pulled him to him, so he blocked the energy wave with the elf's body. Phantom asked fearfully, "Why did the destroyer do that?" The leader of the six muttered that all this time the defeated man was unworthy to be a member of their group and had shown his incompetence. He thanked the elf for his labor. After a few moments, a violent explosion rang out in the room. After this powerful attack, the facade of the building was partially cracked. In some places, the roof and parts of the interior have collapsed. The game has notified that Caesar has defeated the strongest gem of the Black Crown. Serious rewards for defeating a strong character were added as incentives. Suddenly, Hu Young spat out the blood that came up to his mouth. A startled Lena asked her boss if he was okay. She noticed that he never said what their original plan had been. The guy thought to himself that his weak body couldn't even withstand the damage from the shockwave due to his low stamina. Suddenly, Lena turned to Caesar in a rage, rebuking him for turning his back on his ailing boss while stealing the healing item. But immediately she looked where her partner was looking and fell silent. The surviving members of the Big Six stood across from the bulky man. After a brief silence, Caesar turned to the people across the room and clarified with a smile that they probably had something to say. A man in a white suit and with a cigar in his mouth said it was a pretty bold decision to use a forbidden healing item. Adding that their organization only provided the best, he asked why a thug would bother with these brats. Holding out his hand, a man named Lucas, the head of the mafia organization, said Caesar should join him. Suddenly, another member of the six jumped into the conversation, saying that although the bulky man's appearance was sloppy, his aesthetics were striking. It was Mr. Quayer, the lecher of the Pierre Gouroy brothel. The tall, cloaked man added that he had heard of Caesar's fearlessness, for he had long since become a prominent figure. The higher-ranking vampires, nicknamed Ghost, said that the meeting of the six had never been so pleasant. Gromala wondered, was that really all they could tell him about their organization? He added that Six Ranks was a completely boring organization. After a brief silence, the Soul Destroyer turned to the monster, asking what, in that case, Caesar expected from this visit. The henchman mumbled that it didn't matter right now, as he wanted to have a good laugh at the moment. The members of the six once again stared at him in bewilderment. Once again, this turn of events did not please Ho Yan. He was panicking, thinking that his subordinate should know his limits. Suddenly, the Soul Destroyer pulled out a katana. In that second, the protagonist realized that it didn't seem like they were going to be spoken to in that tone. The Soul Destroyer swung its blade, and a beam of energy flew next to Caesar's face. Then he pointed his blade at the big man's face. There was a tense silence in the air again. Ho Yeon thought that once again trouble had befallen them. Soul Destroyer called Caesar a brat and said he was absolutely right. Here he wrote the identity of the bully, saying that he had comprehended many types of combat, from martial arts to fencing, and in addition had great instincts and a sense of affection for his master's defense. Destroyer also noticed, though Caesar acted instinctively in most moments, it still brought results. The leader of the six then asked why the thug, with such power and talent, did not aspire to be an advisor to someone else. Caesar turned toward Hoyeon and remained silent. At this point, the boy was a little scared, but suddenly the henchman replied that his boss had already predicted all possible outcomes and had also been giving him orders all along. Such an unexpectedly sincere answer threw even the Soul Destroyer into a stupor. Just then, Caesar laughed loudly, saying that everything that had happened was due to the voice of his lord's soul. Hoyeon was angry that the minion was matching his actions with his soul. But suddenly, Caesar stopped laughing and turned his head toward his master. Suddenly, he grabbed his sword and said he could hear the voice of his boss's soul giving him one last command again. While the guy was mentally asking the henchman to stop, he said that his boss wanted the hearts of the remaining members of the six to stop. Hu Young realized that all of this was leading to ultimate failure, yet there was nothing he could do. From what he heard, the Soul Destroyer only chuckled lightly. A moment later, he muttered that it sounded interesting, after which he immediately swung his sword. With one swift blow, he knocked the weapon out of Caesar's hands. The henchman's blade spun and flew behind his back. Hoyeon barely had time to dodge the huge sword flying at him. The guy realized once again that Caesar's actions lately were not leading to a good outcome. Suddenly, the Soul Destroyer addressed Wilhelm Meyer directly. The guy looked at his opponent in surprise, waiting to see what he was going to say. The leader of the six ranks, pointing the ball at Hoyeon, said he was appointing him as the new member of the Big Six. The game immediately notified the completion of the quest, which resulted in the assignment of the Black Mountain leader to the new members of the Big Six. Meanwhile, Bekpo's dojo has been destroyed almost to the ground. In this game, the repair order is issued to the organization's employees automatically when the damage reaches a certain level. The owner of the Black Mountain Tavern has once again taken the lead in restoring the facility. As he assigned duties, some workers looked at the extent of the destruction and did not understand how it was possible to repair such damage. Saito, who was in the same room, said with a smile that the staff should do a good job. That was also when he first had the chance to meet the manager of the Black Mountain Tavern. At that moment, the fat man thought, "Is that really all this gentleman will help them with?" He said that he had already heard of Saito and explained that although he was new, it was a good place for a ronin of his level. But suddenly, the boy replied abruptly, saying that he was bored with the introductions. He explained that he didn't want to follow the others. The tavern owner was taken aback by this response and said that he had also heard about the circumstances under which Saito had come into the organization. Hearing this, the boy asked if, in that case, the fat man understood what he meant. It was then that the old man realized that this youngster was going to measure ranks. The guy eyed his potential opponent with rage and excitement. Suddenly, a girl came from behind Saito and hit him on the head. She shouted that this scumbag was once again picking a fight for no reason. She kept pounding the guy, screaming that they were all family, and she wasn't going to let this brat get kicked out of the organization he'd just joined again. The tavern owner was suddenly approached by one of his employees and told that the relationship between the two was rumored to have started after a similar fight. The girl kept screaming that she was sick of it all and didn't realize how she fell in love with this scumbag. But suddenly she realized that she had blundered and looked at the workers behind her with shame. Those in turn smiled and said they certainly hadn't heard anything. The tavern owner spouted off that the relationship between the girl and the guy was not casual if they practiced to the point of passing out in the same place. His employee replied that this love story was beautiful. The girl tried to lash out at the staff, screaming that she was going to beat them all up, but Saito grabbed her. The fat man said that since Black Mountain had entered the Six, he had only heard good news. For his part, the employee said he feels the organization has grown a lot lately. Meanwhile, several blocks away, a long-haired man with a headband watched the rising smoke. He looked pensively at the sky and thought that rumor had it that Black Mountain was going to bring in manpower to rebuild the place as compensation for the invasion. A few minutes later, work on the entire site began. The tavern boss shouted that the sooner they got the job done, the sooner they would go on their rightful rest. He also added that it was about time to show these bastards the true strength of the six rookies. Suddenly, a guy in a kimono standing behind him saw the stranger and asked him what business he had come for. But the stranger, instead of answering, severed the boy's arm with a single blow. The fat man turned around and looked at the unknown man. Saito was surprised that he hadn't felt the type approach. At the same instant, the man intensified his aura, sizzling several of Black Mountain's subordinates with it at once. Then he turned to the tavern owner, asking how he was doing. It was clear from the fat man's eyes that he recognized the unknown man. The tall guy with the eye patch said these people looked pretty good. After a second, Yakuza Amon, a high-level representative in the criminal organization, misspoke and said that still all these traders looked pretty pathetic. A moment later, he leapt toward the tavern owner standing across the street. At last, the outlaw muttered that the fat man remained weak as always. In one swift blow, he severed the old man's head. At that moment, Huyung and his subordinates were at the Big Six headquarters. Suddenly, a man in a business suit approached him from behind. Lighting a cigarette, Lucas turned to Wilhelm Meyer and said the man had an ugly face. The guy replied to the big guy to shut up and go where he wanted to go. The head of the mafia organization tapped the player on the back and told him that he had a pretty strong spirit. Then he also told the guy that he didn't know anything about the world at all. Lucas explained that, judging by the guy's playing time, he was a nub. The big guy explained that it was the first time he'd ever seen something as powerful and fast as Caesar. He was surprised to ask the guy if he was not a wimp after all, but rather a mad ranker who refused to follow the character of the previous game. With a wave of his hand, Lucas said that gamers like to do weird things, and there's a lot of money to be spent on fun in this world. But then Caesar grabbed his wrist. The thug looked angrily at the man who dared to insult his boss and said, "Didn't the man hear him being asked to shut up?" But suddenly Lucas's wrist shook, and he asked if Caesar was going to break his arm. In the same instant, the leader of the mafia organization easily escaped from the clutches of the thug. Then he turned around and looked fiercely into the minion's face. Raising his arm, Lucas directed an energy stream into the face of the arrogant Caesar. There was no way the monster could dodge and only stood there helplessly. Then Lucas turned his hand slightly to the side and ordered the monster to watch carefully. At the same moment, a powerful stream of energy poured out of his palm. The force of this attack was so great that one of the supporting columns was almost completely destroyed. With a confident look on Caesar's face, Lucas said that this was just the beginning. However, the monster was not deterred by such antics, and once again tried to pounce on the sixth member, but he was stopped by Hu Yung and asked, "Wasn't this still the end?" Lucas calmly replied that they'd had enough because there was still a lot these brats didn't know. For example, they are not aware of the black market opening coming up. The mafia leader explained that before the Soul Destroyer appeared, there were small and large wars in the eastern neighborhood, almost every day. In these constant skirmishes, the basic logic of the force was formed. Only by killing others did they have a chance to preserve their lives. And yet, if you suddenly started a war of attrition in which you managed to win, sooner or later someone would betray you. Lucas explained that during the peak days of the standoff, he decided to take the path of self-destruction. But this was happening until one strong man suddenly appeared, and things have started to change a lot since then. They were soon joined by Rahman, one of the Gentiles who had taken refuge from the church. This man also managed to bring in representatives of other races previously harbored throughout the continent. In Brahm, there were regular checks on the ability of various organizations and association to wage war. This is how the black market was born. Of course, in this situation, a strong person was also put forward as a mediator. Finishing the story, Lucas asked the newcomers, weren't they curious about who was the person who had pulled it all off? Hoyan thought, did one person in the person of the Soul Destroyer really manage to do all this? However, Lucas suddenly pointed a finger at himself and said that this handsome man over here had pulled it all off. The protagonist thought that this chatty freak must have bored the entire six by now. Lucas stared at the newcomer in silence, not understanding how something had surprised him so much. Deciding they'd had enough, the mob leader thought the market leader had recently lost his head from his shoulders. However, he said that despite some complications, things had worked out quite well for the market this time. Lucas anticipated that it would now be spectacular to watch the fights. Suddenly, he thought that the others might think that fighting amongst themselves could lead to more casualties on both sides. Suddenly, Lucas wondered if he should then attack the newcomer, who would be easy to deal with before he became even stronger. The situation gradually began to heat up. The system explained that a black market is a special event during which any restrictions on transactions are removed. In addition, if there is a physical confrontation during the bidding process, no one will be able to help any assistance from security. Meanwhile, a terrible tragedy has occurred in Bekpo's dojo. Upon entering the building, Hu Yung saw that the remaining strength was only 18%. Amidst the pile of corpses of Black Mountain employees, Saito was sitting on his knees, tears flowing. The protagonist looked at his subordinate and saw a girl lying on his lap. Hoyan explained to the fighters that they had arrived here after the report of the invasion. But he was surprised that those bastards had gotten this far. One of the employees explained to the boss that Yakuza Amon was most likely responsible for the attack. There had been no news about him for several years, but he could very well have been responsible for such an attack. As the astonished player surveyed the aftermath of the attack, a staff member said that apparently the boss had crossed very serious people. Hoyan turned to the fighter with the axe behind his back in a rage and asked if they were just watching from the sidelines. However, he said that the leader was jumping to premature conclusions because they had also come here after everything had already happened. The guy explained that they were simple handymen and just needed to fix this building. The protagonist was tensed by the attire and weapons this man had. His co-workers clearly didn't look like that, and this guy looked more like a drug dealer than a worker. Hoyan realized that these unknown people had clearly come from the footprints left by his men. At that time, he also marveled at how prematurely the other factions had started devouring Black Mountain. The situation was clearly escalating. Deciding to distract himself from these thoughts, the guy turned to the surviving employees and said they should start by discussing the current damage situation. A worker with a bandaged arm replied that 90% of the Black Mountain Tavern employees had been killed. Also killed during the battle was Bekpo Dojo instructor Mrs. Sowa. The worker explained that despite the fighting, no additional damage had been done to the building. Meanwhile, Lena picked up a scrap of cloth from the floor and took an interest in it. The guy also told the boss that there were also people taken hostage. The protagonist angrily asked who was taken hostage. The guy explained that Yakuza-man was taken hostage by Rave, who came to check on the situation. Such a loss was a major blow to the organization. Hu Young thought that there was no way this boy could die, after all. He cared for him because of his connection to the information merchant. Moreover, his skills were at an incredible level, and he personally invested his development points in the guy. The protagonist thought his skills, from eloquence to negotiation, could be used on the black market this time. While Ho Yeon was trying to figure out what he should do now, Lena calmly said that she would find the boy. The hero was surprised at this zeal of his subordinate and said that it was impossible for the time being. But suddenly Lena asked her boss why he thought that. The guy explained that if this type ruined the dojo like this, the girl herself could be in danger. The hero tried to explain to his subordinate that if he lost her, it would be a much bigger loss on their organization. However, the young assassin suddenly asked him to come closer. Such an unexpected request made Hu Young very nervous. Suddenly, Lena looked into her boss's eyes and asked until when he would treat her like a child. The guy was surprised that suddenly the girl was acting so serious. Had she grown up? Without waiting for answers, the young assassin said she would not tolerate any more inhibitions. She turned around and added that she was going to look for Rave. But suddenly her path was blocked by Caesar, of whom asked her partner if she had just disobeyed her boss's order. Lena calmly replied that if the thug didn't get out of the way immediately, he'd be dead in a matter of seconds. Suddenly, Caesar replied that any subordinate who breaks the rules set by the boss should be expelled from the organization. Lena gave her partner a frantic look and said he should try to eliminate her personally. A moment later, the girl threw herself at Caesar, swinging her blade not far from the henchman's neck. The thug also bared his sword and tried to strike at Lena, but she deftly dodged. With her next jump, Lena soared into the air and found herself in front of Caesar's vulnerable point. A moment later, she rushed down, aiming her sword at her opponent's face. Caesar managed to move his head away, and the blade passed within a few centimeters of his face. However, even though the bulky man moved his head out of the sword's path, the blade still struck his chest. The game immediately alerted that Caesar was disarmed. The girl who had done her thing stood on the ground and tried to catch her breath. Suddenly, she looked up and saw her boss walking toward her. Ho Yeon turned to the subordinate and said he didn't know her motive. In the next instant, he struck the girl in the head with his sword. The player said that Lena should rest now. The young assassin fell face down into the ground and lost consciousness. The hero thought that several troubles had come upon him at once in the last day in the form of threats from Lucas and an attack by an unknown Yakuza Amon. In addition, Lena has started to grow up and, as a consequence, to get a little bit rebellious. And even with all the promises made, things just seem to be getting worse. They can't waste time now if they want to preserve the status of the organization and their lives. While repairs were going on at the base, Hoyeon wondered when the next raid into the labyrinth would be. Suddenly, one of the strange subordinates turned to the boss and said he had found something. Hoyeon asked, "Did Yakuza Amon leave something behind?" However, the hooded man ignored the question and said that actually the base of the Black Mountain was a rather strange place. Suddenly, a pixel arm appeared right in front of the protagonist's face. The same weirdo he had recently tamed in the quest with the information merchant appeared across from Hoyeon. The strange character pointed his finger at the boss and said he was bored. The guy was surprised that the type had been here all this time. Caesar looked at this pet with a smile and marveled that it had survived the attack. Picking up a small plaque from the floor, the bulky man said they hadn't seen each other in a while. The minion then tossed a piece of floorboard to the side, and the pet immediately ran after her. Suddenly, he stopped before he reached the place where the board had fallen. Such an unexpected reaction surprised the protagonist a bit. The weirdo turned around and asked Caesar why he just did that. Then he ran up to the thug and told him never to do that again. However, Caesar threw another plank at the same instant, and the pet also ran after it, screaming that his body was not obeying him. Hoyeon watched in surprise and thought it was simple slavery. Then he wondered, since when did this all become a slave contract? The pet soon ran up to Caesar, and he complimented the weirdo by grabbing his chin. The protagonist realized that he was no longer able to stand there and just watch it. Suddenly, he thought, the information merchant called this ordeal a punishment. And before the contract had been signed, even Caesar had gotten expensive from it. Perhaps now he should have renegotiated the terms of the slave contract so that the situation could turn in their favor and they could get another valuable player. The guy saw on the information panel that in order to remove the restrictions for a certain amount of time, this minion had to be given a certain amount of experience. Still, looking at the absurdity of what was happening, Hoyeon thought it was worth it. He realized that in order to get stronger, he had no other options. Suddenly, the oddball player's body structure began to change. The system alerted that Wilhelm Meyer was sharing 1,500 of his championship points with a player with an unknown nickname. The protagonist almost cried with happiness when he saw that the transformation had begun to work. The system alerted that the punishment was suspended, and the cost was 100 points per day. The system told us that language, appearance, abilities, and equipment that the player had before the penalty was introduced would be restored. The characters' bodies began to take on natural human forms. After the smoke cleared, a player appeared in front of the protagonist. It turned out to be a girl with long hair. She was holding her face and wondering how this was possible. The sight of such a beauty made the guy speechless for a while. The girl reached out to Wilhelm Meyer and called him gorgeous. There was silence in the room. Everyone present watched in shock as the enchanted player tried to get used to the body. The girl looked over at her savior and said it was indeed the perfect comeback. At that moment, the hero still couldn't get away from what he had seen. Suddenly, the girl flew up to Wilhelm Meyer and grabbed his face. While the embarrassed guy tried not to look her in the eye, she asked how he did it, and if he had shared his precious championship glasses with her. Standing off to the side, the strange hooded men wondered what had just happened. One of the guys said that they should definitely report the situation to the Soul Destroyer. Meanwhile, the girl, who was beyond happy, sent kisses to everyone present. A tavern worker with a bandaged arm was also at a loss for words at the sight of the beauty. Seeing that the seduction ability was working, the girl stated that her skills had also returned to her. Keeping his gaze on the girl, the hero couldn't understand why she was such a beauty. He recalled that with the advent of the third generation of virtual reality, the line distinguishing the real world from the virtual world began to fade away gradually. Moreover, a large number of users using false appearance began to appear. Because of the sense of presence and that the character exists in the real world, there have been countless people using the fake identity. Eventually, this situation began to worsen and led to serious social problems. After realizing the full scale of the disaster, the authorities got things back under control. According to the rules imposed by the government, appearance synchronization had to take place between the user and his avatar in the game. Certainly, a small correction of appearance is possible, but still the character should look like a real player. But this girl, even in her real appearance, looks like an advertisement for this game. The hero wondered why she could get punished by the developers. Moreover, she had some incredible 583rd level, and yet she didn't have any special outstanding skills. Suddenly, the girl walked up to the player and said he had a look like a dead man. She said that Wilhelm spent quite a bit of championship experience on her comeback and asked what the guy was going to do next. The pretty girl looked at her savior again and said that he looked like those people from the past, though he didn't look like someone who would go crazy over a woman. Continuing to twirl around Hoyeon, she said that it would be good for the boy to dismiss all the thoughts that came to him at the sight of her. The girl then put her palm to her boss's face and said that to those guys across the street, she advised them to do the same. Suddenly, she slaps the protagonist in the face and tells him that a world of beauty awaits him. Such an unexpected burst of energy began to raise many questions for Huyong. The beauty greedily devoured her savior with her gaze, but suddenly she was called out by someone from outside. Caesar, who saw the slap, asked the stranger in a rage what she was doing. The pretty girl smiled and said that she had just sensed the aura of a real man, and here he was addressing her. However, Caesar didn't fall for these tricks and reached for the ball. Looking at the boss, he suddenly hid behind a pillar. Said that this wench was dangerous and they needed to be careful. The protagonist's furious thought his henchman was messing things up again. Meanwhile, the pretty girl asked if they had met before. That phrase suddenly made Hoyeon very wary all of a sudden. Suddenly, the girl said that in those happy days, she could do anything while in the arms of the man who ruled the demon world. Caesar's face trembled slightly after this sentence. Suddenly, the girl ran up to the bulky man and said that he looked like the man she had just described, and it was just unbelievable. Just then, she touched the minion's chest and said that only she could know what that body part looked like. Suddenly, she was called out by Hoyeon and told that it was time for her to wake up and Caesar was his subordinate. The guy said that the fact that she recognizes his appearance is just a result of the customizations, and she couldn't have seen him before since Caesar was created recently. After this phrase, an incomprehensible emotion also appeared on the face of the bulky man. The girl explained that she knows this and realizes that it just can't be. Suddenly, she turned around and asked Wilhelm Meyer with a serious look, what was the purpose of her sudden return? If he wants to use her beauty, he will not succeed. However, the guy immediately interrupted his subordinate and asked what abilities she had. He explained that he had recently received information that the girl had been penalized by the developers for raising a certain long-ago skill to incredible levels. Hoyeon explained that he had already looked at her character card, and for her incredibly high level, she has pretty mediocre abilities pumped to a low level, so there's only one option. The slave contract speaks of her latent abilities. The character explained that it couldn't be that the developers gave her a punishment because her abilities were extremely low. The guy was trying to get an answer to the question, what kind of mess did this girl make when she was free? After that question, the pretty girl gave it some serious thought. Suddenly, she asked the protagonist, what does he know about Kenguk Chiseok? When the boy didn't say anything back, the girl explained that she was ashamed to say it, but it literally translates to beauty who ruined the country. Despite the seemingly given answer to the question, Hu Young still didn't understand what the question was about. A sudden realization came into his head, and he realized that it just couldn't be. The girl explained that a multitude of thrones and powers had tried to subjugate and get her. Looking at Caesar, she explained that all these lovers were just trying to show off their power, and most of them were naturally fascinated by her beauty. Some of them saw it only as a trophy to prove their power, which could also be used for political purposes. One of the unknown people watched the strange speech with great interest. Then that girl explained that all those who had owned her at different times had not only destroyed countries, but also hers. At the same moment, the protagonist realized that there was only one such character in the entire world. But suddenly the girl swooped down on the guy with a cry of thanks. Looking into the guy's eyes, she mouthed that for the first time it wasn't her. Someone needed her, but she needed him. Pretty Woman said that she needed the champion experience that he had. She explained that the one hidden ability was her charm, which she had pumped up to the highest rank. The girl said that usually even the smallest contact with her can lead to obsession, but she feels like William Meyer is different. A moment later, she kissed the hero and asked if that would be enough. At that time, the game also displayed a notification that the player's hidden charm skill's pumping level is 13,400 units. What had just happened shocked Caesar. The Soul Destroyer spies standing opposite were also unable to utter a single word. After a passionate kiss, the main character couldn't stay on his feet and started falling on his back. At the moment, he thought it just couldn't be. Hitting his head on the floor, he looked up and thought that this woman was extremely dangerous. Further events took place late at night at the Black Mountain headquarters in the Eastern District. The bandaged guy who had survived the fight at the Bekpo dojo was telling his acquaintances what had happened. They couldn't believe that a woman had done it. Suddenly, just as the guy uttered that it was the boss's first kiss, Lena appeared next to him and asked if it was true. The fighter turned around fearfully, realizing that he didn't immediately sense any sign of the presence. After a while, Lena found herself in the room next to her sleeping boss. The guy was obviously not feeling well. He was lying in bed with a soaked rag on his head, talking nonsense. The girl looked at Hoyeon with a calm gaze as he said something through his sleep about his first kiss. The player then began to shed tears, remembering the money he had spent. Lena stepped closer and placed the blindfold over her boss's eyes. She muttered quietly that she was worried, since no one here would take the same care of him. After a while, Lena turned around and headed for the exit, saying goodbye to her boss at the same time. Sadly, wrapping herself in her cloak, she quietly mouthed for the guy to take care in the future. At the end of the second generation of the game, during a war event, the first warrior who managed to stop the Demon King was struck by this power. He was corrupted by the power that appeared before his eyes, and after a while he became a Demon King himself, ascending to the throne. For a long 3 generations, numerous brave men have sacrificed their lives to try and kill this Demon King. After numerous attempts, he was still defeated and imprisoned in a huge cavern called the Labyrinth. However, the still powerful theme created by the Demon King was still a threat because it was still swarming with numerous monsters spawned in that theme. Eventually, some of the power that was used to create the seal was transformed into defense magic to build the city and protect it from what was spawned in that darkness. In the 4th generation, some very momentous events occurred that almost decided the outcome of the game. The players of this episode were strong and were able to get close to the very center of the maze. However, they were eventually defeated in the last stage and fell at the hands of the Demon King. Now that people no longer dared to go that far, the king was ready to go out into the world again to completely consume it. This was the beginning of the 5th generation Labyrinth world. Hoyeon sat in his room and stared blankly straight in front of him. A beautiful woman stood opposite him and said that there was not a single person who could not be captivated by her charms. But her effects did not work on him. She realized that the guy had barely heard her, and reasoned at full voice that her charm, which worked despite gender and race, hadn't worked. The girl did not understand whether this boy was so greedy for beauties that even such methods did not work on him. Sitting on top of Wilhelm Meyer, she said that he would then have to delve even deeper into her fascination. But suddenly, she was very much stressed by the face of the protagonist. He was no longer expressing any emotion and seemed to be in a death-like state. Suddenly, the game highlighted a warning about overstressing the mind of player Wilhelm Meyer. Due to overheated synapses, the player was in danger of going into shock in real life. When the girl saw this, she grabbed the guy's face and asked him if he was going to die. She then started pounding Wilhelm's face, telling him that he shouldn't die so easily. The game again highlighted a warning that the player's synapse voltage level had risen to the limit. The frustrated beauty sadly mouthed that she had waited so long for this. She said she was only doing everything to get as close to the Demon King as possible. But now her plan was finally ruined because of some brat. After another touch, the guy's body experienced an incredible shock. After an indeterminate amount of time, he woke up, but no longer on the bed in the mansion. The player was lying on the floor in some unknown room. As he struggled to lift himself off the ground, the first thing he did was grab his head, which was incredibly sore. Looking down, Hoyan realized that he was not in his mansion. That made the boy look around. To them was a ceiling similar to those used in medical facilities. Looking around, the player still couldn't guess where he'd gotten to. Thinking back on recent events, he realized that the only place he could have ended up was this room X, and that meant he was dead. After realizing this information, Hu Young struggled to get to his feet. Then the hero snapped out of his seat in despair and ran forward. An impenetrable empty space spread out in all directions around him. At that moment, he thought that this seemed to be the punishment the information peddler was talking about. However, even so, it was too cruel. He immediately remembered the moment when the charm had failed to work properly the first time. Then the character thought it failed because of his low synchronization with the character. Also, in that same instant, he remembered where he had seen this girl's face before. She was a fourth-generation high-level ranker, a mercenary queen named Shadria. Like Rodrigo Eldrigo, she was one of those monsters caught and drawn in by the concept of the game. Shadria fought using her charm as her main weapon against her enemies and became the only woman who could achieve the Demon King himself. But suddenly, the guy had a question in his mind. Had he himself met the Demon King? He suddenly felt unbearable at the thought of his memory failing. It was then that the protagonist wondered at what point did he leave the Labyrinth City? Memories of building a fourth-generation orphanage popped into his head, and that's where Hoyeon had fun with his many subordinates. And after his defeat in the battle with the Demon King, he quit the game and abandoned it. Then the boy still managed to remember that he later started the game playthrough again, but in the fifth generation. It was then that the protagonist wondered why he had even left the last playthrough. Memories of his fifth-generation subordinates surfaced in his mind, but after thoughts and shock blended together, he couldn't remember a single episode from passing with them. Suddenly, the boy tapped himself on the head and realized that since his memory was so bad, there was no point in remembering anything anymore. As he fell on his back, Hoyeon realized that he now remembered nothing and knew nothing, but that didn't change the fact that the afterlife was a beautiful thing without a drop of stress. Also, unlike the last time he'd been here, there wasn't such a strong, blinding light. Besides, there were fewer regrets in this life than he'd thought. Good thing, now he could at least get some sleep for starters. But suddenly, the game notified the guy that he was leaving a special subspace. Suddenly, the guy looked at the message that appeared in front of him and realized that he wasn't dead after all. A moment later, his body pixel by pixel began to be transported somewhere. Lastly, the system notified that external interference to the player's body had been detected, causing the game to perform a forced shutdown. The boy woke up in his room. His face was covered in his own tears and drool. Someone's very familiar voice was calling out to him. It was morning in the streets by then. It turned out that Yul Dong had come to his friend's apartment. He handed a glass of water to Hoyeon and told him to drink it. The surprised guy, still trying to come to his senses, asked what the fat guy was doing here. The blonde man didn't answer right away, and the protagonist repeated his question. Scratching his head and looking away, Yul Dong said that he came here to apologize. Hoyeon looked at his friend in surprise, and the friend said that he also wanted to apologize for the times he attacked Rodrigo back in Season 4 without knowing it was his friend. The blonde man also explained that when he got to the guy's room, he saw that the guy was having seizures. Then the protagonist realized that his friend came very timely, because otherwise it would have affected his condition even more. Yul Dong looked guiltily to the side and said that he was really sorry for everything that happened. Hoyeon said that there was nothing wrong with it. The most important character asked a friend if he remembered a girl named Shadria. Fatty said she became a headache for a lot of players, as she killed a lot of users in her time and went over to the devil's side. Shadria was active in Season 3, but with the arrival of the fourth generation, she was punished and wandered around the Labyrinth City. Hoyeon asked his friend if he remembered why he was out of the game. Yul Dong said he only knows a little bit about what happened when the guy went deep into the labyrinth in Season 4. The main character suddenly grabbed his head, and the fat guy thought he said something wrong and immediately tried to apologize. However, the guy said that's not what he meant. The player couldn't believe what Yul Dong was saying, that Ho Yeon had gone deep into the labyrinth. It was now clear what had been bothering him all this time. The boy realized that he had no memory of what happened after entering the maze. After a while, Hu Young put on his virtual reality goggles again. A worried Yul Dong asked his friend if it was okay that he was going to launch into the game again without even resting, to which the hero replied that it was fine. What worried him most at that moment was this girl. She could have done a lot of things during his absence. Suddenly, the blonde asked his friend why he didn't use the data from his past character. Such an unexpected question surprised the protagonist very much, and he asked why he would do that. Yul Dong said that he thought it would be much easier to continue playing for Rodrigo. The blonde man said over and over again that it would be cool to come back and see how Rodrigo Eldrigo was doing. The blonde man kept saying that it would be cool to go back and see how Rodrigo Eldrigo was doing. The guy replied that he wanted to crush the maze in a new world for a new character. Suddenly, the fat man leaned his hand on his virtual reality helmet and said that in that case, Hoyan would definitely need Rodrigo. Yul Dong started typing with his finger on the virtual reality helmet and said that he was really sorry for using a friend all the time and not even saying so. The last thing the protagonist sees before diving into the game is the calm face of the fat man who betrayed him. Before entering in-game, the system prompted the player to cancel the launch, and Ho Young shouted that he wanted to go back. Immediately, however, he woke up in his mansion. The system immediately displayed a rejection message because the login had already been done. The annoyed guy wondered why he had been asked about it. Suddenly, a female voice from behind him said that the guy had become much more energetic. The player turned around and looked at Shadria sitting behind him. To his horror and surprise, the girl was sitting on the floor, being tied to Caesar's sword. She said she was glad for the hero's sleep. Suddenly, Caesar's voice from behind said that he had tied up this girl so she wouldn't hurt the boss. The monster told his master that on his orders, he could massacre this idiot right now. Caesar touched his master's shoulder and said that although she was strong, he was also strong. In response, Hoyeon shouted that he had almost died. Rising to his feet, the hero asked why the henchman had even messed with the girl, who had already received a harsh punishment. After a short pause, he asked the subordinate if she had resisted. Shadria replied that she couldn't do anything as the handsome man looked a lot like her lover. Then the hero remembered that actually this girl is not so simple and is the former choice of the king of demons. Taking this fact into consideration, the guy moved towards the beauty. Walking up close, he muttered that if she was talking about a lover, then she must be talking about a demon king. In response, Shadria looked at Hoenn and nodded affirmatively. Immediately afterward, the protagonist ordered the henchman to leave the room. Caesar immediately tried to say that it would be dangerous. However, the guy turned around and, looking seriously into the eyes of his subordinate, ordered to fulfill his will. Looking at the charismatic face of the boss, Caesar realized that his master had returned and immediately shouted that he understood. There was a slam of the door and the room was silent for a few seconds. The girl muttered with a smile on her face that if the boy was going to do something stupid, he wouldn't succeed anyway. However, the boy suddenly called her by her old name. The girl looked surprisingly into the eyes of the main character, who once again asked if her name was really Shadria. The mercenary queen? Pretty Lady irritably asked how he had figured it all out, to which the player replied that it was obvious. Leaning over the bound girl, Hu Young muttered that there was only one person in this game who was as close to the Demon King as possible. With a serious look in his captive's eyes, the guy asked directly if she had any memories of what happened before the punishment was inflicted on her. The girl was silent for a few seconds at first. Then, bowing her head, she replied that she didn't remember anything. Hoyeon moved closer to the pretty girl and whispered that he had the same situation. A great deal of the time, Shadria was unleashed. The protagonist asked the interlocutor if the reason she was seeking the Demon King was really because she wanted her memories back. The girl aggressively asked the guy how he knows all this and is he really one of the developers who started all this? Suddenly, Hoyeon asked Shadria to take his hand. Holding out his palm to the beauty, the protagonist offered her to get to the Demon King again. The guy explained that in the last game his name was Rodrigo Eldrigo, and he, just like Shadria, had lost his memory at one time. After a brief explanation, the girl summarized that they had both lost their memories in the depths of the labyrinth, and according to Wilhelm's theory, if they went there again, they would get their memories back. Hoyeon replied that she understood his point correctly. Unexpectedly, Shadria asked the hero why he wanted his memories back. The guy answered evasively and said that he didn't think he needed a reason for it. At the same time, he asked the girl why she needed all this. Looking at the pretty girl, Hu Young asked, why would she want to bring back those memories? The girl replied that she didn't need a reason either. Now, however, it seems to her now that it was very different then. Shadria explained that somewhere in the back of her mind, she thinks she had a lot more fun in the fourth generation. Looking into the eyes of her interlocutor, she said that it was very frustrating to lose happy memories. Hu Young replied that he seemed to be feeling the same way as her lately. Suddenly, Shadria grabbed the boy's face and said that it was a great happiness that they had found common ground. Just then, she got close to the hero and said that in that case, they needed to keep something a secret. When asked by Hoyeon what was what, the girl explained that no one could know that her name was Shadria. This beauty's gaze was too charming, and it scared the guy a little. Immediately, he pushed his interlocutor away and said that he understood everything, to which Shadria replied that it was good. After that, Hu Young grabbed his chest with his hand and was glad that once again she didn't use her charm. The pretty girl immediately noted that thanks to the boy, everything was getting easier. Meanwhile, the protagonist thought it was a rather risky idea to team up with the woman who was trying to take his life. On the way out of the room, Shadria said that she had originally thought to use whatever was being used, turning the maze upside down by herself. After that sentence, Hoyeon retracted his words and was glad that he had teamed up with her. Caesar was already waiting for them on the way out of the room. He asked the boss if everything had gone well, to which the guy replied that everything was fine. While the guy was musing aloud about what they needed to have a good black market meeting, Caesar explained that he admired his master. After a questioning look from the protagonist, the thug explained that he was amazed that the boss, for the sake of his ambition and greed, would easily abandon the weak subordinates who had been with them all along. Laughing in full voice, Caesar muttered that he used to think that the master had feelings for this girl and boy. Now it seems like the guy doesn't even have the thought to even start looking for them. For a moment, Hoyeon didn't realize what his minion was talking about. But suddenly he grabbed his head and remembered that he'd actually had Rave stolen from him recently, as well as Lena missing somewhere.
Pet the cat.